Welcome back, everybody, to the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown. We are on day number 3, which is the grand finale, where 8 players will enter into the Convergence, and only one will come out as the winner at the end of it all. My name is Nucker, and I'm joined by Clement, and a very special guest on our broadcast. We have the Set 16 set lead, Julian, here in Alicante with us. And how have you been? How have you thought of the tournament so far?
Oh my God, what a great tournament. The plays yesterday, 2 3-star 5 cost. It was so exciting to watch. Tamino over there alone and as our only in-person player, very excited to watch him play.
He is our last hope.
It's been a great tournament. Yeah.
Clement?
Oh, I'm just happy that we have so many APAC representatives. I saw the cue that you were giving me, but I have to root for Tamino as well because he's keeping the lights on here. The venue might not be open if we didn't get at least one representative.
I don't know about that. That might be true, but also I think Set 16 is doing a lot for the hype that we have for the Teamfight Tactics world. And before we get into the action today, just want to remind you all that pick'ems powered by AWS are back open. Make sure that you get your final predictions in for the winner of the grand finals, as well as a couple of other things that we're going to try to test your skills on. And we will be getting into that competition in just a couple moments, but before that, a super special event. We've got a show match of Set 16 lore and legends, and Julian, that's definitely why we have you here, the lead, the kind of lower go-to guy, I think, for this particular set. How's it been working on it?
Oh my God, we put so much love and passion to this. We've been working on it for a long time. There's so much content. Our Runeterra sets are very important to us, and so I'm just excited to show it to players. It's going to be so great. We have not seen this footage. We have no idea what's going to be on it, but I'm confident. I'm feeling great about the set. I think it's going to be a good game.
I think so as well. I mean, yeah, just as a heads up to everybody, this was pre-recorded a couple of days ago, and we had a lot of incredible content creators take part, and so we'll be excited to see kind of where they started to first go to when they saw the set, as well as, what unfolds after that. So let's check it out. I'm sure you will all recognize a lot of the names of the players in this lobby.
Yep, I'm so fresh here, starting out with the encounters. And what is this Seraphine encounter that we have?
All prismatics.
Oh,
high
What a
inflation
show
game.
match!
Yep.
All right, so check it out. We've got Sona as one of the first champions we get a chance to see here. She's in Demacia and Invoker. Now, Demacia was such a cool vertical trait to be able to play around with when we first saw it in the game. So what is it going to do in this set?
So Demacians will continue to rally every time their team takes a portion of their damage, and that lowers their mana cost and eventually starts dealing true damage. What makes Demacia really fun, though, is Galio. When you have enough Demacian star levels, you unlock him, and when your Demacians rally, he'll come from your bench and join your board. He is a free fawn, a free emblem, and like 2,000 effective health, good damage. He is just great to always have.
how can you unlock him? He sounds like he must be very difficult to get.
It's not too hard. It's 12 star levels of Demacian, so like a 2-star Sona, 2-star Jarvan, 2-star Garen, etc. up until 12.
Right.
You'll see I'm So Fresh is kind of hovering the traits. And when we do, you can actually see some champions who have the lock icon. That tells you this is an unlockable champion, and you can see their unlock condition from there. I'm sure he'll do it again in just a sec.
Can you start unlocking things just on stage 1? Is it possible?
Yes.
Yes, it is? Okay.
Bard's unlock condition is to reroll 4 times before the stage 2 carousel. So if you want to just send it and hit that button 4 times, it's time. You can do it.
I love that. I'm no longer going to be punished for all the times that I'm trying to roll for just a 1-star upgrade. Wow, we've got Frodan already with the Lulu and the Kog'Maw. And so what can you tell us? I know Yordles is something that everybody's always so excited to see in the set.
Yes, Yordles is our biggest trait ever. There are 10 units in this, the trait. There are 2 1 cost, 3 2 cost, 2 3 cost, 2 4 cost, and a 5 cost. Okay, wait, I want to see what photo picks here. The World Runes. Okay, we can talk about Rise. Yes!
Woo!
So, Rise is unlocked by playing 4 region traits together. So like Bilgewater, Demacia, Targon, Piltover. And his spell gets more and more unique depending on how many traits you have active. The World Runes just gives you 2 emblems up front. It says, hey, you should really consider playing Rise this game.
Wow. I would love to hear more about Rise, but I think we also need to show off just briefly the fact that we've got some new augments that are in the game that are commemorating the winners of these major tournaments that we had. From Remix Rumble there, that's Malala's, and I think that's why Frodan was smiling, being able to see that as a commemoration.
Yes, for all of the major TFT tournaments, the Opens and the World Championships, we are creating an augment to celebrate the victory match for those players. Malala gets 2 because he won both of the Set 10 tournaments.
These augments are like the players get input on this, right?
Less so input, more it's inspired by what play style they used. So Malala famously used that 3-star Annie in the Set 10 Vegas Open. And so it boosts your 3-star 1 cost, his augment. And it's all about playing into that style. Like, what did they do? Did they get a lot of artifacts? Did they go fast 10? And it tries to really bring you into their experience as a player.
That's such a huge move for esports to actually be in the game. You know, I've been casting this for 5+ sets right now to finally see what we've been through. That's just an amazing feeling. Thank you so much, Julian.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing, and especially with all of the different augments that we got a chance to see, there's 300 in this set, right?
It's like 350, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, what was kind of like the design process? I know that you were saying, I think 140 totally brand new ones in it, so I guess some of those must be from our champions, but what else can you tell us about the augments we might see from Prismatic?
I think what we're looking for this set is to open up good options across all your augments. We wanted to add a lot more 4-2 combat augments, 4-2 prismatic combats especially. We are trying to pull back on 2-1 augments that lock you into game plans. And so we did a big audit and asked ourselves, does this force me to play a certain way? And if it does, is it the most fun it could be? And if it didn't check those 2 boxes, we really cleaned them up. And we added a lot of new augments to just add more flexibility back into TFT.
I love that word, flexibility. When you said this is going to be the most flexible set ever, I was so pumped. But I just want to ask you, because it seems like flexibility and unlocking, those seem like contrasting ideas. Can you kind of explain how they work together?
So what's great about the unlock system is a lot of them can kind of be done whenever you need them to. So great example, Skarner. Skarner is only Ishtal, which essentially means he's a threat champion. Players love threats. He is unlocked by fielding a unit who's not a tank with a gargoyle on them. And so if you're ever like, I just have no front line whatsoever, throw a gargoyle like a fighter for 1 round, and you just get a 4-cost tank with CC, shield, and he gives all your allies armor.
Ooh.
And that's great if your opponent is playing like a bunch of AD casters, AD marksmen. You can say, okay, let me get at Skarner super fast and counter them and play against what they're playing.
Oh, we're going back to like specific armor type counters. I really like that. Another threat-like trait I really want to ask about is the Targon that we're seeing right now. None of them seem to have any class traits, right?
Yep, Targonians are classic threats. They have extra stats, extra power, a lot of utility, but do not need to be played in any specific vertical. So Skarner gives your entire team armor. Taric is the contrast. It gives your entire team MR. Leona gives you burn and wound. Zoe gives you chill. Aphelios gives you sunder. Zoe also gives you shred. I didn't say that part. But if you play all of them together, you unlock Aurelian Soul.
Whoa.
And Aurelian Soul is a crazy perma-stacking carry. He is one of the coolest champions we have ever released. I love this guy.
I love him too. His design has always been so interesting, and so I think Targon, especially when it sounds like you can get just a lot of upfront utility by teching in one of those champions, definitely sounds very flexible to me.
If you can get a 2-star Leona in stage 2, you're vibing. You're having a great day that day.
All right, well, Carousel, we get a chance to see a lot of other champions here as well, and so what's kind of like one of the favorites that sticks out to you?
I just want to say this because I'm looking at both Echo and Sejuani. We did not feature Zon and Freljord in the dev drop, but they are absolutely in the set. Every region is in the set. We need to absolutely have Zon. I mean, it's a super popular concept for players, so really excited about that when they inject themselves with Shimmer. It's a really cool up and down kind of trait in terms of tempo. Makes fights fun to watch.
Is it kind of like the chem tech that we had back in...
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so long shots. This is another great example of some good flex play here. So Kaisa is unlocked by itemizing a long shot champion, and Ziggs is unlocked by itemizing a Zonite or a Yordle. It is so easy to just, during a PvE round, throw an item on a champion, and then you just have Kaisa ready to go. You have Ziggs ready to go. And you can play with those in mind. You can say, okay, I have some AP items. Let me just go for this.
I've played a couple of games, and I think unlocks makes the stage 2, stage 3 so much more intense. Because if you're lose streaking and you don't have tempo, you can actually aim for some of these unlocks. You're not kind of like feeling bad if you don't have a cash out trade and you're losing.
You can just start thinking, what am I going to do in a couple rounds? Maybe I should start holding Nico so I can go for Nidalee later.
There's so many more options this time. Every round, you're checking tooltips, you're looking for what you're unlocking. And I really like the UI adjustments you've made for unlocking. It actually makes tracking a lot easier. Can you kind of walk us through this?
Yes. So the trait tracker, like I mentioned, you can see all the unlock conditions there. You can also see them all in Team Planner. So if you're just like a huge Mel fan, you can just go into Team Planners, check her, got it, I know how to unlock her. You'll also see this little nub right next to the lock button. There's 2 great features there. One, if you put a champion in Team Planner, all the Team Planner quests will be there ready to go. So you can just quickly check, you don't even have to open it. And then the other one is any champion you've already unlocked, it'll tell you what you did to unlock them. It's just, so if you accidentally unlock something, you can at least look back and learn why you did.
I love that feature, because especially when maybe you're kind of focusing on just a couple of things at once, since there's a lot going on in the set. And I remember when we got a chance to play test, we did have something pop up and I was like, oh, that's weird. I didn't think I did anything special to actually unlock this particular champion. And so now it's like, the more you play, the more you also internalize a lot of this unlock conditions too.
As someone who's seen a lot of people play Set 16 over the past year, you know, all my coworkers tried at some point, you learn the unlock conditions so fast. You just start picking them up, you start feeling them really naturally. I mean, most of them kind of happen by accident in a good way. If you want to play a certain comp, you'll have access to the champions you need pretty often.
It really felt like the unlocks were auto-completes to me. You kind of type the first half of the sentence and it just pops out. So that was something that I think a lot of players were kind of concerned about, because this is the biggest set ever. As a new player, what's the correct way to get into it?
I think what's so great about our Runeterra sets is that they're intuitive, right? Teemo fires poisonous mushrooms. Taric is a tank. Champions do what you expect them to do. Ashe fires her ice arrow. And so I think the initial experience of playing Set 16 is actually very natural for a lot of folks. And you don't have to think too much about unlocks until like Game 3, Game 4. And then once you get past that, then you really start exploring the system.
Well, I really like what we're seeing here from Johnny. We've got the Freljord as kind of one of the bigger verticals. And so tell us a little bit more about what we can expect from this trait.
So Freljord gives you an ARAM tower and eventually 2 of the ARAM towers, and it'll give your units in the front line health and your units in the back line damage amp. What's really cool about Freljord is the units. So Ashe and Tryndamere perma-scale each other. When Ashe gets takedowns, Tryndamere gets stronger. And when Tryndamere gets stronger, Ashe gets stronger. Anivia and Lissandra both deal extra damage to chilled units. And so there's a lot of like, ooh, let me play Sejuani or Zoe or Nico so I can get chill on the board. And that synergy is really fun to build around.
Oh, I love these like non-conjoined traits that actually synergize off each other. That's such a cool idea. And I know Tryndamere was added because of your boss, so I assume it has to be a good trait.
Oh yeah, Mark was very excited to have him in.
That must have been kind of fun. I mean, how much of that was people were just really excited about adding in very specific champions because they were excited about seeing their favorite in a Runeterra set?
Everyone has a favorite champion, and obviously we don't have all 173 league champions, but I think we did a pretty good job representing a huge breadth of Runeterra. And, you know, obviously that commercial was scripted, but it was pretty real to have people walk up to my desk and be like, hey, can we get Ari in the set, please? Shouldn't she fire Foxfires, please? I love the Foxfires.
We do have scripts. It's confirmed. Foden looking for something. What would be the best hit here? He's playing Bilgewater.
But he also has the original one you were talking about that you were hoping like maybe he gets Rise unlocked, right?
Yes. So how many traits does he have active right now? He's got Bilgewater and he's got Noxus, so he still needs 2 more. I'll come back to him later. But I'm excited for him to unlock Rise. I love Rise so much.
Oh no, the 2 death caps. We could have seen our little
Viego friend.
Yeah.
Right? No, Vigar friend.
Vigar. Yep. I was like, yeah, wait a minute. Basically the same letters.
I do want to call out that because Solo made progress on that condition, a little notification came up and said, hey, you made progress. Maybe you should continue going down this path. And if those really help you kind of learn the unlocks quickly, Once you know them, there's a button to disable it, and you can just have no notifications on your gameplay.
Oh, that's huge. All my games, I unlocked Kennen, and I was just like, I don't want to see Kennen anymore. Just, we can get rid of that.
Once you know it, you know it.
But it was really cool, something that you stated in the dev drop is that even if you unlock a champion, you won't see them bloat your shop, right? Because if you don't buy it, it doesn't actually appear later. Now, what happens if somebody unlocks something, they say, I don't want to play it right now, but they might want to play it later?
So as long as the champion is never going to be completely removed from your shop, just to go back a step, we do, if you roll past an unlocked champion, suppress their odds a little bit. Just say, hey, you probably aren't interested in this. But they're never going to stop appearing. And honestly, when you're rolling down, a 2 cost you unlocked by accident in Stage 2 doesn't really affect your Stage 4 gameplay that much. If you're looking for it, you generally find it, in my experience. I've played enough. I'm like, I forgot Poppy. Let me go back and get Poppy. It works pretty cleanly.
Awesome.
Basically, if you really, really want to min-max, maybe you'll avoid, but it's not a big deal. Like,
Not a big deal at all.
yeah. The Dead's got you covered. They suppress it. One thing we saw was Revan was holding something that I think brings a lot of trepidation to set 15 players, which was the Luden's Ari on the board. I heard the philosophy with artifacts is actually changing a little bit in set 16.
We have some minor changes coming to artifacts. For one, 6 or 7, I need to check, have been removed, and 11 have been added, including the Darken weapons, which I'm really hoping we see those as well today. But then also, we've been adjusting the power of artifacts. So, for example, Blighting Jewel, we've raised the AP and lowered the MR shred as a way to make it a little closer to a completed item in design philosophy. It's still going to have an artifact level of power, but it will be a little less sharp and a little less narrow on certain champions.
That's what I want to see.
Look at all the chibi misfortunes, actually. I just noticed everybody has picked up some of the new in-game cosmetics that we have here.
Yeah, they tested 16. They were immediately like, KDA Ari Unbound, Chibi Prestige Misfortune. Thank you very much.
I love that we get to see all those different features. And actually, that was something that wasn't mentioned yesterday. We saw a quick cinematic for the Unbound Ari, but it looks so good in-game.
It's so pretty.
Take my wallet. Take my wallet. Alex hits every time. It's amazing.
Whenever you place a champion, she blows a little kiss at it and like sends a the heart missile towards it. I love it. It's very nice and pleasing. And the finisher, she's great.
Oh, and we also have some champions from Into the Arcane back. Not necessarily League of Legends champions.
Yes, Lore & Legends is a Runeterra set. Runeterra is more than just the characters who are part of League, right? And so we have Loris from Arcane. We have. You're a big Loris fan?
Dude, did you see how he saved Runeterra?
Yeah.
He gave up his.
True.
Okay, I won't spoil anything, but you should really have.
You should watch Arcane if you haven't seen Arcane. But then Rift Herald and Baron are both playable, itemizable Void champions. Really excited about that. Kobuko and Yumi are one champion together to kind of represent that Yumi classic gameplay. There's a lot of different ways we've kind of pooled and asked ourselves the question, what can be a TFT champion?
Like Brock?
Brock. Oh my God. We're never seeing Brock in this game. That's for sure.
Maybe not, but I wanted to take this moment, maybe ask you a little bit about the Ishtal trait. We haven't really seen any of our players actually go for that, but you talked about it being kind of high risk, high reward. So how does that trait work?
Yes. Ishtal is our newest high risk trait, and it's a build your own high risk trait in a lot of ways. So you activate it, and it'll say, do you want to lose 4 combats, kill 10 units, or field a 2-star Nico? And you're like, well, I don't have a lot of health right now. I can't be losing combats. And there's no Nikos on my bench, so I'm not going to be getting that one. So I guess I'll start killing units. And each time you go through and you can say, like, well, do I want to cash out, or do I want to take another quest? Some of these quests are crazy hard. Like, lose 7 combats in a row. No room for failure.
If you lose 7 combats, it has to be big, right?
I mean, Brock is a big guy. Brock's pretty big.
Brock looks very cool, so I think I will have to try it once or twice, but maybe not in a ranked game.
Oh, we do have chess coming out here. Sorry, that's just Spoils of War. I got too excited. I did want to talk about player damage as well, because I heard that's something that we're shifting around.
Yes. Stage 3, we are increasing player damage by 1, and in Stage 4, we are decreasing player damage by 1.
Whoa.
This kind of forces you to play Stage 3 a little more. We want people to be interacting with the game. And it also pulls a little pressure back from stage 4. You don't need to hit your 2-star 4 cost, 2-star 4 cost, 2-star 5 cost by 4-4 or death. It reduces a little of that pressure. Maybe you can wait till 4-6, 4-7.
I love that change.
Yeah, really
As
excited about that
somebody
change.
who definitely struggles a lot on stage 4.
Oh, I'm so bad at stage 4.
I'm like, yes, I get to actually see level 9 in some games.
You know, I love it for competitive because a lot of your play is decided from your roll downs 4-2 to 4-5, but now you have more time.
If I can also hijack that, we are making level 8 more expensive, and we're making level 9 and 10 cheaper. This is to make level 8 the real hit your 4 cost level. We're also really pumped about that.
That honestly makes more intuitive sense, it feels like, because especially when we've always had like fast 8, fast 9, kind of like that fast 8 is supposed to be like hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really excited about that.
Can you give us some insight on what Revan might be playing for here? He's suddenly dropping a lot of Yordles. I believe 6 Yordles gives you some interesting stuff.
So, yep, Yordle is going to help you hit your units. That's what Yordle's all about. The 4-piece gives you a Yordle in the leftmost shop slot every round. You're going to hit one every single time. The 6-piece gives you 2 free rerolls, and they can be banked, so you can save them for a big roll down later. And the 8 is going to give you a ton of loot. It'll give you components, 8 gold.
Wow.
Really good stuff. A lot of Yordles, of course. As for what he's going for here, I'm not sure. He's got 25 health and a dream.
Maybe it's just to show us all the Yordles, in which case Revan is a winner in my book.
Yes, I agree.
Anything to save Revan here if you were coaching him on set 16?
Well, I don't really love these Xin Zhao items. Xin Zhao is a tank normally. You need a hero augment to make him use that Morello in any sort of way. Fizz is a great champion. If he wants to start cheating, I would absolutely start getting that Fizz. Fizz is a real nasty assassin. He'll jump into your backline and poke, dead. I would totally put that blue buff on him. I put a BT on him. I would get him into the front. Oh yeah, I mean JG might be good too. Yeah, okay, he's cooking, he's cooking.
Oh, that looks disgusting. Actually, Fizz was one of the most terrorizing champions we had in the playtest. As a designer, what should a player do to counteract Fizz?
Pray. I mean, of course, you should position. If you put multiple backline carries in a similar place, you know, that can help you a lot too. Right here, Azir is protecting Xerath a little bit, not that much. Oh my god, that was brutal to watch.
Oh, I think this is common though, because everyone's reading tooltips. No one was positioning.
No, of course, no. How would you even know that Fizz is coming for your backline?
After you see it a couple of times, I think you get that right idea.
Solo has unlocked Xerath. Xerath, Nasus, and Renekton are all unlocked by fielding Azir and going in different directions in terms of your win and loss streak. Xerath also gives you Charm, so getting him at 4-2 is really good for getting a lot of value towards the late game. I could see him capping out super hard here.
That sounds fun, but I'm looking at I'm So Fresh right now with 100 win streak.
Whew.
And like, what a flexible play. I mean, you've got 1 Targon unit in.
Yep.
But he also has...
I mean, 2 Warden, 2 Defender, 2 Invoker. He's just playing great units. Zillion has an Adaptive Helm. Every 2 casts, Zillion gives you 1 XP, and that adds up real quick. That is a fast 9 board for sure. You'll also see now that he's hovering the tooltip. If Zillion casts on an enemy, and that enemy survives for 18 seconds, they instantly die. They just blow up. It's called Visions of the End, and Zillion sees it and says, hey, you only have so much time left.
Oh,
wow. That's so cool.
It's a really fun 5 cost. We have some of these. Can unlocked champions appear on the carousel?
Nope. Unlocked champions can only be gotten by buying them from the shop, and then once you've unlocked them, they'll appear in loot orbs and stuff. But until then, if an augment says, like, get a random 4 cost, you're not going to get that unlockable champion until you've unlocked it.
It's good to know.
Yeah, so you can't really cheat the system on carousel and just pick something that you haven't worked for, basically.
And all you people out there asking, what about Filfer, the augment that gives you a copy of a champion? If you haven't unlocked the champion, you just get gold. So, sorry guys, you have to unlock the champion. In Double Up, you have to unlock it, and your partner has to unlock it to trade the champion.
Wow.
We've thought about it.
Okay, yeah, definitely some good thought going into that one. No cheaters out there.
In I'm So Fresh spot where he's so high on HP and tempo, like what would be a potential unlock win-out condition for him?
So there's so many 5 costs in this set. There's 24 5 costs.
Wow.
I would just start buying yellow units. I would put these mana items, you know, maybe the Morello, maybe the Nashers on Zillion, and just try to get him casting as much as I can. And you can go for Fiddlesticks, Lucian and Senna. Oh my god, there's so many.
Can you talk to us about maybe the biggest legendary Exodia?
I mean, Shurima is pretty Exodia, but what's so great about the 5-cost in this set is the ones who are not unlockable, the base set 5-cost, none of them have origins. And so if you see any 5-cost in your shop and like 3-5, you should consider playing them. They're all super flexible and can go into any board.
I remember I hit... You were here for this. You coached me through this game when we were playing. And I was so grateful for it because I got to hit that 2-star Shyvana on like 4-1. And it was really fun because it just goes in. And I love that it just had synergy. Like even just putting in 2-piece Juggernaut felt like it made my board stronger than just having the vertical trait.
This amazing finisher.
Blood Moon Misfortune. This is
So
amazing.
Poor Revan.
All of the base set 5-costs also either have Econ or Auras as part of their effects. So Shyvana gives your entire team, they take 10% less damage from abilities. Very classic dragon thing to do. And 10% less damage from abilities adds up real fast. That is super useful on your board.
My Fizz enjoyed that. All right, but for Solo, he's going in a pretty different direction. I'm kind of going for kind of a classic, almost feels like Fast 9 in the current set with the 5 Juggernaut, waiting to get that 6 activated. But he also has a bunch of other legendary units on his board.
Yeah, let's see if we stick on him just long enough to get a Zerath Charm. I'd be really excited to see him pick one up.
Oh, this is kind of like set 12 where you get the Zerath Charm.
Oh, he's just unlocked. He might be going for Shurima 4. He might just win this entire game.
What happens if you put four Shurima together?
Every 4 seconds, one of them becomes 3-star.
Oh,
So you get a 3-star Azir, 3-star Zerath, 3-star Nasus, and 3-star Renekton.
Oh, he put it in.
But even Shurima 3 is really good. It's 50 armor and MR for the Shurimans. So Renekton is going to get health, attack speed. He is super juiced right now. I mean, look at this. This is a 5-cost board right here.
Sure is.
Legendary Shurima. That's my go-to comp. I play that a lot. We also saw Froden was able to unlock his Rise, so I'm so hyped about those region combinations that you were talking about.
Yes, there are over 8,000 unique Rise spells that you can build, and I'm so excited to see players cook with this. Okay, here we go. 10 seconds in a combat, 25% max health. For 3 gold, that's a steal. That is pretty much win your next fight. Okay, wait, Froden, go back to the tooltip. No.
What's he building? What's he building?
He's got Bilgewater, so that's going to make his blast deal explosive damage. Noxus, which makes his blast pierce. Void, which makes him ignore armor and MR. And Targon, which makes his damage heal an ally. So Rise really can, you just keep putting more and more traits on the board, and Rise just gets more and more special.
Yeah, can you actually explain how that works? So we hear about how like you can kind of like make a spell with Rise, but what exactly do you do to actually put those combinations together? Is it really just unlocking those traits on your board?
Yeah, you just field the trait. So I really love Shurima Rise, which knocks up enemies and gives you gold. And that really creates like, okay, so a little tech here. Zaun gives you a dot, Shurima gives you knockup, Targon gives you healing, and Ionia makes it split again, hitting more units. And you can play like a really slow dot Rise with like 6 Juggernaut or 6 Defender, and that's a really fun build. I mean, good luck finding 6 Defender with all those other traits active. I'm assuming you have like 10 emblems for this.
That's fair. Flexible time.
Do you guys still have Trait Tracker in the game? With Rise, that sounds crazy.
I would have to check.
Okay.
He also has 268 Bilgewater Silver Serpents. Little pro tip, spend your Bilgewater Silver Serpents.
Oh my gosh, Tahm Kench is such a fun unit in this
Tahm Kench.
game.
He's my favorite unit. All-time favorite unit. Just feeding the Yordles to him.
Yeah, look at
such
the
great
shot.
feeling.
Okay, here we go. Health, attack speed. What else are you going to get, Frodan? Copy a
Restock.
Gangplank, maybe? Restock, Gangplank, great, ADAP.
We didn't want it. Health, no.
This Bilgewater shop is so beautiful. Our Vizd team did such a good job, and our engineering team getting it all set up. I it's mind-blowing. I love seeing the full realization of this black market.
It looks so smooth.
Yeah.
Like playing with Bilgewater, it felt like so intuitive to actually open the shop and be able to collect things. And so kind of like, is this the vision that you had in mind originally, or were there other iterations of this process to get to the Bilgewater shop that we have here in set 16?
Very early on, we knew like black market is just a cool sounding thing to say. Someone wanted to go into a dev drop and be like, there's a black market in this set. And there was a lot of concepts of like, well, do we put special items in? We ended up putting special items in. Do we put stats in? Do we put units in? How much is a Silver Serpent worth? And there was a lot of conversations around that. I'm really proud of Ryan Collins, the other main designer on set 16, and Mort, of course, Balanced God. The two of them really made Bilgewater something super special. I take no credit for this trait.
It's an amazing one. We also have another amazing champion, which is Aurelian Soul hitting the board on Targon. Can you kind of explain the scaling about him?
So anytime Aurelian Soul hits a champion with an ability, you're going to get Stardust. Stick with me here. At 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 150, 200, 300, 500, and 1,000-ish, you're going to get a new ability added to Aurelian Soul. So he starts with an explosion, and then a 2x AoE, and then a knock-up, and then a Meteor Storm, and he's a really super high-cap perma-stacking 7-cost champion.
It's so cool.
There's a lot of strategy in how long you play the other Targonians, because for every Targonian, you get more Stardust with Aurelian Soul. And so you're like, do I play this Aphelios? It's 40% more Stardust, but it's a 2-cost that gives me Sunder, and I'm playing an AP comp. That's a really cool conversation to have with yourself while you're playing.
Yeah, we heard this a lot with the regions, is that you actually want the players to be relatively flexible. You don't want them always chasing for the verticals. Can you kind of tell us about maybe the design philosophy there?
With 100 champions, we want you to play 100 champions.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you're only playing the same 7 Ionians every game, why do we put all this work in? And so we really took a step back and approached our vertical design very differently here. I think Void is a great example. So Void gives you mutations you can play on to units, and so it only makes the specific units you choose better. Void 2 gives you 1, Void 4 gives you 2, and Void 6 gives you a third one. You don't really need that third one necessarily. As long as you have one on your tank and one on your carry, maybe there's other things you can be doing besides Void 4. And that is implicit to the trait design. It's not really a balance thing. It's a concept of how the trait was made.
Got it. There's a lot of customization. Play what you hit. Flexibility.
Play what you hit in a set. Play what you hit.
Those are the words I love to hear from a designer. Let's go. Let's go. You know my preferences.
Wow. So Freljord 7, though, what's going to happen? I was going to say what would have happened, I guess, if Johnny could hit it, but we're never going to know. Looks very cool, though. I mean, we did see eventually the 2 arrows that you were talking about, so that was very cool to see.
I also just want to call out Annie here. Annie is a super flexible 5-cost as well. You put her on the board, and Tibbers appears on your bench. And so for 5 gold, you get a 5-cost carry and a 5-cost tank. Tibbers can be itemized in the set. Annie can be itemized.
Wow.
And when you 2-star them, they both become 2-star. And so now all of a sudden, you cap out way quicker than other players.
So you have to put Tibbers on the board, though.
Yeah, he takes up a team slot. He is a full unit in by all standards.
Can you put Tibbers in and not Annie?
Nope, you need Annie.
Okay. Oh. That makes sense.
What was really cool about Tibbers is I believe the bear actually provides you with an Arcanist +1, right?
Yes, they're both Arcanists, and so you can get +2 Arcanists just by buying Annie.
Whoa.
And Arcanist in this set gives your entire team AP. So even if you just want to use Tibbers as a tank and just Annie for burn, that's super great. You get AP, burn, and a tank for 5 gold. It's a good deal. Okay, look at this finish.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's just like the music video.
Yeah, it's so good.
I
They did
love
such
it.
a good job.
I know the next one that I'm buying immediately, but...
What's in the loot orb? What's in the box? 4 more emblems. Keep building rise spells.
But 2 defender emblems. It's such a high roll.
Yeah. There we go. That's that 6 defender rise board. I promise. I did not see this footage in advance.
I know. This is where we did get spoiled. All right. I mean, this is wild though, because at a certain point, like, I would probably get dizzy with kind of just the different combinations of things that you could even do here.
I think he's kind of a homework champion. I think you kind of take it, you look up on LOL chess like, okay, I know what he does. Let me start building Thompson Team Planner. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you have 7 emblems, You got to make it work.
Is there like a very memey composition, a combo with Rise that you would never suggest anyone to try hard with, but it's kind of fun?
So Ishtal, every 8 seconds, gives you a random effect from a different region.
Oh.
Right? And so Stall and Prey, where you just hope you just get a good combo. So you just play only Ishtal and a bunch of tanks, and you just close your eyes. You don't even watch combat.
The Copium
that.
Rise. I'm going to try that. That's
Yeah.
amazing. I don't know where I'm going. I'm going to let Julia take the wheel. Let's go. Let's go.
Freddy's kind of missing out on copies of Rise, though.
Rise is still a 7 cost. Even though you can get Rise pretty quickly by unlocking him, 2-starring him is still pretty hard.
How do the 7 cost pulls work?
Yes, so 7 costs are like Lux from set 2. They are just 5 costs that cost a little extra to show how extra powerful they are. But they use 5 cost bag sizes, 5 cost pools. They are 5 costs in every sense. If you use an augment says get a random 5 cost, it might give you a 7 cost. They are 5 costs in every way except how much they cost in their power budget.
Ooh, oh, and we kept the top 4.
Yes, this is our evergreen top 4.
Yes.
Top 4 is a
Yay.
permanent addition to TFT. It was so great in set 15, we had to keep it.
Oh my gosh, it looks even better in set 16. What a cool thing.
It's so great to be celebrating like player successes like that. I'm so glad we added it.
I have a question about 3-star 7 costs.
Yeah.
Because you're saying it sounds possible. How powerful does that look?
I mean, 3-star 5 costs already instantly win you the game, so I can assure you that 3-star 7 costs will also instantly win you the game.
But it must look cooler, right?
They look pretty cool. Yeah, there are 24 Easter eggs. If you get 3 stars of all the champions, we made them all. We did it.
Oh, I can't. I'm gonna have to find them or find someone else that is as powerful enough to. But what is Aegis of Dusk?
So yes, there is Aegis of Dusk and another artifact called Aegis of Dawn. Aegis of Dusk steals MR from enemies, and Aegis of Dawn steals armor. And when you put them together, they speed up. They both start stealing faster. And so if you get one early, you might think like, maybe I should try to find an Orn so I can just hope I can get this other one. Or maybe I pick another artifact augment later that I otherwise wouldn't have picked.
Wow, cool.
A really fun combo.
And I heard Orn just prints out artifacts, right?
Orn is back. He's printing artifacts every 4 rounds. They are permanent. You can keep them. If you get them on 3-5, you're winning stage 6.
All right, we got a Kindred as another 5 cost that I'm So Fresh picked up for his board. What's Kindred doing?
Kindred will prevent your allies from dying and doubles her raw attack speed. So if she has 5.0 attack speed, she'll get 10.0 attack speed. Every 3rd attack, she also sends Wolf out, who deals a percentage of enemy health, and so she's a great tank buster. She's super valuable. The healing, the preventing death and the healing are both really great for keeping your backlines. We were talking about Fizz. It's Kindred. Bring in your Kindred, and you can protect against Fizz.
Oh, that's a great answer there. Just looking at this fight going on, can you kind of walk us through who you think is going to win this eventually?
I would love to see the progress on unlocking Nasus, because Solo is losing fights here.
Yeah.
And that's on purpose, because if he loses 4 fights in a row, he's going to get Nasus, and that wins the game instantly.
Oh, okay.
So that'd be pretty great.
So at most, he's only 3 losses away. That's...
I mean, he's got 21 health. So I'm very curious how far he is along. Otherwise, I have to look at their boards. Let's see what they have here. I mean, he's got a lot of 5 costs. He's got Xerath. He's got Mel. Like, it's pretty high cap. Now, I'm So Fresh has a Garen and a Lux. He could, and a Jarvan. He could sell all 3 and pivot into Sylas here.
Ooh,
That would be so cool.
You have to sell them?
You have to sell a 2-star Garen, 2-star Lux, and a 2-star Jarvan to get a Sylas. But
What does
Sylas
he
is
do?
so strong. He will either cast the Lux ult, the beam, the Garen ult, or the Jarvan ult, the slam, whichever is based on context. So if he sees a big stun, he'll jump in, stun them all. If he can kill the enemy carry, he'll Garen ult them. If he can get a good shot and line up like 7 enemies, he'll Lux ult. And he's so smart.
Auto detection on the AoE. We see I'm So Fresh actually checking the Nasus counter there. Is that something you can do to see the progress?
Yep, you can scout other players anytime, and you can see their unlock quest progress. Also, of course, you can always scout them and just see what champions they have on your board.
True.
Once you know the unlock conditions, you can kind of intuit what people are going for pretty quickly. That's another loss, and he's still alive.
Ooh, can
Come
Solo
on,
get
Come on,
it?
Nasus.
Come on.
Come on.
I mean, this is great content.
Oh,
No
wait.
Nasus in shop.
There's
Oh.
at least a Xerath.
No, I mean, yeah, he still could go for Xerath too.
I wonder if that's even stronger than what he has, but
He's got a lot of good stuff on this
it
board.
doesn't seem like it.
Oh, there's Xerath too.
Oh, wait. Okay.
It's just, yeah, I mean, sell whatever here. Go, send it.
All right, positioning time. Is there anything you can do here? Is there fancy tricks?
Yeah, honestly, like the fights looked kind of close. Like it was just like 1 or 2 units.
Our balance team and our finalization team have been working real hard to make the set as good as it possibly could be. We are hoping fight pacing is clean this time around. All right, 1,500 magic damage from that Xerath. Let's see it. Come on, get that mana bar going.
Here comes the
Couple more
blast.
attacks.
Pew, pew, pew. Is it enough?
Is it enough? Oh, the Aatrox revives.
Oh.
Wow.
What a great
finish.
game. That was so fun. Oh my God.
Wow, we were 1 round away from seeing the Ascension, right?
Yeah.
That would have been so cool, but I feel like we got a chance to see a lot of amazing 5 costs. We saw some of the 7 costs in action and also a lot of those traits. And I'm so glad we got a chance to see the rise coming out from Frodan as well. Julian, I know this has been a long project in the making. How has it been for you to like finally see players try it out, see a show match, and just be able to be here and like share in Lore and Legends with everybody?
There's nothing more exciting as a game designer than seeing people play your game and get excited, right? That's we live for this. Everyone at Riot works so hard to make these sets, and I'm just so glad that players are excited about the set. I keep seeing people tweet out like, Lore and Legends Challenger, Lore and Legends World's Master, here we go, this is my set. And there's a lot of champions in this set, so I think there's plenty of space for everybody this time around.
Best set ever. That's
We'll see.
I'm here for that. I'm here for
see.
the absolute cinema, absolutely. But Julian, thank you so much for joining us for the show match and to be able to share with us your insights on Lore and Legends.
Thank you for having me.
We are so happy that we can have you in person, and we're looking forward to continuing our competition here at the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum. For that, we are going to get some words from our remaining EMEA player, the only one that's going to be playing for both the Americas and the EMEA hopes. So let's hear what Tomino has to say with Panda.
We started off with 16 players, and now we are down to just 1. The hopes and dreams of the West lie on one man's shoulders to lift this Tactician's Crown at the end of today's grand finals. Tomino, how's it been playing Alicante? Have you been energized by the rest of the players, by the crowd here?
Yeah, playing in person in Alicante has been very fun. Meeting all the other players, and yeah, I really like all of them. And it's sad that they didn't make it here.
You had a very unique game plan compared to the rest of the field in this grand finals. You played more reroll than anyone. Almost half of your games were reroll. Is that part of the game plan still today for day 3?
I mean, I definitely try to play the same. And then if or when I reach checkmate, then it's probably time to start changing it up a little bit.
And you have to change up a lot because you have not yet won a tournament in your career. Do you feel like today is a day to break that curse?
I mean, I will try to win.
That's as much confidence as we'll hear from Tomino. Let's hope a big win, Tomino, from you and the West. We're all relying on your performance today. The grand finals begin here.
Well, that wasn't a lot of pressure at all to put onto Tomino for this grand finals. But in all seriousness, making it to this stage is such an accomplishment for all of our players. Hope, welcome back to the broadcast. I know taking a look at this final lobby, it's going to be a very hard-fought day. I think it's either going to finish in 4 or it's going to finish in 8. There's no in-between here.
Yeah, 100%. We had 7 games last Tactician Crown, the longest one, and now with the possibility of going for that 8th, that of course, it could be happy because that's the maximum possibility. For Tomino, once again, now in the middle, and as Panda asked, if you're going to win your first tournament, do it high. Do it right here. Do it in the Tactician Crown.
I honestly thought Panda was an APAC agent when he asked that. You know, he's trying to bring the morale down. Today's going to be a really, really special fight. There's only Tomino in the venue. And as we talked about APAC, there's 6 APAC players up against only 1 from CN and 1 from EMEA, as we see on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really tough road as well. But I think what's really stark about this particular Grand Finals lobby is that 6 of these players have never been to a Tactician's Crown prior to this one. So in their debut, they make it into the top 8, and it's only YBY1 and Ironbog that come in with previous experience at multiple Tactician's Crowns. They're really going to be like the players to beat here.
Yeah, the 100% the players to be here. Clement, you will say so much about them, but I want to focus quickly on the other players. Without you, for example, I was talking to players within the venue, and they were like, okay, I didn't know without you. I play against him. What a beast. I mean, and the respect that this kind of players coming into Tactician Crown for the first time and getting that respect and that possibility, this is not luck. This is huge level of play, and they have made it happen.
Yeah, I think the new players coming to the field are just absolutely amazing. Seoul from Korea is just, he's the youngest player in the field right now. He only had 2 prior cup experiences, making it all the way to the finals. This is the new rising star of Korean Tier 2.
And he's also super new to competitive. He only started playing in Magic and Mayhem. And so I think it's really great to see Seoul come up as one of the new generation of TFT player. And also from Korea, Songyup, who started playing a lot earlier than that in Reckoning, but this is also his first Tactician's Crown. And just, I think the 2 of them come in with a very unique take on the meta as well.
Yeah, for Sanjo, 4 times in regionals, and now having the possibility of being Tactician Crown, going all the way now for day 3, I mean, it's huge also for him. And for Korea, once again, a possibility of taking another crown.
He is no stranger to the big stage. His biggest tournament win was in the Asian finals, where he beat out Tidal and Hwan Mie to take first place. So, you know, I think a lot of Korean fans are actually hyping him up. They say he's a completely different beast. He's a very top 4 player in groups, but a killer when it comes to checkmate.
And he had so much compositional variety. I actually think he played some of the widest number of compositions in the entire field. He also comes into today with a 25% win rate, which will be very important for the actual checkmate format. As a reminder, players will need to hit a certain number of points. Our threshold is 20, and then after that, they need to get a first place in order to win the entire tournament. And I think it's just stellar. Like Songyup and Seoul, I think they both had incredible consistency, making it to level 9, and then just winning games from there.
And being creative, right? I mean, for Sanjob, having the possibility of playing Karma Sork, sometimes getting a first in that Wonder in Trainer game. For Seoul, also the possibility of playing something different. We saw the Braun for Life. We're seeing so many comps that are niche that we didn't expect to see in Tactician Crown, making a first, making a second, and that's the aura level, right? That's the difference you need to have to not only take a 6 with a different comp, but they're taking first, second with something that everyone else was not prepared for.
Yeah, and then I think we have to take a look at one of, and actually the only player remaining from China, Weimu Lo, who is coming in from the JOC, so a bit of a different tournament format from our tournament TOC players, but this is also his very first Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, Weimu Locho's story is just incredible. I think I first started to pay attention to this player because of the name. It's a very poetic name. It means curtain fall in autumn, which is just like, wow, that's, you know, different levels. And he is also one of the newest faces. This is actually his first JOC competition. He comes from the mobile circuit, no prior experience whatsoever. But as the biggest circuit on the planet for TFT players in the JOC, they always have emerging talent. And I think that's just such an amazing testament to their scene, the depth, and their history, that they have just another new, just mobile player showing out of nowhere and claiming the top points in the group stage.
And there's like a meta within the mobile players or within CN as a region as a whole, that is the Kyle reroll. And he played it and got first. So actually having that possibility, we have seen it so much. Here also Tomino likes to play it also in that reroll line. But he can play legendaries, he's capable of playing, he played B by, not with good results, but he's capable of going for that hero augments also, they giving the chair Mundo. So once again, a versatile player that is not afraid to play what he believes is comfort zone.
25% first place rate though for Weimu Lo, and a lot of it with the Fast 9 with Bastions and Juggernaut legendaries. Another set of APAC players though I want to turn attention to, Terry, the APAC winner of the APAC Regional Finals. Started a long time ago, playing competitively since 2021, but this is also his very first Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, I assign a single word to each APAC player to kind of help everyone remember. And Terry, the word for me is grit. This is the first player in our study group to go out of the region. He wanted to study with the CN players. He started scrimming with them proactively, always had a lead on the meta, and he started really quite low. He was not immediately a success on the scene. He had to go from set 9, set 8, and he was usually considered a tier 2 player. But these couple of sets, his rise has been just something to behold. A very, very steady top 4 player that can turn it on.
Yeah, I think for Terry, if we at Americas, we can think of it. I think I'll get a note from you, Clement, about like Robinson. Top 4
Yes.
players playing full for Fast 8 comp. He played 3 Star Guardian games. He played 3 Karma Sword games. He was the only one who played this comp so few with good results. So this is a player that is just pumping Fast 8, trying to punish the lobby, the ones that are going for that reroll, like cap line in the end or going for the Fast 9, and he's getting great results with it.
He was the points leader in day 1. So on day 2, he was just going for, I don't need to win anymore, I'll take top 4 compositions. The problem is, can you actually turn it on in checkmate?
Yeah.
You need that first place. That's going to be the big question to all of our top 4 oriented players.
And without you, I feel like that is a part of the game plan through and through, but also Fast 9 in the mix. Almost no reroll compositions coming out from without you from this particular tournament, and I think that is going to really play a role here. Either going to help you out, do you a lot of favors to get you a lot of points early, and also be able to close out in the checkmate format, or you're going to go 8th.
Also playing the dramatic comps, the crew. We've seen it with different positions, and without you took a first. With crew, we know you have to reroll, you have to get a little lucky.
That was the only one he rerolled, by the way.
Then you have to find the Twisted Fate. It's not easy. And I mean, you have to take that risk, and on checkmate format, that's exactly what you want to do.
For me, without you represent brains. He is the smartest guy in the study groups. He's very mathematically inclined. And a large reason that people don't know about him is this is actually his first set where he's going full time. He's actually competing the full way, and he's starting to stream. So if you want to send him some love, you can go find his Twitch.
The last 2 players we definitely need to talk about before getting into this game are our own APAC juggernauts, Ironbog and YBY1. Now, as we said, both of them come in with multiple Tactician's Crown appearances prior to this, but it isn't just that. They both come in contesting each other for the best KO Coliseum set across the board from the TFT Pro Circuit. These two are heads and shoulders above a lot of the competition that we have here.
I want to say, I feel like Ironbog is inevitable. Since he started playing, he's won half of the regionals and TPC events that he's participated in. He literally wins or he doesn't. And if you think about what happened in day 2, it's crazy. He has so far 46% first place rate. He needed exactly 16 points plus tiebreaker to make it into the finals, and he hit both of those conditions. So it just feels like there's an aura to him. There's a protagonist buff that's unstoppable.
Yeah, it's like Destiny is going for Ironbog in favor fully. I mean, he's one of the players that you love to watch, right? Playing so amazing and now being a full favorite here to win it all. And for me, the most favorite for all the regions and from everyone has to be YBY1. This player is just so huge. Number 1 in NA ladder whenever he wanted to. Going there, people are learning from him. Some of these players that are here are fans of YBY1 and are also rooting for him together with Tomino. And for YBY, I mean, it's amazing, Clement. Third place, and then 9th place. Whenever he touches Tactician Crown, the probability of getting high is so huge, and he's due to getting a crown.
Or is it just multiples of 3? He could go 3rd or 6th in this lobby.
How about 1, you know?
Maybe he can finally break that curse of triplets, you know? It's entirely possible, but I think we really do need to give YBY1 a lot of credit, especially taking a look at some of the games that he played. He was the only player in this final lobby that even tried to go for Drift Duo Senna Lucian, which is just a very unusual composition and not one that a lot of players thought would be good in this tournament.
He's the only player out of the entire field that actually has success playing a majority Fast 9 composition diet. That thing is just incredible, and a lot of the players, the co-streamers that were watching him, just marvel at how good he is mechanically. He's putting items in between power-ups, he's rolling down very fast, he can stabilize on 15, 20 gold on level 9 compared to most other players. So he For me, the word I assign him is Maestro. He is mechanically the cleanest out of the field, and I think has the highest cap, even beyond Ironbog.
You mentioned the Fast 9, and it's cool that the comparison within and versus for Without You, for example, Without You is playing Varus, is playing with good results. Ironbog, YBY is just prepping with Juggernaut, and with Bastion, we know Bastion is the preferred line, but he's flexing. He's just using whatever the game gives him. Sometimes the Seraphine, sometimes we don't see it, and just going for the best result possible in the end game.
And YBY1 comes into the final day with the highest first place rate from days 1 and 2 of competition. 33.33% is pretty darn high. That is a third of his game.
That's a lot of threes.
That is a lot of threes, I'm saying. It's the story of threes here. But it is going to be game number 1 of our final day of the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown. We will see Lee Sin as our encounter for this first game. And let's see what is in store for our players in terms of augments and where this game will go.
We're finally arriving here. This is a whole set of blood, sweat, and tears. We had the TPC events that all of these players had to go through, and now it comes down to one final day to see who gets remembered.
Once again here, starting with Without You, APAC representative, well, 6 of them, so we will see, we will hear a lot of APAC throughout the tournament. As we mentioned before, first time coming here and finding immediately this Nafiri 2-star that is the best early game you can ever have or you can ever request to have.
Yeah, it's so flexible with items. I also see a lot of people play double trouble with 2 Nafiris, and you just give the items to the Darius. But of course, this game, it will be Prismatic Prelude. So what I'm expecting is a lot more Econ and maybe Fast 9 lines.
But look at this Crystal Gambit setup that we will see from Weimu Lochol. Just being able to have that Vi already, you just need to find something else.
Yeah, the Syndra. Normally she's a little shy. Yesterday we remember
Yeah,
Shaco trying to go for that Syndra and didn't manage to find it. YBY right now having 2 in the front. Just trying to look for some angle here. Going to talk a little bit about the comps. Also Yuumi, we saw it. Only few players are going for that comp, but it's working out. People that actually go for it are having good results. Not the premium comp, but very good, at least for the start of the game, to get a top 4.
YBY is the only one to actually win on Yuumi because he hit Yuumi 3-star before Leona.
Oh
so,
my goodness.
It's possible. He's very lucky with the comp.
So he got Yuumi 3 and he had Twisted Fate 3.
Yes,
Whoa.
that was the same
Whoa.
person. It's also happened for Sanyap. Sanyap also hit a Lee Sin 3 and a Set 3 in yesterday's games.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a wild ride here at the Tactician's Crown from some of our APAC players. But as we get that first augment, we'll get an update on exactly what players have selected.
A level up for Without You, already going for that fast 9 line.
With YBY going on that line as well. So big thing about these Fast 9 lines is you don't really want to end up on the same line. You know, if I'm going Bastions, I hope you're going Juggernaut. So it's going to be crucial to see what their item slams are going to be.
Yeah, for YBY, obviously slamming here the Juke Gauntlet. He's telling, hey, I want to go for the Seraphine line. I want to go with Bastion. Yeah. And this is good because Without You actually likes to play more the Varus line that is a little more flexible. You can go into it by playing Jinx sometimes and then just tempo it. Normally it's with Bastion also, but you can flex also with Juggernaut.
And we can talk about the different styles of these players. Terry is known as a bruiser. He's going to come in, try to get win streak. Of course, he kind of lucked into this one. This is Prismatic Destiny. So he's going to go quality over quantity, and we have seen this a lot in the Soul Fighter line.
Yeah, Soul Fighter line that we haven't seen it that much, but when we see it, it has taken good placement. Obviously, a full tempo line. You want to have a good early game, punish the lobby, punish the Fast 9 players, and now Weimu already with the 3 crystal early, trying to pressure or at least lose these few rounds, go for the immediate double up, and then just try to cash out amazing and some possibilities here. Do you think, normally the Crystal Ash is not like the preferred comp, but I think with 2 players going for that Fast 9 possibilities, I think going for the Ash here is better.
Yeah, this is a very cool line because he's playing 9 lives. It's been a while since we've actually seen this, but it's one of the actually premier crystal lines to go for. He already has the crystal in, as you mentioned, and the cash outs are going to be really important. I think the standard way to play this is still to 3 loss streak, get the econ early, and the big question is when does he start to roll down?
Yeah, for people coming into TFT to watch the finals that are not maybe accustomed to it, you see now, as you mentioned, 9 lives, so he's already at 7. So that will be one, each time he loses, he will lose one of those lives. So it will not be like the rest that has 96 or everything. So he still has 7 rounds that he's capable of losing, and getting that additional bounty every round is just so huge. Normally, when you're at 3 lives, you're already very strong.
Yeah, and the reason this is so good with Crystal Ash is because your life is so low, you will always be able to get Ash from the carousel if you want it.
We see Static Shift there coming up as an artifact. Ironbog already with the Radiant Giant Slayer. Ironbog, once again, one of the favorites here, the Aura element fully in place for him. Going for that, obviously, quality over quantity. And for now, just trying to go for, I mean, as tempo as possible, right? As strong as possible for now. Getting items on whatever 2-star he has for now is the Aatrox.
Yeah, it does feel like the high hand for Terry right here, as he also got some extra gold with his quality over quantity. But I think both of these players tend to go for very similar game plans in their Fast 9 route, is that they want to be win streaking into the Fast 9. This is what we saw from Ironbog in both of his comeback games, like very, very big win streaks. And what he likes to go for in the Fast 9 is actually going for the legendary Varus line. Weimo Locho going to be the first one, and he's already got the Udyr with the bow, so most likely going for that crystal line like you were talking about.
Okay, Sanjo, we're seeing also going for some economy here with the Mogul's Mail. So just trying to temper it out, probably with the Shadow Clone there on the Syndra, 2 Syndras there on board. And this could be trouble for YBY. Sanjo maybe going also for that Fast 9 into Karma line, into Seraphine line. But also with some possibilities. Finds the Malzahar early, also a chance.
And looking across the board, we have 3 dedicated loss streakers. They're just not going to be putting any pressure. We're going to have to pay close attention to how their streaks end up. All 3 of them, I assume, want a full loss streak for the maximum econ. There's 2 level up players. And of course, there is that 9 lives player. And for the rest of them, it's actually very high tempo. We get extra items coming in from Senyap, Terry, and Ironbog, both Hong Kong players, going for quality over quantity. And then we have Tamino on his preferred line, the rerolls.
Nice. Nice for Tomato, already having that Static Shift to pressure the lobby in a significant way. Not having enough tankiness here. So I think he's taking the loss here, taking the loss against Terry. So for now, only Ironbog and Sanjob, the one maintaining win streak, and obviously going for that tempo possibility and pressure the rest of the players.
Yeah, Tamino's already setting himself for a line that I think Ironbog fans are going to be very familiar with, and that is the Kog'Maw line. It works well with a lot of different artifacts. Static Shiv definitely going to be one of the better ones coming into it. Does kind of overlap on the Magic Shred, but it's a lot of damage with attack speed scaling. Now, one board we haven't seen so far is the Soul board. I think he is the most flexible player we've seen this tournament.
Finding a Lerly Leona here, just playing the Winsus, and many possibilities. We already know. Could play around their Jinx, could go Fast 9 also, prioritizing Twisted Fate. So, I mean, just playing tempo, and we saw him. He was the player who played the Bronfons live yesterday, a player that is willing to be flexible, as you mentioned, Clement, and just try to go for whatever the game gives him.
Yep. Now we have YBY's one's board. He's obviously angling for that Bastion Legendaries, has all the items for Seraphine built up, done already. It's just about his streak control and how much econ he can get from the early stages. Meanwhile, Sanyap is going to pick up this 5-win streak, the only player to do so.
As for him, lose streak, we see Tomino and Weimo, so both of them will try to ramp up here. Of course, Tomino going for that reroll line, so it's perfect to do lose streak. He can even lose the next one and then try to pop off at 3-5. Or maybe wait for the 4-1. Normally it's too much. You lose too many health. Finding already one Kog'Maw. It will depend. Maybe if you get natural Kog'Maw, you start pushing a little more and go for that level 7 a little earlier maybe and try to push and get a good front line in.
Yeah, I already feel it, but this is going to be so high cap of a lobby. You know, you have 3 Fast 9 players. It's only Prismatic Prelude, so there's a chance for forward thinking on 3-2.
Okay.
And that would be insane for a lot of our level up players. There's just so much gold injection going into it. I'm really curious to see what the next augment is going to be. That's really going to decide the pacing of this game.
Smolder is found here for Without You. And interesting that Waymo is actually losing. Normally, you wait a little, you try to win. He decides to go full lose streak with the 9 life and going for that threshold that we mentioned, 3 lives, will be when he starts to get, I believe, the Radiant, and then try to push with a lot of gold, additional resources in general, and will start to pressure the lobby maybe in 1 or 2 rounds.
Yep, still looking to cash out, but he is angling towards potential re-rolling lines with that Darius and Malzahar on his board. So he's keeping his options open, hasn't slammed the Krakens as we were imagining. And good news for Tamino. Tamino did find that Kog'Maw. Took Ironbog nearly to 3-6 to find his first one, but Tamino's getting ahead early.
Yep. Immediately here for him. Waiting, starts to win. So Tomino was with the lost streak, starts to win now. So maybe we'll try to pressure a little more. He cannot roll right now. We know he will roll at level 7. So it will be waiting time here for Tomino. Maybe he wanted to lose one more. But, I mean, this is fine. He needs to start tempoing out the comp from now on.
Oh, and it is going to be gold. Gold does provide you with a lot of income injection for our Fast 9 players if they need it.
Crimea River. Gets the Kobuko interesting for tempo right now. 2 heavyweight in. Just trying to maintain. Maybe trying to kill some units here.
Oh, it's just he found the he got the Zyra from catch out. Sorry.
Okay, trying to find here the no, already found the right. So yes, perfect. Trying to find the Janna 2 just to stabilize. From now on, he wants to keep winning or to start to win. And already finding Janna Veteran, finding the Rise. This is perfect setup. The Kobuko too, that sometimes is shy. Yesterday, we saw him almost 1-star always. Not having a pair, of course, waiting so far. And then he will be, there it is, Janna 2.
Yeah, we're going to start to see the win streak. If you're committing to Janna reroll, you really need stage 3 to go insanely well for you here. So, you know, it's kind of turned the corner. And he also got the lucky Kobuko too from the cash out.
Ideally, full win streak, as you mentioned, on stage 3. Try to pressure as full as he can. And for now, once again, the people on the bottom have a good plan here, Clement. They will start to pressure, especially late stage 3 or now. And YBY now doing a little transition. As, remember, we already know the plan. This is full tempo, having a possibility to go to a level 9, finds a second economy augment here. And he's just thinking about that fast 9 as soon as possible. The normal threshold is 5-1, but with double economy, I mean, he can do it a lot sooner.
Without You, much like YBY1, who is also on level up, also picking up another econ augment in the explosive growth. I think he's going to be angling more
They're
towards
like,
Juggernaut.
you want economy, you get economy. Immediately.
Everyone gets it. So at least they're keeping themselves apart, you know. It's one Juggernaut, one Bastion legendaries.
Okay, Tomino for now wins again with not the best board right now. Shen2 helping, finding the Leona just to get that 4 Bastion in with a good unit. Now up against Tanjop, who has that Shadow Clone, Super Syndra, double Gamblers, generating so much gold. And as you mentioned in the start, this will be a highly capped lobby right now. Tomino keeps the win streak. And now the question, does he wants to maintain it, sacrifice gold and economy to just pressure stage 3-5, or wait the usual way, go to 4-1, and then roll, I mean, above 50 with more tranquility?
Oh, a couple of big finds here for our players. There is going to be a Leona, 2 Bastion legendary players angling for that.
There's an Ashe also. Ashe. Yeah, very important for those Crystal Gambit players, especially Without You. He decided not to go for it, goes for the sword.
You can see Tamino, he already has Raid Boss, but YBY1 beats him to the punch, takes away the Leona. And Tamino, being a very emotive player, I like how he's the only one in the venue here, but he's keeping his spirits up, you know? Nice. He's giving the thumbs up to YBY.
Sure. Okay, the Ashe goes to Ironbog, that we know probably will not play it. He's playing quality over quantity. Normally, you have so many items. I mean, it could be, right? You have so many items that maybe you can do it for tempo. I mean, no, it just doesn't make sense at the end, having so many units and then just going for quality over quantity.
Oh, and we have take a look at Terry's board here. I'm guessing Soul Fighters is the most likely line with quality over quantity. And if I'm looking across the board, I have to say Sanyap is probably in the best position here, right?
Yep.
91 HP, double item
good.
econs.
Casante 2 there for Ironbog. Uses the Ash for now, just trying to get a little economy in.
Yeah.
Maybe 30, 60.
It's a very interesting play from Ironbog. He's going for a stage 4 double down. He's at 90 HP, so he can definitely afford to do this. And as we've been saying, this is probably like 4 players going for Fast 9 so far. You know, both level ups, Sanyap, and of course Ironbog. So, you know, Braum is going to be the most contested carry across the board. I think we're going to have to pay close attention to that one.
Yeah, Terry.
And I would say overall that Tamino did his job. The reroll player making sure that the Fast 9 players don't get away with too much HP. At least he's kept his win streak intact there. However, for Waymo Locho, kind of the same as well, getting the Janna too. So there's still hope for the reroll players, but definitely I think Sanyap and Ironbog might be running away with this one, given the HP totals they have.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried about players like Without You, who have been on loss streaks. And is also sitting at level 7. I know that he ended up taking something like Explosive Growth, but is that really more of a band-aid to the problem rather than an actual solution?
It's a risk, right? It's the commitment. The commitment of going to, for that fast line and getting as early as possible, but both of them getting that economy will be actually, I mean, a good contest, right? Whoever gets there first will have the priority.
Oh, second artifact for Tamino. Can he rip something for the Kog'Maw?
I'm like waiting to see what it is.
Yeah, we've seen yesterday from Ironbog's game, he was able to get Flicker Blade, Zanyas. There's a lot of good options, even Lichbane.
Good options once again, as you mentioned. He's trying to go for something good here. And, I mean, for me, it's amazing that he maintained the win streak, and now is the moment where he will roll.
Just checking his components before he rips his artifact.
Value rolling now. I mean, he hit what he wanted. He got the natural Kog'Maw right now, so doesn't need to roll. Maybe find the Swain 2 a little better. Rolling for Swain, rolling for Xin Sao also.
Yep, gets 6 Bastion in and does find something relatively good, Lichbane, as we were mentioning.
Do you like Lichbane, Static, and Shojin as a combination together?
Yeah, pretty good. Lichbane in general, if you already have something to cast, is the preferred second artifact that you can have. So I think good options here. Looking very good, the Kog'Maw.
Meanwhile, Without You is transitioning with his Smolder too. It's actually a pretty good find.
Yeah. It's the volley
Last
also.
augment.
Ooh, it's going to be Prismatic as the final one.
Sponging. Favorite augment from Clement, no?
It's so strong on Juggernauts, and he hits the early Braum. That's what we were looking for.
Has the Varus and the Seraphine, but I wonder if he's going to end up playing either of those options when the Luchador is active.
He likes the Varus, and maybe the only one who likes the Varus and decides to keep one. There's the Twisted Fate, obviously more priority. Doesn't have items for the Seraphine, decides to sell it.
This front line's still looking kind of tough.
Yeah, he is lacking a little bit of items compared to the rest of the players, so I think sponging just works perfectly in that spot. Oh, look at Tomino's Kog'Maw. Wow, that's a scary Cog.
Wow.
Wow, with the Radiant Shojin as well from Radiant Refractor, that's crazy.
Beautiful for him. Also double front line, the Shen and now the Swain. And looking good. Waymu drops down to 2 lives, so we'll have an additional bounty here. Looks dangerous, but actually now is when he keeps getting stronger and stronger. Needs to find that final Janna.
Also having the big roll down from Ironbog here. Oh, looks like he's going for the Varus line. This is one of his best lines so far in the tournament, averaging 3.0 AVP. But the main star of the show has not appeared.
Jinx 2, very good for now. Trying to find that Casante, a good front line. Front line lacking, right? Damage is pretty decent, especially with the Radiance.
Yeah, I should correct myself. This is more of a Star Guardian line for sure.
I mean, the Varus will get in sometime. So Tomino now the 1-8 win streak for him. Looking good. Legendary start to appear.
Lee Sin is the one I'm looking at for Without You. He is going to be the Soul Juggernaut player, I believe. And Soul just snatches that up. Good access on the denial. It's a relatively calm legendary situation.
Yeah. The calm before the storm. And Waymu that already found the Janna. So he will pressure right now. He had to find it maybe a little before. And now we're very close to see that fast 9 from the 2 players. Soul first.
All right, 250 gold cash out. Going to be contesting on the legendary Bastion line, I believe.
Ooh, Pharaoh Brown. Still 50 gold.
I'm surprised he didn't want the Seraphine.
Yeah, no items also. I think the only one is YBY. Seraphine will be a huge hit right now. But not having the items, not the priority for now.
The Radiant Sterex is actually going to go with the Juggernaut line, so contesting Without You on the same direction. And this is something so cool about Soul is in his previous 2 games, he's actually used Yone as his main carry. A 5 cost that is generally looked down upon.
Wow.
Down to 1 life. He needs to stabilize. We need to see his roll. That's Braum 2. Whoa.
No Ashprio. Needs to find TF2.
2 big legendary hits here. Can he find the 3rd?
Wow. No Twisted Fate 2, so Lee Sin is the one who will have to do the heavy lifting here. Sanjop looking strong right now. Leona, maybe not the best item here for Gwen. Can make a switch. Maybe the Gwen can be the holder for Seraphine, but I think, there it is, Seraphine 2 also, with good items.
But look at the Braum positioning here. Braum already in front of the Seraphine. He's going to get a throwaway without use. Assassin Braum. Is it enough, though? The front line is still there for Sanyup.
And it happened. Everyone is just so strong right now. The rerollers were not able to punish. YBY 20 HP. So I mean danger zone, but still to life. It's not like final life. So they have a chance to keep going. Sanjop also 21 and looking strong.
Yeah, all 4 of the Fast 9 players right now are between 5th and 7th. So Tomino did his job. There's a lot of pressure on these boards. We also have Waymu Locho. He still should have a Radiant cash out. It's going to be a very dangerous Janna. For both YBY and Without You, the real problem is can they find the Braum too? That's going to be the missing carry. So contested in this lobby. Also needs Seraphine as well.
Gets the pair. Already 5 Seraphines out of the pool. Only pair of Zaira, pair of Seraphine, pair of... Everything paired. Even the Leona. Even the Shen.
He really needs one of
And
these
now
carries.
the Twisted Fate.
Oh no. Tamino 3-star triple combat augment. Here to keep it in for the West.
Barry with the Soul Fighter. Trying to hold on. Front line, both front to back.
Ooh.
There's the Ascension. Yeah, and for Tomino, this is great. Finding the Kog'Maw, maybe on spot, 5-1. He maintained tempo in the latest game, and now 11 win streak. Perfect spot for him.
3 players on 1 life. Sanyap, YBY, and Soul. Expect 2 of them to be going out this round. Can YBY find his carries?
Terrible for YBY. Only find the upgrade of the Leona, and the carries are not there. There's no damage. I mean, the items are good. The front line is decent when we see the Leona, also with the Brown, but there's no damage. No 2 stars in the back.
Yeah, Sanyap's positioning was just so much stronger. Had the HP
Yep.
lead, found the Seraphine earlier as well. Now Soul with the Juggernaut legendaries. Let's see where this Lee Sin kick is going to go. Doesn't find the Seraphine.
Oh, turns out and eliminates the Twisted Fate there. Maybe a chance here for YBY. But the listing is just too huge. Radiant Sterax. Access to backline, and YBY is out.
Wow. What we hyped up as our tournament favorite. Is the only one out as well. Like, he had a lot of econ this game to work with, but I think Sanyap just had a much stronger position, going from win streak, fast 9.
Yeah, I mean, double economy augments, additional pump with the win streak as you mentioned. And YBY did what he could. Double economy also. Then going for combat with the overflow belt just wasn't enough.
And this is an interesting one from Ironbog. The Prismatic, you need to get everyone in the front row to get the stat bonuses. So no one in between. It's going to be hard to run a bruiser carry in this situation.
On the left, Soul going up against Tomino. Looking very, very strong. Twisted Fate 1 is the only carry. And Weimu looking very, very big here against Ironbog. Ironbog is out. Weimu winning with the 9 life. And Tomino taking also the win on the left.
I think Soul dropped as well. All right, so this is going to be a very interesting lobby because we have our front runners, YBY and Ironbog, going out 7-8.
Tomino looking great. Without you also being the one with the preferred fast 9 line. And Terry just playing tempo with Soul Fighter. Great to see.
Yeah, I think we had both of our, more fast 8-oriented players, Terry and Sanyap, showing up really nicely in this lobby. I love the Gwen pickup from Sanyap.
Yep.
That's something you don't really see players go for.
Goes well in the comp, especially when you have the Swain, that additional sword for everyone, a little AP. But yeah, it's not the pick that we normally see.
Very good unit to carry the Shred with. Now without you, looks like he's on the chopping block. Soul, his competitor, has already fallen down, but he has not been able to find the Braum or the Lee Sin. Major carries missing on his board. Who does he run into?
Okay, Sanjo gets a goal. And it's without you against the veteran Janna. No access to backline. So without you, out. Goes in 6th place, 5th place. And still with the possibility here for Soundjob to hold up 10 life, 10 HP.
Should be good, right?
Yeah.
But this is Raid Boss Swain. He has so many extra HP and
Oh,
armor
the Swain,
resistances.
in the back.
Is Swain gonna clear? No way!
Wow.
Wow!
Stays alive with 1 HP, and without you, already confirmed here on 5th. Weimu still 2 life, and remember, this is the 9 life player, so has more possibilities there to stay alive.
The only Fast 9 player alive out in the board right here. And, you know, what a field day for our rerollers. Tamino doing such a good job just hitting that Radiant Refractor, triple combat, going a completely different route, but finding his footing. And Weimu Luoqiu, nobody's been able to take that second life off of him either.
Sangyok, Tomino now. Once again, front to back from Tomino. And the Seraphine that wants to go to that back line. First ult, goes to the center.
Should hit Kog'Maw now.
Almost out. Still alive, the Kog'Maw. the Brown hitting. This positioning everything. Oh, the ult in the end. And Tomino, being the Green Reaper here in the lobby, takes out Sangyok.
Oh, we thought Raid Boss was nerfed and only playable with Twilight Assault, but Tamino proves us wrong here. He also gets his last artifact here. Still some really strong finds. I would have to imagine double static is probably stronger, or he could go for something with, for the Swain.
Yeah. No Brown, so Trickster doesn't make sense. Maybe thinking about the future now that Fast 9 players are disappearing. Getting that double Brown. Probably will be thinking about taking them out now. So goes for the Locket.
Honestly, Terry has to be so happy with the results here. He's playing the Soul Fighter line with, you know, not a lot of upsides, not a lot of extra emblems, still making it all the way into a top 3. Just an honest day's work from him.
Yeah, humble TFT, if you will.
Yeah.
I like to have a Soul Fighter check. I don't think he had it early, at least not the when. Just to check the Prismatic mission here.
Going up against a lobby leader and Tamino. Let's see if this Samira can find something in the back line. Oh. Huh?
Wow. I mean, the Ascension. Punishing the rest. So many stats from the Soul Fighter, and then the Ascension is just too much damage.
So that was a ghost, but I'm so surprised about that result. Wow. It's very rare to see Soul Fighters being able to hang when it's coming into stage 6.
That's one of the comps you liked the most, Necra, on Americas, the Soul Fighter.
I just thought it was a nice option when everyone else was contesting Jinx. You may as well use those same items on something like the Samira when all the other units are available. And I think that's something that is a problem that a lot of our players ran into, is the Fast 9 boards are not working because everybody wanted to angle towards that from the very beginning, and nobody could hit the upgrades in time.
Way too much contest. And oh, it wasn't a fluke.
It wasn't a fluke. There's the Ascension.
Wait.
Oh.
Okay, it was a fluke.
It was close. The fluke was very close.
I thought it would have actually been a win because the Kog'Maw started to get walked on by something. And so that, when you're stopping all of that damage from being applied to the rest of the units, like it almost felt like that Kog'Maw lived on like 1 HP in a dream.
Yeah, the importance, right, of having them. I mean, good base HP, now 3-star. But yeah, very, very close fight.
How do you two think this Weimu Luoqiu veteran Janna reroll board is going to fare up against the Kog'Maw? What's the important thing to look at for who will win the fight?
Definitely going to be positioning for me if the Kabuko can find the back line. And of course, Janna can't snipe you if they're on the same side. So we see the stack here. But, oh, I think he bets
Good
correctly.
Yeah, directly. We see there the ult from the Kobuko you mentioned. Only the first one. Now the Kog'Maw totally free there, hitting. But not enough.
Oh.
Janna's getting Kog'Maw is down. Now he knows. So maybe a switch here. Also putting the Leone in the middle, just to make sure that he can switch the back lane and doesn't have a weak side.
Yeah, I wonder if he does put the Kog'Maw more, like you said, into the middle and like strong tanks on the side.
Maybe.
Make sure you keep that distance.
What ideally do you want the Kog'Maw to be doing in this? Like, are you trying to actually kill the weak side of Weimu's board, or are you trying to deal with the Kobuko first?
Ideally, I mean, you have Sunfire Cape, you have the Seraphine, Kog'Maw is ramping, so maybe Seraphine taking a hit and then the Kog'Maw cleaning, and maybe like maximizing, maybe not having the overkill there on the Seraphine will be important. Seraphine won, so I mean, it's full front to back, right? You have to go. If you go weak side, it's fine. I mean, the importance here is more for the other part, right? Avoiding the Jarvan, avoiding the CC from the Kobuko.
Oh, and Tamino gets the fake out without moving whatsoever. I do want to point out Weimu Luocha also still has 2 lives, so he still has another massive cash out waiting for him.
How much do you think that cash out is going to make a difference here?
It's going to be another, I believe it's Radiant Refractor.
Okay, there it is. Let's see Weimu.
So it's almost like a prismatic in terms of power for him.
Oh, he does get gold.
No significant upgrades for him. So yeah, as you mentioned, Necra, not significant help maybe.
Sorry, it's been too long since I played 9 lives. It looks like it's just an item, completed item, anvil, and gold.
There should be one.
I mean, it's still helpful though, isn't it? Just another tank item.
Yeah, 100%, especially with the Kog'Maw being that front to back. You want to get that additional time. Any time is important here.
Last second swap.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, but he doesn't get it the right position.
The Kobuko, he's here. The Kog'Maw goes for the Kog'Maw, yeah. Second up again in the Kog'Maw. Ah, great positioning for Weimu.
Oh, Kabuko finally down. But Janna does get the snipe.
Wow. Changing position at the end, breaking the knees of Tomino and Weimu, showing expression, showing happiness here. First game goes to Cien.
I'm not sure we could hear this, but there was a lot of cheering going on in our own arena for Tomino being able to get a second place in this incredibly stacked lobby. We do have a lot of players over there from both the Americas and EMEA. They're cheering him on as the sole survivor.
Yeah, and the first couple of games about Checkmate is just racing towards that checkpoint. If you have 7 points, you only need 13 for the next 2. It's well within reach. The basic calculus is you need to hit the final 2 twice and then get a 6th place in one of the games, and then you get that 20.
Also a great plan, right? Going for that Kobuko early, already know you have the static, you know you will not be contested because you are the first one going for that line. The only way is for someone else to play a mascot. So great plan for Tomino and huge second place.
Which was wild because I think when I look at a lobby that is angling to be so high tempo, we saw a couple of our players get some really win streak oriented augments early, like the quality over quantity. They were trying to maintain win streaks. I wasn't sure that some of these reroll boards would actually be able to keep up, but it was the reroll from the Janna and the Kog'Maw that ended up getting first and second in that lobby.
They also had the chance to preserve a lot of HP, right? Because they were temporing out the fast 9 players who were not making presence. So that saving HP, being comfortable when rolling, and then getting to the peak of the form, if you will. Then obviously the fast 9 player, only one got in a good form. The rest maybe drop out a little.
Yeah, we had 4 of our Fast 9 players going from all the way from 4th to 7th. Actually, YBY was there as well. So it looked very, very dire. It's just the tempo wasn't there for them. And they were also contesting the same units. You know, Braum, Twisted Fate, Zyra, just couldn't hit 2 of them.
I think you guys both made a great point, especially when it was a Gwen 2 for one of the Bastion legendary boards. I love just being able to see that unique take on it because that was a legendary unit that was uncontested. No one else really wanted to play it outside of the Soul Fighter board. And when you take a look at how some of our other players have approached going for Fast 9s, seeing the Varus variation yesterday, as well as being able to see some flex play around Yone as a main carry in that legendary line, I think there are still some options available for our players to explore that don't necessarily involve contesting each other, right?
Yeah, 100%. And we
It's
saw
the
it.
counter logic. I think that's what you have to do, you know?
Well, there was one player that was able to accomplish that, and that is what we were going to show you on the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. Yesterday, Soul, one of our players in this final lobby, was able to put together a masterful Fast 9 board filled with legendaries utilizing this prismatic bronze for life augment. And this game was just so impressive, wasn't it?
Absolutely. For a lot of our PBE players, they're going to be familiar with this line. This is the Fast 9 Xin line with the maximum amount of trades possible. And if you look at his Bronze for Life, I believe he ended with like 27% extra damage amp. It was a blast from the past. And just a showcase of, you know, how these players can really cook up new compositions on some of these new patches.
Yeah, we don't know, right? Did he have it cooked? Did he prepare it for now? We talked to all players here at the venue. None of them knew that this was a tech. Bronze for Life Johnny was not something they prepared, and taking a first place here for Soul is just amazing.
I mean, Clevin just said it. It was a PBE patch, like master comp. So it's kind of wild to see that. But wow, I mean, and just another fun thing to show everyone. I think this is going to be difficult to accomplish when all of our players are trying to go Fast 9 in our lobbies today. But the fact that we saw a Twisted Fate 3, look how cool this animation is.
That's so beautiful. Taking the full board away, and there's Brosila, one of our core streamers, just enjoying it. I mean, we had Twisted Fate 3. We also had the Lee Sin 3. And I mean, it's always a blast. It's so hyped to see them in action.
And both of those 3-star 5 costs came for our players in the final lobby. It was Sanyup with the Lee Sin 3, also putting off a show yesterday. So I gotta say, we got some high rollers here.
maybe just a little bit, but I think it's also going to take a lot of skill in terms of trying to figure out how you can weave in your own place into the lobby tempo. I think we saw a lot of lessons from this first game, and so I want to ask the two of you, when you know that accumulating points, maybe you are the type of player that wants to go Fast 8, Fast 9. We have 5 players right now that are very used to that style or really want to go down that direction. How do you change that? Do you even want to play that game of chicken and actually say, oh, you know what, I will let the other players have Fast 9? Because then that gives them the edge.
Yeah, maybe having the ideal position, right? Maybe scouting, knowing that you know when someone is going Fast 9 since the beginning. You know the augments, you know the possibilities. So maybe just get a line that is uncontested, going for your comfort. So we see Tomino going for the Kog'Maw, going for a reroll line. I mean, you said it, Necra, Soul Fighter. There's the Jeans comp that is volatile and is pretty good. So, I mean, a lot of options.
Yeah, I think for this lobby, the reroll players really did get a little bit lucky. Both of them hit Radiant augments to kind of take them over the top. So if I'm a Fast 9 player, I'm sticking to my guns. This is why they're in the finals. If you look across our field, the players that did best at Fast 9 are in the finals. That was the biggest difference maker in terms of their AVP categories. You know what, Tomino, if you hit 3 good artifacts in a row, we'll let you have that one. But, you know, I'm still trusting in it.
I think the artifacts were certainly a problem, but I wonder if it's also knowing that you have so much support behind you. I hope that that's something that our players can feel, whether it's here for Tomino or it's in the Chengdu hub, where it's probably a very vibrant arena right now for all of our players. It's basically full stage.
Yeah, and for Tomino, even before he already managed to be on this 3rd day, the players here at the venue were already cheering for him. It was like, hey man, you're doing amazing. Hey, you're a beast. So maybe that confidence, he really took it and took it in a good way. It's like he's not over hyping himself, no ego. He's just playing the game. and being the best he can.
And there we hear it from the crowd. You know, the players are cheering him on. You know, do it for the West. You are the best of the West for sure.
I wonder what's going to happen in this next game, because we have an interesting lobby dynamic now. Tomino at the top there, towards the top with those 7 points. As a reminder, in this checkmate format, our players need to accumulate 20, and then they need to get a first place in order to actually win the Tactician's crown. So step number 1, get to 20 points.
Yep.
And there's only 2 players right now that could realistically do that within 3 games. 3, I guess. Depending on how this next game goes, we'll give you a better mathematical breakdown of that.
No, but it's that. Normally it's 3 to get to that check first, and then the probability of going 4th game if everything goes quickly. Of course, we want to have more games today. It will depend on if anyone, I mean, Tomino has a chance to go 4 games, for sure.
That would be such a cool thing to do. Ending the broadcast in 4. It's only been done before by, I believe, Tidal and Guamie earlier. So a massive accomplishment. And, you know, there are going to be a lot of players on the other side that are going to be looking at you when it's that 1 to 7 situation. I love those situations, but, man, they're the toughest spots to win from.
It must be hard when you know that the target is on your back. Weimu Locho, the winner of our first game, is certainly going to have a pretty big target on his. And from everyone else in that bottom 4, this is their chance to kind of turn things around, or at least keep themselves in the race to get to those 20 points.
The surprise in the bottom, Ironbog and YBY were being so hyped by the full community. Having a good plan, but in the end, not performing, not having maybe a little luck, YBY being fully contested, and Ironbog didn't manage to get the cap out of the comp.
And this is the worst APAC is going to do all day. You know, I
and
have
bottom
faith.
6?
Yeah, bottom 6. We'll bounce back. We'll bounce back. I'm really happy for the CN crowd because in terms of group stage, this is one of the worst group stages they have ever done, and they have only 1 player to root for. Starting out on a win is going to make that crowd so much more happy.
And what a way to do it. I think the Veteran Janna reroll has been one of those compositions that a lot of the players, especially in the Americas, have really favored throughout the first 2 days of competition here in the TAC Crown. So I'm excited to see if that's a composition that continues to rear its head. But who knows? As we enter this game to game number 2, it's going to be a whole new portal. It's going to be a whole new set of augment selection as well. We're not going to have the prismatic part of the start, right?
Or maybe we will.
Or maybe we get prismatic party. I can't wish that on them.
They're accustomed, right? I mean, historically, as you said, maybe they didn't like to have it that kind of variance, but I think they're very accustomed to it, especially going for that economy, prismatic, maybe making sure what we saw before, tempo versus fast 9.
Oh, well, we get Twisted Fate, so that'll be kind of fun. It's just anvils to start the game.
Also gives you a push. You can prioritize something good. You can already tell the rest of the lobby, hey, I have this unit with this item. This is what I will play. So it's like you just get the reserves of that comp for you.
I think Tomino is getting a hint from his muse right here. It is going to be Janna. This is his most played composition. He's as we heard Panda say in the interview, AP reroll focused player. And I think extra components is really good for rerollers. You know, you can build your BISs early on. It matters a lot more if you're going down those reroll lines.
I like the hero augments too. If it comes to reroll, I feel like just being able to tailor your items, it's always something that I look out for. Maybe we'll see another give him the chair.
Yeah, we saw it with the Shen Twilight yesterday that he didn't have a bow, so everything got messy. So yeah, good options there to get the perfect spot.
Don't remind me, Hupei. That was hard to watch. Oh, well, I wonder if it's just crew.
I think for a lot of the players that finish 6, 7, 8, you're mathematically impossible to be in check in game 4. So you kind of settle yourself down into a longer game plan. Okay. You're looking at, you know, rerolls that maybe not top first, fast 8 compositions that give you a steady points.
I probably would have gotten baited by the 3 Sivers in the shop, but I know the Malphite's the important one.
He's not a believer.
Just in case.
There we go.
Well, if he doesn't get the Malphite, though, that's a problem, isn't it? Oh, but it's gold. I saw Starfall and Nico, and I got
there's
excited.
giving the chair for without you.
Knuckle? Oh, yeah, true.
Gold Destiny is just too good. Oh, Gold Destiny into Aura farming Zaira.
That's just messed up.
Pretty good.
I wonder how many hero augments we're going to have across the board. We did see, like, given the chair, Twilight Assault across the board here, and we are getting component anvils, so...
Yeah, don't worry. That Starfall Nico got re-rolled instantly.
She had a patch.
I know.
She had a patch.
And then she's gone.
Okay, Ironbog with the Twilight Chain, and Weimu finds the double trouble, will go for the premium Malzahar, and he already got a first, so looking for another one.
I wonder if there's going to be some griefing early on. You know, start from game 2. He already won game 1. Let's not give him that much momentum. Let's hold the Malzahars together.
I wonder, though, if Songyeo can do that naturally, though. He actually has the Wandering Trainer with the Heavyweight, and the Executioner emblem is not, I think, amazing, but the Heavyweight emblem is pretty good, right?
Yeah. Maybe for the Smolder, trying to go Smolder, something like that, because I don't think he will try to contest Weimu already having the double trouble. That could be some options. You see anything else with the Heavyweight, maybe?
I think Smolder is the most likely line. Malzahar, those two.
I say do it anyway.
Yeah.
Weimu already
Just
has
in
8
case.
points.
I mean, he has also, I don't think he will play it, but this is normally the early game. The players were saying yesterday, okay, if you don't, if you can't play the Malzahar, you can play maybe the Nar.
I think Soul has like an illegal spot, by the way. Soul has Nafiri 2, Syndra, and Vi 2 with an Ezreal on his board with Slammin.
I mean,
Most likely win streaker.
Yeah, will push fully. Also remember, Shadow Clone applies to the double trouble. So those two Nars have that additional stats.
You know what I think Weimu is doing? I think he's trying to bait everyone out. He's like, no, guys. Don't worry, I'm not playing Malzahar. There's a heavyweight emblem. I'm not even popping my anvils, okay? Chill, chill, chill. I don't think anyone is fooled, though.
No.
I don't think you can fool anybody with that. But there has to... Oh, so this is the Soul board, by the way.
This is what you mentioned, Necra. I mean, so many
looks so
upgrades
good.
here. Yeah. Too much upgrades, decent synergies also. And I mean, the highly above tempo versus the rest.
Yeah, he could angle for a lot of different comps there. I think Star Guardians with the Shojin, Samira really is the most flexible line.
Sanjot finds an early Smolder. Tomino finds Juggernaut here. So probably going for that fast 9 also.
It's going to be a couple of players, I think, because, you know, without you also having the Aura farming, slammed 80 items onto the Nefiri 2.
Yep.
Soul wants to play for the win streak. And I wonder, yeah, if Songyeo and Tomino also want to consider trying to go a little bit further than that. But Terry with calculated loss only has 1 champion on his board.
Doesn't want anyone to grief him, you know? He wants to make sure he gets all of the extra resources. And this is the first look across the board at all the augments from the players. Without you, going to go for high cap, fast 9 play, and then we have Ironbog clearly going for just, you know, Twilight Assault. So getting those bows are going to be really important for him.
Now, at least he got the 1 here. So that's a Rage Blade onto the Shen, right?
Yep.
Looking good. Already 1 ball is always good news. And Terry just full open, as you mentioned, Necra, just trying to achieve this. No one else with Crystal yet?
No.
So
I think they all
just
saw
in case.
Terry's spot and they went, I don't think we can do this. I don't trust that.
Yeah. Maybe you already have it in rotation, but you will get him later.
Tomino is the one Terry is really afraid about, because Tomino could actually full sell. There he goes. That's why Terry's playing it safe.
Last second sell. Being sneaky, Tomino. Taking a huge hit here from Without You, the tempo player. Still with 100, so is Soul.
I see what you're doing, Tomino. We play with the Korean players. They always try to grief us, so...
It's not a bad plan, though.
It's what he should do,
Yeah.
but it's against APAC's interests. I'll just put it that way.
Oh, I see. So Clement just doesn't want Tomino to go against APAC here. I got it. But this is kind of risky, right? I know that a lot of it is about generating the econ, and actually Terry has started to put some things on his board now with the calculated loss. But Tomino, what kind of board is he now going to look to put together?
Or is he? Maybe he will do the same.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Terry could just full sell his board again.
For your question, Necra, Tomino's board, I mean, trying to go for jogs, just maybe flex the backlane. Tomino does it again. He can't sell the dummy.
Do they face each other? That's a big question I want to know. That's so interesting.
If they do, that would be nuts. So who is Tomino going up against?
Yeah, it could be the fake out into the double fake out. You know, Terry slamming items like, you know, I'm just going to play a normal board. And then he sells and Tomino loses because he has one emblem.
Oh, YBY1 is going to snap without use win streak, and it looks like Tomino and Terry both come out as losers in that last round, so not going to be a snap streak there.
Okay, without you taking out, so no one with win streak. Will be maybe less pressure from the lobby, less economy also for now, not being prismatic the first one. So it will be more difficult for the Fast 9 players.
I think a lot of the Fast 9 players have kind of learned their lesson. We're not going full loss streak. We're going to go into more tempo-oriented styles here. Like I said, players that started off 6, 7, 8, you have to go for a long game plan. You have to hope for a game 5, game 6. So even if it caps you lower, you know, just go for a tempo game plan here.
Do you think YBY1 is actually going to play the crew here? No, right? Because he's already level 5?
Already 5. Normally you want to stay for 3-1 roll.
I'm just smirking because he's holding on to the Darius. He knows that what Wei-Mu Luoqiu is going for. You ain't fooling me.
He has blue buff IE, so maybe Smolder also.
But he has Salvage Bin, so he can actually pick apart those items and then make like Shojin and something else.
Also having the Lulu and not taking it. Nice call there, Necra. Terry now, also with the blue buff.
Terry wasn't able to play Crystal early on because Tomino was somewhat griefing him. And I think he's going to be settling into the Janna reroll line. His BIS for Janna already built up.
And we've seen it once and again. We saw it from Dehua looking good. Last game also, taking good placement. Premium comp right now, Janna especially with good early game. Of course, you have to hit that. You have to hit the power-up veteran. We saw also Kambuli not hitting it onto very late game. So you need RNG on your side.
Oh, I want to see how Wei-Mu Luoqiu can navigate this contested. Well, he's not really contested, but everyone's looking at it to contest him.
Right.
The double trouble Malzahar spot. He already found 2 Malzahars, but can he get some extra econ or duplicators?
Well, he picked big grab bag, so he's going to get some extra components that'll help out to itemize both of those Malzahars if he wants. But maybe he wasn't offered like champion duplicators then, because I also would think that that would be super important for a comp like this.
The power level of double trouble, as we were speaking about, is so high. Even if you take double econ afterwards, you still have a very high chance of just going first place.
Well, that would be back-to-back firsts for Wei-Mu, so I think that's something that a lot of people will be pretty scared about.
Hold the door. Hold the door. Deny the Rammus, deny the Darius.
That's why I was actually kind of surprised. We saw the Darius hold, but I thought we would maybe see a Monster Trainer hold also, just to have the one copy out of the pool. That Rammus is the one I feel like is the real killer. Like, it just buys so much time.
Yeah,
and with
Rammus
the Warmogs
with the items is just so strong because he infinitely stacks HP, and double trouble gives you that extra resistances on top of it. So I think the most important one is actually going to be the heavyweight emblem player. If he is going for Darius and maybe like a Smolder, that means everyone else in the lobby is probably safe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think as of right now, Sungyup does actually have Kaisa and Kennen on his
Kaisa
board.
too. Okay.
But is this a Kaisa reroll angle? Do you like these items for that?
He already, if he had some kills right now, I think it's not the worst. We saw CMB playing it a few times on group stage, and he went very well. We didn't saw maybe the beginning phase so much. There it is.
I mean, geez.
Plus 13, not bad. Maybe starting from now, keeping the win on. I mean, a decent spot here for Sungyup. Is it good? I don't know, it's decent.
I would make good use of the Executioner emblem, I guess, once you get like a Kali.
This carousel kind of decides it for Sungyup. He gets the sword right in front of him. He needs the crit. Hasn't built the Infinity Edge.
Oh, it's starting to walk away from him.
Has the open glove. And it's gone.
Oh, no, wait.
For Terry, finding the Rise is huge. Going for that veteran Yana. Now the Rise has the 4 mentor, the good 4 mentors in.
I mean, the fact that Sungyup ended up getting the sword at the end of the day, that's pretty nice.
True. Instantly swap and finds a free Kaisa there in the shop.
Flapping a cloak cannon. It's the new tech.
This is a bit of a low roll from Ironbog. It took him 46 rolls for Shen 2.
Wow.
46?
You can see over the... It might be 46 gold spent on rolls, I think.
Either way, that's a lot of gold to just get a Shen 2.
Also Xin Sao, it was only Xin Sao too, so not having also an additional tank there to help you.
But that's also really risky. I mean, Bastions were such a hot commodity in the last game. I'm really surprised that you want to go down a reroll line that would take, I don't know, is like just a good unit for anybody to have for stable frontline.
Yeah, he has to roll early. That's what he's doing. The rest of the players, they're going fast 9. It's more like natural Bastions. But for sure, it's units that will be taken off, and then you need to be the one taking the rest. Without you, for example, having a Shen 2 here, indirectly griefing him. Obviously, that's not the idea. He's just getting best board possible here.
I think that's a great point from Necro. If you look at YBY and Without You, the 2 top players in the lobby, they both have Shen 2s. So this is a for Ironbog, this is a game 7 angle. We got it. Late game.
Okay. I mean, hey, he is the perfect example of a late game scaler. Just looking at the games that he played yesterday, he can clutch up in the final moments.
Yep, I agree. His current spot is a little doomed, as we like to say. Cool things from Soul and Without You, they both have the backup dancers, and what they're filling their backup dancers with is Lulu monsters. No Rammus for you.
Fair enough, honestly. But I think it's really the players don't want to play against the Double Trouble Malzahar.
Nobody does. It's just so insane in strength. We saw what JD Zielinski did at the end, you know.
And for Weimu, Double Troll Malzahar, for Tomino, also Crystal Gambit already at 200 approximately. So both players that went second and first going for that first place once again.
I just want to commemorate the group effort from the lobby here. This is the first time Rammus is going to get any HP stacking. 3-7. Well done. Well done. And I think that's fair. You want to break the lobby leader's momentum. You don't want anyone just going on check early.
But what would you two prefer? Short day, long day?
Oh, I always want a short day. We're on broadcast. That's why title is loved by all, you know?
I love that you're so honest, Clement.
I'll balance. I'll go long. Let's go 8. We never went 8.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, he's rolling. He's rolling. He found the Rammus 2, and he also does get a 3rd Prodigy in.
Yeah, additional Malzahar already.
Well, 3rd, I mean, but like, yes, sorry, 2 with the additional Malzahar.
One Ramos will be great here. Only one Ramos, just to make sure you get the double trouble on the front line.
Ooh, and this is looking scary because he found the best power-ups. And a one-hit Noxious Trap, Tankzilla for the Rammus in the front line, has good items for the Darius as well.
Terry looking strong also with the veteran Yana. Perfect positioning from the Kobuko, but it's just not enough.
Wow, even found the Yumi. That's insane.
Yeah, getting some you know, extra Prodigy in for the entire composition.
Yeah, 2 Prodigy normally, good enough.
Oh,
Does he get invested? I think that would scare everyone.
oh my goodness. Would you just instantly send all of that gold?
I would, because well, it depends on, I would have to look out at the other boards at how hard they're denying me.
Yes, scout first.
Okay, so Tamino clearly not doing his job, not holding the mouses.
But he's holding other important things, so I think we can't hold it against him too much.
True.
Trying to find that Samira. There's the pair. Bolivar, huge.
And I think this is good strategy. If you're a lobby leader, having someone else who's also high points is actually good for you. So you might not feel like you need to deny. And he's also on 16 HP, which is, of course...
Yeah, he has
yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's so weird to see how far Tomino 3 fell.
Yeah, he was playing full open stage 2, and then was he the one doing Crystal? On,
He did crystals,
He
yeah.
did a little crystal.
180 in a moment he had.
Hopefully this is just strong enough, but it looks so barely good enough to win against this fight. Makes me very nervous for the rest of Tomino's fights in the future.
It definitely does. Sanyap, we're going to do a Kaisa check on him.
Very far. Level 7, only 5 Kaisas.
Terry found Kobuko 3, but still doesn't have the Janna 3, just for another reroller.
Ooh, this is a terrible low roll for Soul as well. Below 10 gold.
And has nothing, yeah.
One
Yeah.
star Jinx.
1 Jinx, 1 volley. And not even paired.
I think he was the call to chaos and hit the Sniper's focus.
Yes. That's right.
For
Really
Terry
need that
also.
econ.
For 3 right now, Tomino spent all the gold, so he's strong. And Terry hasn't found the Janna 3.
I thought maybe the Kobuko 3 would be good to just kind of like buy you some
It
time.
is. It is. And it's helping a lot, but he needs to position well. He needs to make sure the CC is doing things.
I'm less nervous about Tomino now.
He might have rounded the corner. For Weimu Luoqiu,
Oh, he denies the pan.
that's huge. You know, the heavyweight Rammus is one of the scariest units in the world.
See, he's doing his job. He's doing his part.
Yep.
Doesn't have to hold the units.
Oh, both going for that Seraphine.
And I do want to get an econ check onto Weimu Luoqiu. He didn't find the econ augment on the final one. So that means, you know, the sudden chance of him just getting a 3-star Malzahar on stage 4 is greatly diminished.
Okay, there's the Janna. Finally here for Terry, 4-5. And 2 off Malzahar for Weimu. 36 HP. So only 1 win, taking a loss there on 4-2. As to Ramos, I mean, this comp is already stable, and that's one of the strengths of Double Trouble. You don't need 3-star. Of course, you need it to win the game, but in this moment of the game, you're pretty powerful also.
Yeah, whenever we see this state of board, you're saying, okay, this player's at least getting a 6. At the very least, even if they don't hit everything, someone's going to low roll, like Ironbach.
Not again.
He's on 4 Shens.
Wow.
So
4 Shens, 4 Sin Sao, yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, didn't went for economy augments, went for full items. As we mentioned, maybe he didn't get anything. He didn't find any duplicators, nothing.
I think he used all of his karma yesterday.
Yeah.
That was he needed to hit 3 exact conditions in the last game, go first place, for Gobo to go below 5th, and for CMB to go 8th just to make it here. And that was like already a 1 in 1,000 cinematic experience. It's paying some of that luck back.
Gotta put it in the bank for later if we get to like game 7.
Absolutely. And without you, we finally get his aura farming champion here. It's going to be the Zyra.
And he's the one that will cap out the most. He has 5 crystal. If he starts winning right now, he will get a lot of additional resources.
Bloodthirster on the Ashe is a little interesting, but it's basically just AD, right?
Yeah, you want some healing and an extra shield, I guess, against the backline carries. I like it here because there's a Malzahar and a Janna in the lobby.
Right. That makes more sense.
We've actually seen this tech a little bit. It's like the Crystal Ash versus Mal's matchup. You really want something like a Hex Tech Gunblade. And great point out. This Bloodthirster kind of fills in that role. So we are connecting across the globe here between Alicante and Chengdu. So some pauses are expected. Hopefully nothing too major.
When we see the HP, everything is very close. YBY 49, 36 for Weimu. Only one in the bottom is Tomino, who is also strong, so should be able to maintain at least a few rounds here. Playing the Edgelord, Bastion, Edgelord Juggernaut.
Yep, trying to look for his Lee Sin for Tomino to stabilize. He did go into this rather low cap line with a lot of loss streaking early on. So I think his situation is rather dire. I think the cool thing about this lobby is that there really is only one Fast 9 player, more of like the high cap Fast 9 line in without you. So if he can stabilize, he should be favored. And of course, Weimu Locho. Those two are the players I'm really looking at with probably the best chances to take this game.
2 first places back-to-back would be insane.
I'm down to explore Alicante early.
Yeah. I mean, also for the CN region, right? The possibility of coming back to the Garden of Greatness that they had a few sets ago. And, I mean, Weimu has done amazing. He's a, first place player going for risk, don't being afraid. And this is exactly what the CN server needs to, to boost once again. Of course, so many players right now. We've seen a little of the venue, Dohua. We see her girlfriend, Dad. He's the one enjoying Alicante.
Yeah. There's a lot of great food here. I like how many players actually stayed around for Tomino. It really shows a sense of community.
Absolutely. It's been so cool to be able to watch all of the players get a chance to kind of like talk to each other in between games. You saw Tomino actually come over and talk to Panda at the end of that game, kind of explain a little bit about what happened. And I don't know, it's kind of nice that you know that you're playing TFT not alone in this whole experience. I think that's something that we often miss when we see our competitors playing from home for these regional finals or even for the TFT Pro Circuit, where it is so nice to be able to know that like all the study groups you have here, well, some of that might be with you in person and you can bounce ideas off of.
Yeah, normally you do it by Discord or you're like just talking, hey guy, I went like this. But having it face to face, getting that human contact is just different. It's different.
I do want to mention, ever since the TPC, who wins the TAC round doesn't actually affect the region slots anymore. That is fully down to the TFT Pro Circuit. So, there's a little less pressure, I think, for the players. You're not really trying to gain something for your region.
But maybe just pride. I think pride is still a very dominating factor for a lot of our competitors. I mean, even just hearing some of the, the quote-unquote bias that some of us have on the desk, it's just hard not to champion the players from your region because it is just like a cool team building exercise in a lot of ways.
It's like their story is yours also. We live for them They taught us so much. They give you that excitement that truly is one of the reasons we love TFT so much. So yeah, I mean, all of these players, having contact with them, there's Gangly once again, japping, just giving the idea. Thank God he's now. They're already, they're not in the finals. We try to avoid Gangly talking to them too much during the first day. Now he's good.
Some of his Gangly tech is special.
It's kind of suspicious. You know? The Gang League tech he's been sharing with us is going to be another one, Sterix. He claims that he actually developed that one, so I'm not sure if the players agree. That's the yap.
Also the mix, right? There was Travis was with Cam. So, I mean, EMEA, America together. It's not like America is together and EMEA is on the other side. It's one same.
But that's also a newer thing that has happened in the past couple of sets. We talk about study groups, a lot of players relying on other great minds to help develop game plans for tournaments. And as of the last couple of sets, we've seen those study groups cross-pollinate. It's not just Americas anymore versus EMEA, even versus APAC. Some of those study groups actually do have native English speakers or just shared languages from across the world.
Yeah, I really think there's like 3 big type of study groups across the world. The French kind of have their own thing. They have so big a scene,
we don't need to mess with that. They're very good with what they do.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have kind of like the, I think Sologasong is huge cross-pollinator across the regions right there. There's a big study group. Sometimes Wet Jungler's in. They study with Marcel P. You know, the Citadel dudes coming in. And then the third big study group is, I think, the Mandarin-speaking one, the CN and kind of the APAC ones.
There's Double on the back doing a little interview. I asked him about the French community. When you won on Galaxies, were French already so good at TFT and the community, a lot of people? And he was like, yeah, always. We always loved TFT since the start. And now, well, we're seeing that love for TFT is getting us so many competitors in regionals and now obviously also here in Tactician Crown.
And we're going to Paris for the TFT Open. So maybe some home turf advantage for all of the amazing French competitors that we had here at the Tactician's Crown. Don't forget that spectator passes are still available for you to join us in Paris for the biggest event of the year, the first look at competitive lore and legends. And after we saw that show match earlier today, Clement, I'm definitely very excited about what's going to happen at the Paris Open.
Yeah, this set is just going to be... I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's going to be amazing. It's going to be one of the
best sets of all
ever.
time. We've been praising this since, like, say 8 months ago, but don't worry. We still have our tournament at hand, and we are now back into the action. That was a super close loss, but you can see that 3-star Janna really paying off dividends here for Terry.
Yeah, now with a chance to get a bounty, additional gold here for Without You. Just being very, very strong, maintaining 33, and now is when he pops off. Full front line, trying to find the third item for Casante, and he's good.
Oh, I think I know what the pause might have been. Ironbog asking, what's wrong with my shop? Where are the Shens?
He's still only on 5 copies. He's so far away from that Shen 3. What is even the out there?
There is no out. He's kind of racing to Mino to see who avoids 8th.
I see.
That's kind of the big question we're asking.
Oh, that's so painful.
Wow.
Seraphine 2 for YY1. And now every single person in the lobby is on watch. Big roll down. Oh my gosh. Maybe we spoke too soon. Maybe it's a Seraphine 3 angle in this game. Clement's like, no, stop talking.
The Pick'ems are already gone. They've been decimated.
Who else had 0? Raise your hand.
Me.
Me too.
He's holding the Malzahars. That I like.
Nice.
9-2 from the pool. Good job. Tamino survive.
Pairing the Twisted Blade, pairing also the Brown. And against Domino here. Domino looking to regain economy, even though he's very low in HP.
Oh! Oh, the Samira step forward, like right into that.
No damage now.
This is typically one of the worst matchups for Tamino's board because he's playing a lot of melees. They run right into the Seraphine.
Wow. Look at the fight. Keeps going. De Leona is holding strong, but no damage.
That's kind of like holding his own against it. Oh, never mind. That just did.
Oh, they took him out! The tower got it!
The change of expression there, the emotion from Tomino. What's that?
Wait, the whole venue just popped off, by the way. That was such a crazy fight. I was thinking that of all of the damage that was coming through from the Seraphine, Set was just shrugging it off, and then there was that just major bomb that put Set in just a low enough HP. I don't know,
Wow.
he just kind of finished everyone off. That was wild.
And he found it. There it is. Malzahar 3, Ramus 3 here for Waymo. Also pair of Seraphine to get that additional splashing damage.
Ooh. This is terrifying. Even with all the effort from YBY, you cannot deny him. He didn't even take an econ.
Well, if there is going to be one way to deal with it, it might be Braum throwing one of these Ramesses off the board. But the Seraphine being as weak as it is, I mean, I'm having some hope here that this Ramess is actually going to get cleaned up. Unfortunately, the Casante's second life is just not nearly enough to get access to that Malzahar, but with how late this Ramess got hit, and also with how late we even saw the first copy, do you think there's hope for the rest of this lobby?
Do you see hope, Clement? I don't see hope. I'm going for you for the hope.
I think Without You is probably the best chance now because he has the multiple cash outs.
Okay.
He has the Radiant item on the Ashe. But it's typically not a very favored matchup. You really need Braum to be doing most of the work like you were mentioning in the fights.
Yeah, the access to the backline for Malzahar is just too strong. He spreads, he goes to the backline. If you don't have anything 3-star, maybe the Janna can hold a little. But again, there's no cap out for the Janna.
Oh, I forgot we also talked about that Bloodthirster on the Ashe as well. So that was, yeah, great call there, Clement.
Yeah, really wants to keep his backline topped off. It's not really about racing the front. It's about keeping your backline away from that Noxus trap, which also burns, by the way.
Anything here for our competitors?
Yeah, Ironbog with the huge low roll, confirming 8th. So not the best start for him.
Songyup did end up finding the Kaisa 3, but unfortunately not very much more than that, as he is on last life. It's not looking super easy, but as I say that and I look at the rest of the players in this lobby, everybody's on really low HP. It's like 2 combats and you're out.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tight spot for a lot of players right here. I do think some have turned the corner, but the lobby dynamic changes because of how strong Waymu Locho is. He currently has the most HP. He's hit everything he needs.
Yeah.
Even if you turned, if you like full upgrade YBY board, you still have to fear that Rammus.
Yeah, from Samju that you mentioned, Necra, nothing else. He doesn't have something, trying to find the Darius here 2 off. And the games gave him the Akali, gave him the additional frontline, but he lacks damage.
I want to say that it was because Waymu Lolchol is also playing the Darius and is holding several copies. It's been harder for either of them to actually find the
It doesn't help.
star version.
Okay, for Sanjop, going up against the Janna veteran.
It's 1 life for both of our players here. Sanyap does get past the front.
Oh,
Oh no, but the backline is gone for YBY.
oh! Even though the Malzahar actually did get taken down, the Rammus was just so strong in the front. But that fight was close. But now look at how close it is. Songyup, Terry, Sol, and YBY1 all 1 fight away from being eliminated, and there is a very big point spread available for our players. A lot of matchmaking that they need to be careful of.
Overall, Tomino needs a top 4. If he gets 12 points, that means he can get in check in the next game. That's what he's playing for. That's what we hear the players cheering all across the board. They want to see their boy make it.
Maybe a good chance. But on the right-hand side, YBY1 up against Sol. Sol has finally found the Jinx as well as the Volley Bear and applied those 2 snipers focuses to it. But with the cast from the Seraphine, it's doing so much splash damage. And with this Twisted Fate still being ramped up, fortunately, that is going to be a knockout onto Seoul and Terry and Songyup all fall in the bottom 4. So Tomino does get the top 4.
There is that chance for check next time. And with every extra placement he gets, he can go a little bit lower in that next game. So absolutely pivotal. We have both of our front runners still alive right now. We could be looking at a very fast day.
Especially with Weimu Lochoa, I don't think there's much anymore that people might be able to do. Even without you, has taken losses. Still on 1 life there. Without you and YBY1 both now that can fall in the next round.
Yeah.
Tomino and Weimu Lochoa still on full win streaks.
8 rounds since they face each other, and now because Sanjop, Terry, and Sol didn't fall down, it's resetted again. So it's possible that they don't face down once again.
It's really important to see what cash outs Without You is able to get with the 5 crystal in, and it doesn't look like he hit any of the emblems. Those are typically the most important ones you're looking for that really boost your composition. Not exactly a very high cap crystal.
And that was even with like the aura farming. So I'm really surprised that we didn't actually see that go a little bit further.
That's the 50-50s with those 5 crystal. This is going to be the battle for 3rd place.
Well, the Ashe is still alive.
No
And-
second ult from the Seraphine.
Oh, just needs 1 more damage! That is wild. YBY1 actually does fall to that Without You board, and Weimu Lochoa took a loss to Tomino!
Exactly, there's still a chance.
No way! Could Tomino win with this board? Maybe it was just the lack of HP scaling that we've seen from the Rammus.
There are some really cool things about this board is he does have a chance for backline access in both of his Samiras and his Lee Sin. If those can tag the Malzahar early, stop the DOTs from coming out, he has a chance. This is also a very good role for the Volley Bear.
Oh, well, it is going to be Tomino versus Without You. With the Samira being on the same side as the Ashe, I mean, this is also a really great comp that you would want to have backline access to. Stop the Ashe from ramping up, the Zyra from being able to get multiple casts.
Yeah, the chance for the body to get to the access. There it goes. Falls down, and the set once again making a damage here and takes the win. Tomino.
What a comeback from Tomino. Last in HP, turns on an 8-win streak now all the way to 11. He's already beat Weimu Lochoa once.
If he can do it 1 more time, does he have enough to eliminate Weimu Lochoa in this next fight?
It's going to be 12 HP, so he needs to win by 5.
Okay, that might be hard.
Yeah.
All right, that might be a little difficult, but not impossible. Tomino just hit level 10. Knew the game plan. Having to be able to play up against this double trouble board, Weimu Lochoa is kind of stuck on level 8 for the rest of this game. So the fact that Tomino can hit 10, maybe find an upgrade, still has 1 life to work with as well, based on just how close this fight might be.
It's all about positioning. Can he actually snipe the Mouse? We're seeing the stack come out for Weimu Lochoa. He wants to make sure all of his front line is right there for no accidents happen.
Oliver is on the side of the Malzahar 3-star, but still popping up there.
The Rammus jumped away. The Rammus jumped
Oh,
away.
and the volley's on the Malzahar!
This genius
Malzahar is
positioning for
down. Malzahar is
Tomino.
down. Huge hit.
Oh, that's
Oh, he's alive.
He's
1
alive.
HP for Weimu.
I thought that would be it because it was 5 units.
Yeah. What Rammus does is he jumps into the largest clump of units. So if you can get Rammus to jump away from the front line and Volley jump in, then you can quickly accelerate the flight to a win.
Wow, 1 more fight. We get to see 1 more chance for Weimu Lochoa to come back, or Tomino to just send him packing on this one and put himself into a great place for check. Either way, no matter how the cards shake out, Tomino and Weimu Lochoa with back-to-back first or seconds is going to put them into a great position for this next game to reach the 20-point check.
Really good stuff by Tomino here. He's making the Shen walk up on the right side and forcing everyone to clump there. So the Rammus might just be jumping away again. He's trying to get the exact same thing to go on. But this time, Weimu shifting to the other side.
He has the weak side. Weak side here for Tomino is also very good to access backline. It's not the huge Malzahar, but the stacks here for the volley are pretty good.
And Volley is just absolutely destroying things. Unfortunately, though, this time around, the Darius and the Ram is
Leaves
Ram is
it.
walking onto the dummy. But can the Volley get the rest of the kills? It's just the Ram
Only
is left
Ramos.
now for Weiwu Chol.
Tomino!
One more auto attack, one more ability cast. The dots still keep on going, but he should have this.
And that's it! Tomino gets a first place in the second game, taking down Weiwu Chol. Double trouble Malzahar, the one composition that everyone has looked at to be one of the scariest and the best poised to be able to take first places. And Tomino found a way to do it with Soul Fighter Samira, no less.
Soul Fighter, size 6 Juggernaut, thanks to the dummy that he had, the additional emblem. And we thought he was going maybe for a fast 9 angle, knows YBY is going for that angle, wants to play uncontested, and takes a great win here with little bodies.
What a game to be played. And just think about how much risk-taking he did. He was coming in with 7 points. He didn't really need to play that risky. Full loss streak open, Crystal on stage 3, gets an additional emblem in the Edgelord to then go on to Lee Sin 2. And he comes back from, I think, 16 HP, never loses a round afterwards, to clinch this. That has to be a confidence booster.
Absolutely. Look at the big smiles on his face right now. And the cheers, you can hear every single player supporting him right now. And what a performance for these first 2 games. Still needs to hit 20 points for Czech, and then we need to see a first place for Tomino or Weiwu Chol to actually take this title, or any of our other competitors. It's only been 2 games. Who knows what's going to happen after this?
I mean, the boost of confidence is there. We've been talking so much throughout the tournament that if you start bad, normally it keeps going bad. That's happening for Ironbuck. The mental for Tomino is the opposite. All the field is with him. He's doing great. His plans are doing amazing and being creative. I mean, I'm so happy for him.
It's been such a wild ride for our first 2 games. Only so much more in store for us after this break. So please don't go anywhere. You're watching the Tactician's Crown for KO Coliseum.
You know, I have to imagine he is really hoping to find a good spot to play one of his favorite reroll lines. I mentioned it in the interview at the start of the day. He played 6 games of reroll in 13 total. The only other player even close had 4 games of reroll. Most of the field had 3 to 2, with players like YBY top 4ing all the reroll lines, but much more selective about when to go for these plays.
And I think it's a high chance we're going to see some of the lesser played reroll lines, especially things like Katarina that was nerfed on this patch. If you're just aiming for a top 4, that's still a very good line to go for.
Soul's a player who's been underperforming on the day, just in the first 2 days, but largely came into this tournament as a huge underdog. A lot of people put Soul at the bottom of their tier lists, and with so little tournament experience, it's been amazing to see Soul turn on the jets and showcase some real skill expression throughout the event to make it to the top 8.
Saw yesterday in particular with that Bronze for Life Yone 2 board that I think really surprised not just us as casters, but even the competitors here who were already eliminated. Really expressed shock at seeing how well that board ended up performing with double prismatics. But we do see gold augments coming through on 2-1 for most of our players. Big question is there going to be a double trouble player in this lobby yet again? We saw the power of it already from Weimu in that game too.
Looking across the board, we do have solo leveling coming in from YBY1, so he's sticking to his guns, going to go for that fast 9, get some extra level pumps up.
2 different options for too much value. I think they might be waiting to see if the other person takes it. It looks like it's going to be Wandering Trainer for Soul. Weimu does roll past it. Instead, it's going to pick up Cluttered Mind.
Bastion Soul Fighter, pretty good pickup here for the vertical Soul Fighter line, even in some cases for just the Bastion line as well you can play, alongside the more kind of 4-cost oriented with Samira and the Volibear with the Edgelord variant.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of boards actually going for like something like 4 Bastion, where you have high quality units, the Shen with triple traits, and of course things like Braum.
This really helps with the buff a few patches ago to 6 Soul Fighter. It makes it so that not playing the vertical can still be a way to perform well in stage 5 and onwards.
YBY not hitting the Neferi 2 and not getting a single kill there.
Yeah. I mean, it's also solo leveling with 3 components is quite different than solo leveling with 4 components or 2, to be honest. When you're in this halfway point, you're not able to get the same amount of value or as much value as you would if you could have 2 full items on this kind of giga unit of the solo leveling.
And Without You is going to be angling most likely towards that crew reroll. Does pick up Sivir on the Worth the Wait. One of the key conditions to have a just much easier time playing into the crew, where if you find the Sivir 3 early, it can really snowball your econ position with the reroll.
Weimu Luoqiu might be going for points overload already with Crystal in and a very strong board. So this is getting dicey for everyone else in the lobby.
I believe Ironbog also has picked up Crystal Gambit +1 on 2-1, so there could be a contest on the lose streak there in Stage 2 and Stage 3. Obviously, Ironbog, he's on 3 points. He has nothing to lose. He has to start playing that traditional first or ace style very early on into the tournament.
Oh, and Tomino also angling toward Crystal Gambit. So we have 3 players. We'll see when we are at the carousel to see the full scope of the lobby, but 3 potential players all looking to stay in that Crystal Gambit line. Someone is going to have to not loss streak.
We're going to have a much harder time going for the lose streak because of the Cluttered Mind there. Going to be kind of forced to hold. Ton of units can't obviously sell and play only 2 until he has a Crystal Gambit online anyway. Tomino, I think he's incentivized to try and obviously grief his own player that's trying to get into check, try and send Weimu bot 4. If Tomino is the sole player in check, it would be a huge advantage going into game 4, despite obviously the target being on his back.
And I do wonder if they want to pivot for lower risk compositions, because all they need is top 4. They don't really need to ride this Crystal line to the very end. So it could just be a small, okay, I don't have a tempo line, small cash out, we'll go somewhere else.
Neferi doing Neferi things in Stage 2. We had a whole different array of items slammed onto this unit. Just can do everything, DPS, tank, and win a lot of fights usually as well. One of the most dependable units in terms of trying to go for that 5-win streak in Stage 2.
Let's see if there's a Crystal unit for Tomino here. I believe he's still missing one. Either the Vi or the Swain. Neither appear.
Ironbog also notably, though he is the Crystal Gambit +1, he's just playing full tempo right now. Doesn't have the ability to actually get that in.
And Sanyap's build is quite interesting. He's going with the Deathblade here. This is not something we see a lot. Doesn't really stack that much power, so almost a full tempo play.
Yeah, I actually have found personally that playing this with a Darius opener from Orb is very impactful. The amount of raw damage that Darius 1 brings on stage 2 can net you a lot of those early stacks. And at the very least, we've seen that Songyop wants to play towards tempo, and having an additional Deathblade, if you're trying to play something into like Soul Fighter, for instance, is very helpful to have, even into that like sort of mid-game of stage 4.
And Songyop is one of the more flexible players in the field. Across the first 2 days of competition, in those 12 games, because I think he auto-qualified to day 3, he had 11 different comps played. So, I mean, it's hard to be more flexible than that. The only comp he doubled up on was the Fast 9 Bastions, understandably so, with its strength in the meta.
Yeah.
And he's also a player who had played a lot of AD flex as well. I think the DB fits in so many different comps. It really fits the play style and the vision that Songyop has in terms of how to play TFT, at the very least this weekend.
Weimu does commit to the double down, by the way. And I don't know, let's see, I'm trying to see he's on 3 loss, which means he hasn't fought Tomino yet. And I don't know if I agree with this. I mean, we've kind of outlined already how hard it is for Weimu to actually force a loss against some of the other loss streakers. And at some point in time, there's a world where Ironbog pivots into Crystal as well. He's on a 1 loss already. And so this feels like a very dangerous double down.
Definitely does. And I want to point out the lobby that no one is running away with that win streak.
Yeah.
Econ-wise, this is going to be everyone in the mosh pit, or Mosher pit, if I want to apply my TFT accent.
Nice. This also could just be a straight-up heavyweight game. That's what it looks like for Songyop. This is a good line. It really is. Darius, when played from ahead, is significantly better than Darius when played from behind, especially with the nerfs that Malzahar has gotten, though he's so powerful with things like Double Trouble. When you're just kind of playing it raw, it's a lot weaker. All right, here it is. The 2 loss streakers up against each other. We can see Weimu not able to full sell his board, and Tomino does. So the double down from Weimu is going to be snapped, and we're seeing exactly what we called out. It's so dangerous to try and double down when you know that someone has the ability to outsack you.
Obviously, you can't, if you sell your entire bench, you even can't proc it the turn after. I guess maybe with PV you can, but you lose a lot of those 1 costs, then you maybe lose Econ in the future, so it's too much to sacrifice. I think Weibu just hoping that luck would be in his favor. Not the case, unfortunately. And Tomino going to come out ahead in terms of the lose streak gold at the very least. The 3-2 augments, I think, will dictate a lot of what the game plan might be for Tomino for now, just with Trade Sector. Not too committed in either direction.
I'm trying to see what Weimu Locho has held on his bench, because when you find yourself in the position where the streak is broken, you kind of have to pivot into like a level 7, especially with him having the Cluttered Mind. Just go on a reroll line. And I don't think he has a lot of good components there. The Yasuo is probably the closest thing we see to potential. Bastion Edgelord, I think that's probably the direction.
Also, solo leveling from YBY did lead him to a 4-win after we saw that first loss on 2-1. And so YBY is going to be sitting with a lot of experience built in from the kills he got from solo leveling.
This is not a very fun position for Without You. He's actually slammed for Tempo, the Kraken Slayer. Not exactly needed on the Sivir, and he's got the worst streak possible. So
no real item plan for the Malphite. It's only a Malphite 1, so very far behind on the rest of the crew units, despite the Sivir 3 coming in early. Definitely an unusual position to play into the crew if he is going to opt into that. Is there a chance, Clement, you think that Without You might just play some kind of sniper flex and just ignore crew as a whole?
He's very adept on this line. This is the line that he studies the most, but to be honest, I haven't seen him do the Malphite Jhin too many times.
He did win yesterday with a crew, one of the few crew wins that we saw on broadcast.
Though the good thing about the Malphite Jhin is you can continue to level with just 1 3-star, so maybe that's a possibility, considering he only has 2 Malphites.
Another Crystal Gambit player is entering the fray from Seoul, which means we're going to have Ironbog, most likely not going to be playing the Lost Streak variation, but we have Weimu and Tomino as well, who are trying to lose with their early Crystal Gambit, and Seoul is going to be getting it in now, and then after 3 rounds, most likely doubling down to get that cashed out. That'll come actually on 4-2.
Does have the HP to support this. Of course, his line is the most defined out of the lobby here. Just going to be going for Bastion Edgelords with likely 6 Soul Fighter. This is actually one of the Korean inventions. It was the most played by the Korean players in scrims, and a lot of people actually credit Sanya for kind of developing that line.
Will be Prismatics now on 3-2, so a wrench thrown into many players' plans, potentially, depending on what their idea was off of the gold augment start. For Soul, going to be losing most of these next few rounds, going to have to try and find something that can scale him into the late game. Pandora's items, makes sense.
Yep. You're playing stage 3 very slow already, so you have plenty of time where you can greed the components that you feel you need to, find the optimal Radiant item, which you don't even necessarily want to slam on this stage if you feel like it might cost you one of the losses during your double down. So yeah, feels like it matches up with his overall gameplay. YBY with invested, and we're seeing, man, YBY all tournament long, this guy has looked like he wants to be able to play in a fast 9 and has found the spot time and time again with this essentially double econ start of solo leveling into the invested.
Yeah, and he did hit the correct breakpoint. He is on even numbers. That solo level thing is so important to get correctly there.
An early rise for Tamino. I'm curious if he maybe is considering playing into Janna reroll off of that with the Water Lotus pickup.
It would be very difficult because Weimu Luocho has already pretty much put his foot into that line, getting the Janna and full items onto it. So after the streak was broken, he needed a reroll line to land, and he's found it.
Fluttered Mind with Janna reroll. Feels a little pretty strange to me, I'm not going to lie.
I think it's maybe just a spot that he saw he had on stage 3. It really sucks for Tamino because Tamino's most played reroll, half of his reroll games, so 3 in total across day 1 and 2 were Janna reroll, had really good success, 3.0 AVP, so probably a comfort for Tamino that, as you mentioned, Clement, is now blocked here by his kind of direct rival in terms of trying to make it a check. Would be great for the rest of the lobby if both Weimu and Tamino decide to contest each other on the Janna reroll.
Oh, he doesn't even have Janna pair right now. Is rolling quite deep to try and find some upgrades. And it's hard because you have to hold a lot on your bench to make sure you're getting Cluttered Mind, which is costing you econ that you could be rolling to find Janna.
It's a great work from Tamino, I have to say. But and there's also 3 crystal players here, which makes Weimu Luocho's job so much harder. It's going to be difficult for him to actually stabilize on stage 3.
Tamino getting his reps in for when he's in check. It looks like once again playing the high-risk playstyle we saw last game as well, going for another double down, more of a loss streak here, full opening essentially as well, and going to try and maybe go for that 10 loss and have a huge spike on the stage 4.
This looks kind of crazy to me, honestly, because he just needs top 4, lose streak into double down on stage 3 once more. This is more of a high cap angle. But if you look at his items in his position in the lobby, he most likely has to settle on a level 8 comp, and Samira is gone. You're never touching Samira. It's most likely just Star Guardians. You have 1 comp. Oh, okay, that could be it. That could be it.
We'll find out right now if it is going to be Star Guardians.
There's a Malzahar as well for Sangyup. Seems like he is going to be angling with that ticket for the Malzahar reroll alongside the heavyweights.
Jinx is picked up for Tamino, by the way. With Sword, allows him to make a Shojin alongside the IE that he already has slammed.
Everything working out for him.
I mean, and that is the way that Tomino has played in his career of TFT. He's one of the few players that has a win rate above 17% that also has an 8th place rate above 10%. He's about 12% 8th place rate, 17% first place rate. This is a true 1st or 8th player if we have one in the field.
And there isn't a contest like Crystal Gambits, both Sol and Tomino playing only those 3 Crystal Gambit units, so trying to out-grief each other when it comes to the lose streak in the tail end of the stage 3.
Without you not actually rolling all that deeply, he's obviously level 6 because he had the Sivir 3 early. And Sol versus Tamino is going to be the key difference maker here.
Wow.
Both double down.
And this is such a great spot for Sangyap, by the way. I was saying before how good the Deadlier Blades is when you're playing it from tempo, and granted, having fewer units on the field technically means you're getting fewer stacks. What's most important, though, is that you have tempo, that you have the ability to save HP, that you are able to go to level 7 more freely. Although, I do want to say he's level 6 30 gold. So that implies that he rolled relatively heavily on level 6 in order to get the board he has now, which is, though he has a Jace 2, it's still Darius 1 and Malzahar 1.
This is one of the big deals with 3-cost reroll. You're really trying to wait, obviously, until stage 4 to go 7 and start rolling. And winning the fight in stage 3 is one of the key parts of feeling like you're stable and healthy coming into your stage 4 roll down, having so many Crystal Gambit players who are essentially opening is a huge deal. A lot less pressure on the 3-cost reroll overall.
Did see Tamino cash out here. I think it was one of the smaller ones, not the 210s.
And he did sell the Jinx in order to try and guarantee the loss that last fight as well.
Wow.
So really trying to value going for the 10 loss here and break Soul's streak in the process.
All the players coming, just checking his board. I think he's going for HP preservation, so he's kind of okay if Soul continues his double down.
You see even some frustration there. Maybe scouting his matchups and knowing that he has a handful that he might be able to win.
Yep.
This is certainly not the one that he had in his pool, though. Janatu found by Weimu, and you can see Kobu Kochu with 3 items there. That's going to be an absolute beast until we get our upgraded 4 costs.
Would have been a huge win to preserve HP here. Now Tomino down to what should probably be 2 lives, depending on how big those losses are in stage 4. And it's always risky. You are not going to go 9. You're going to roll on 8. There's a chance you can miss your 2-star upgrades on your 4 costs.
And you have players like YBY who are playing into the late game, trying to secure the top end of the lobby. And at some point in time, if you're assuming YBY hits that critical mass, Tomino just has to rotate into YBY 2 times in order to be eliminated.
And you mentioned it, Clement. Tomino does not have to play for a first tier. He only needs a top 4. So this riskier 10-loss strategy across the early game could come back to bite him.
I just feel like he's boxed in. He's going Bastions with IE and Shojin, but that's exactly what Soul is going for. And Soul has a 20 HP lead. He has the Emblem lead as well. He needs to pray that Soul actually low rolls incredibly hard to survive.
We know rolling early, the humble roll down on creeps, making sure to try and have all his decision made across 2 different turns.
Also, in the lobby, Terry is really planted in the Jinx line as well, so either direction, he is going to be facing contests, less than 20 gold. He needs to find the 2-star carry.
As both a paired Leona and the paired Jinx here. There's a Jinx upgrade that could be absolutely massive in terms of trying to turn around this lose streak and stabilize, obviously, on the rest of the stage 4.
I mean, it has some upgraded front line, some upgraded back line. There are pieces here and a lot of items. That definitely does not feel like he's out of the woods yet, though. But this matchup is going to be very good for him up against Soul, who's still losing, though. He doesn't actually have, he's not cashing out, or he doesn't have an additional double down. So he's going to be stabilizing next turn. This is the perfect time for you to fight him if you're Tomino.
Especially if you have this next augment help Tomino stabilize even further, where we didn't see a full roll into 0 because of that. So very fortunate. Soul to pick up the second Soul Fighter emblem, so gonna be a pretty scary board, especially if the chance for a prismatic Soul Fighter win may be if Soul really takes over the game.
And invested here back to save some econ for him. He's good, but I think he went for the Star Guardian.
No, I think it's Rascal's Gloves.
Oh, okay.
For the Volibear.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So he just needs to hit the volley. If he can hit the volley, I'm pretty sure he's out of danger.
Songyop rolling pretty deep. Still just on Malzahar 1. 5 copies of Darius as well. Does pick up the Radiant Refractor.
Really want to find the rod off of this anvil for the JT for Malzahar. But more importantly, the Malzahar 2, I think, is the key thing he's looking for.
I mean, this is a strong board. And able to find the least in, which slots in really well when you don't have the Poppy, because you can play it for the Juggernaut that you have with the Aatrox. And then most likely, I imagine that's going to be Radiant Sterix on the Darius.
Ironbog trying to play for the 5 crystal, but it doesn't look like his front line is good enough for this Ashe to stack up. I still expect Tamino to be taking easy wins off of him.
Tamino really wants to find that Volibear 2 to fully stabilize this stage 4. As you mentioned before, he does not need the first place. He just needs the top 4, so it's all about winning most or all of these fights in stage 4, ideally.
Yeah, I didn't even realize this is a level 7 board from Ironbog that has Ashe 2. How'd that happen?
It did feel like a bit of a low econ game.
Yep.
Start.
Also, he couldn't really get Crystal Gambit going with both Sil, Weimu, and Tomino playing for it as well in stage 2 and 3. We do see Tiny but Deadly for Soul with the Soul Fighter line. The Volibear especially going to be an absolute menace off of that. And Terry has picked up Call to Chaos with a whole lot of emblems.
Oh.
Is this Bis Seraphine, Clement?
Wait, it's actually pretty good. Now,
Yeah.
I guess if you had
I'm not joking, Kinkley. I'm offended you think so.
It's a lot of damage amp for sure going into this position, but I can't imagine this is the thing that he wanted to hit, you know. We'll see if he can find some Reforgers maybe in the next PvE round. That would help him a lot.
More than anything, wants to find a Jinx, right? To get the Sniper online, to get the Star Guardian online. The only real, you know, the not ideal emblems here are the Juggernauts, and I have to assume, I guess the Protector's also pretty good. And the Strategist, not really ideal for the Star Guardian build.
Songyop also 10 gold right now, and he's only 2 off the Darius, but very far from the Malzahar. So I think Songyop might actually be incentivized to roll a little bit more aggressively in the back half of the stage to try and preserve some HP.
Curious if Ironbog wants to go for the Varus. He did play a lot of Varus Fast 9 as his alternate to Crystal Gambit, but we'll be going for the Cloak instead and for the Swain here.
Kraken for the Ashe, so able to secure a 3rd item for his backline carry.
Couple big legendaries for the board right here, both Gwen and the Varus. Varus going to go towards Terry. And looking at Without You, our current lobby leader, he also hit the fabled 1%er, the Twisted Fate.
Oh, we did on 7.
That's why he was win streaking. I was like, wait a minute, he low rolled pretty hard early. What happened to the board?
And it's a really tanky setup here as well, with the Belt Overflow plus the Giant and Mighty buying so much time for the eventual Ziggs 3 for now, still quite a ways away. Without You, a player who won a game already with Crew, I think showcased the power of this one-cost reroll, but how it can scale into that late game off of the right combat augments, off of TF in particular.
And this is a great line to go up against something like the Volibear.
Yep.
Volibear is going to get stuck on the Malphite for quite a long time. It's a matchup advantage to him. Wow.
Okay, this is the Darius 3. We're kind of seeing the same board almost mirrored here, right? The Volibear on one side breaking through the weak side, the Darius on the other doing the same. The Braum is going to make a huge difference here, though. And the question is, can Darius actually break through the rest of this front line? No, it doesn't seem like the case. So Songyop is going to take a big hit there, and still just at 5 Malzahars means he's pretty far away from his next spike.
Ooh, will Tamino continue to win here? 3-win streak, and he's got it.
That was the goal for this stage, try and win every single fight as we mentioned, try and stabilize off of the 4 cost, and really just aim for that top 4. Hope that some of these Fast 9 players miss on their roll downs and end up having that first race style where they end up 8th.
And talking about Fast 9 players, here's YBY1's board.
Already did his roll down. Hit Braum 2, hit the Lee of 3 items, TF. No TF pair, but does have the Lee pair. So he's very, very close to becoming, I would say, a threat for a significant amount of time in this game.
3rd Fast 9 game in a row from YBY1, scaling slowly.
Yep.
You know, a very bad start in that game 1, but slowly moving up into that top 4, maybe into the win. Obviously going more for the Juggernauts due to the early slams from the Fury for solo leveling, so could not really opt to play his more traditional Bastion.
It's great augment selection coming in from him, invested on 3-2, probably the best augment if you're going for this Fast 9 line, and also a stage 4 Twisted Fate.
It's going to take a loss there to Solt. So not having the Lee Sin 2 or the TF2, it's going to be the main pieces of this board. Of course, having the Set 2 and the Braum 2 give you some damage, give you a lot of stall, but until you have the DPS check to beat something like that Volibear 2 with 8 Soul Fighter behind it, it is hard to beat the very high damage boards.
And Soul is the Tiny But Deadly merchant. In that Yona game we saw yesterday with the Bronze for Life, also had Tiny But Deadly as his second prismatic augment, so really elevating a lot of these melee carries that Soul seems to really enjoy playing.
And I think for our top runners, Ironbog might be doing them a favor because he's playing 5 Crystal, trying to get tempo cash out, and he has not been winning many fights. So it's really hard to see him going anywhere else but bottom 2.
Non-ideal components as well. Want to obviously finish a Zyra item here, has the front line covered thanks to the sponging.
Yeah, I mean, he has the items on the front line. The big problem is he doesn't have the upgrades, right? He's Leona 1, he's Cassante 1. Even if you do have 2 items on all of them, it's not going to hold up against the high damage boards.
And we're seeing where those Leonas are. Tomino playing a unique variation of this Star Guardian board with Leona as the main tank over the Poppy, at least for this turn.
I want to see him if he tries to go for some reforges. He needs extra tank items. His current line actually really likes to tank Poppy.
Really big fight here for Tomino, facing away move before he hits a Janet 3. Is this the window of time where Tomino can stay at 2 lives still? It would be a huge win in this direct matchup between both players who are angling for that check in this game 3, and it's a huge win for Tomino, a 6-win streak now. This is the part of the puzzle that he had to complete to try and top 4.
Look at the HP totals. I think there's still a fight going on. It might be Ironbogs. Yeah, okay. Ooh. So Songyop is actually going to fall down to 13, but we could see, apart from Without You, who's sitting at 30 right now. Oh, Jace 3 going to be found.
I think Jace is a bait.
Yeah. But we're seeing 37 HP for YBY all the way down to 13. It's not a huge gap. So players like Weimu, who, even though he's in 3rd place right now, is in a position where he could very easily fall into the top 2 and potentially miss out on reaching check.
Yeah, I think Weimu kind of low roll, didn't find the Janna on 6 and was forced to level. So he's kind of doing it off tempo. Very slow, still doesn't have the Janna 3 pop.
Also cluttered mind too, right? So he's naturally going to level 7, which does reduce your odds to find the Janna slightly.
Weak side for this Darius here for Songyop. Has to try and stay alive. It's a 3-loss streak for now for the Korean player. Darius up into the middle, going to be surrounded by the Lee Sin. A lot to chew through here with Maldahar slowly getting that damage in, but it looks like it's too little too late. YBY board is just way too strong in this fast 9. That's curtains for Songyop. Unfortunate 8th place for the Korean player in game 3.
Yeah, and it's tough because, you know, it did seem like he had a reasonable spot. I can't help but think back to when we saw him sitting at 30 gold on stage 3, though. Still level 6 with Darius 1 Malzahar. And maybe if he had been able to save a little bit more HP, get his board online slightly faster, he could have won some of those matchups that were playing around 4 cost, but you're not going to be beating the fast 9 players after they hit.
Weimu Luoqiu now on 1 life. If he goes down here, that means no check, and Tomino might be the only one everyone needs to focus on. But actually, both players just took big losses.
Yeah.
Big win from Ironbog. The part of the puzzle, he's currently sitting at 4th place, trying to hold a line, not allow check to be reached here in this game 3. Weimu up against Soul here. Looks like it's going to be the Ghost.
Yep, that is a huge high roll for Weimu to be able to play against the Ghost right now. Not nearly going to be as powerful as it would be otherwise. And it's just a Samira 1 sitting on the other side. So it looks like the Volibear, it's about to fall. It's extremely close. It does. Kobuko's barely staying alive. Yeah, there's no more damage on the other side.
Does Tomino win? That's the big question. We have to check out his fight, the results of it. Because if so, Tomino's out. Weimu now the only player who can reach check in this game 3. He has the top 4. So the rest of the lobby, only one real player with a target on their back. They have to, if they can, try and outposition this Jan at the Kabuko.
Soul is about to pick up, he's thinking about it, another Soul Fighter spat.
And we have Terry denying the Twisted Fate plus the Infinity Edge from Without You. That probably just kills off a lot of the bottom part of the lobby. I do have a hard time seeing Weimu Luoqiu coming out on 4th. Ironbog, I feel like, might have turned the corner here.
Depending on the matchmaking, though.
Yeah, that's a big question. You run into YBY right now if you're Ironbog? I don't know if you have enough juice. Also, I feel like Ironbog loves this sponging augment, by the way. I feel like every game I see Ironbog play, he has sponging.
I think it really favors the fast 9 lines in particular because you can just get full frontline value with a ton of items while equipping 2 or 3 main carries like the Seraphine, like the TF, earlier in stage 5.
Gets the strongest matchup in the lobby, YBY1's board. This is bad news for Weimu Luoqiu and potentially good news for everyone else, but Ironbog and Soul, this also means they don't have to fight YBY, at least not the real one.
Yeah. There is a lot of damage on this Janna board, but it looks like the front line's still holding up for right now. Yeah, it's going to crumble, so Weimu's going to go out. Looks like it is going to be a 5th place finish, and it's going to be 1 point away from check, but 19 does not get you there. Question is, does Ironbog lose, actually? Because if Ironbog goes out, no, Ironbog did find a win there.
Ironbog saves the tournament, at least extending it, guaranteeing that there won't be a player in check after this game 3. Bad news for Tomino, though. Weimu will be sitting on 19 points once this game is over. He can obviously get 8th in game 4 and still reach check, so Tomino will have a very hard time playing any kind of reroll and will most likely be target griefed by Weimu throughout the entirety of that game 4.
I do feel like Tomino's game plan in his spot within the tournament was probably a little bit too risky. He actually had the lead on the Janna. We saw him angling towards it, but because he broke Weimu's streak, he actually incentivized him to go there.
Ironbog, the player with the most pressure on his shoulders, sitting on only 3 points, needs to play for it first, ideally, in this game 3 to try and catch back up to the rest of the pack. This Ash is in trouble already. The set moved in, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Ironbog as well. A top 4, we're moving up in the world, but definitely not what Ironbog was hoping for.
And look at the rest of the players that are in this field and their point totals right now, right? 6 points, 10 points, 9 points. Nobody's really threatening Czech. And in fact, some of them, even if you go first in the next game, you need another strong finish in order to reach Czech for the game after that. So we're going to see the lobby start to slow down a bit in the standings as it starts to materialize more in that center point. We get players who are potentially going to reach Czech in Game 4, and Game 5 comes around. We might actually have 3 players in Czech.
I think Terry, without you, is definitely going to be in Czech by Game 5, so we're looking at potentially a 4 open man lobby that is going to end the series rather quickly.
And I love that YBY stuck to his guns, right? Had 2 relatively weak finishes on the day, but stuck with the game plan. And it shows a certain level of confidence that you know the game plan that got you here to the finals. And also, on top of that, that gave you one of the strongest TPC runs we've seen in the entire world all set long. YBY has dominated the domestic scene of APAC for set 15, and I love to see that confidence being shown on Game 3, even if Games 1 and 2 didn't go your way.
I do think for YBY 1 it was much easier in this Game 3 because the setup for Fast 9 was almost as good as it can be off of a gold prismatic start, solo leveling with a perfect streak into invested on 3-2. You can't really ask for more off of this augment category start, so really, really strong game here from YBY 1. Definitely getting his reps in for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be Fast 9 all the way for the APAC player.
I'm genuinely curious how many players with Justin Fury 1 would have taken solo leveling in that spot, and how much of that is YBY kind of showcasing his preference for it.
Sniper Seraphine not quite able to close it out there for Terry. Down to 1 life now, so a 2-horse race at the very top now, YBY 1 and Without You. Without You trying to scale those TF rewards, maybe that can get him back into the game, but YBY 1 seems just too far ahead, almost going to 10 at this point in time, so just a huge econ lead over everyone else.
This is the typical line you play if you get a lot of emblems. Star Guardians usually is the preferred one. There's a lot of haying traits that you can go into. But against someone like YBY1, I just have a very difficult time seeing it. There's not that scaling aspect that you get from the Twisted Fate on this composition. So Terry's probably just going to get out HP'd out of the lobby.
He is up against a Ghost right now of Without You, and did also find the Varus too. There's a reasonable chance he can steal a win during the Ghost fight, and if he's actually that much stronger than Without You, matchmaking might have him up against Without You next, and maybe he could actually steal out a second. It starts here though.
Just so much front line to chew through. Cassandra holds on for a long time, though. This is going to be a win for Terry with an interesting variation, right? Adding in the Janna to get the Strategist online and the 4 Protector, doing a marvelous job of adapting to his emblems. Really only the Juggernaut that's left hanging.
Ooh, Poppy too also going to be found there. And we get the artifact from the Rogue Captain.
And this is the scaling we were talking about. This is why, despite Crew being a 1-cost reroll, it can find its way into more and more power, even in Stage 6.
Level 7 Twisted Fate coming in for Without You, and then he gets the early, I believe it's 9 wins for the 9 rounds for the artifact. Is going to get extra attack speed with the mittens onto the Ziggs.
Yep.
He just played YBY, so he's going up against Terry.
Should be Terry adverse Without You in both reels.
Has to split his backliners due to the Seraphine with the Sniper's emblem in particular, despite no mage. And we'll see what this Cassandra can do in buying time for the Jinx and the Seraphine, and the Varus, of course, to scale.
It's battle for the second place happening here.
Watch the Varus arrow, see if anything's going to get sniped out. They get whittled down. The Seraphine does kill some, but doesn't break that entire backline. Another cast comes through. We still have the 2 Ziggs, but no, it's not enough. Without You, he's going to take a hit, and it's barely eliminated. Just needed to kill 2 more units to stay alive. And Terry finds himself in the top 2 alongside YBY.
Terry with probably the most stable game plan, and I think he's been top 4 this entire 3 games here. Just playing for the level 8 comps, knowing that some people are going to be forcing themselves into Fast 9.
Fortunately, Soul no longer here to pick up his 4th Soul Fighter emblem, respecting his own name.
Terry, one of the players from APAC that feels like has had a steady rise over the last couple sets, has narrowly missed making his way to TAC Crown in 2 previous sets, and winning the regional finals here. I think for a lot of Western TFT fans, we were a bit surprised to see Terry take that.
Seraphine 2.
But making another run here, it's positioning Terry to feel like a potential favorite from APAC going forward.
Another emblem he can make use of as well with the Prodigy added in alongside the Seraphine. This is a really, really cool board from Terry. We'll see what it can do against YBY1's Fast 9.
A lot of it is going to come down to those Seraphine hits, and there is a bit of RNG because of the Lee Sin. He gets 60% durability after he casts. So if you cast on top of that durability, almost no damage.
Frontline is still there. It's starting to
Barrett's
crumble,
putting a lot
though.
of work.
Wait a second.
YBY1 still a lot of life to work with, but the win streak has been snapped now. The Poro fans took most or all of that damage there with how much the Braum had scaled the HP shield for YBY1, so still 2, maybe 3 lives. And there is a artifact in return here from YBY1 off of his own Twisted Fate.
Real tit-for-tat moment. I don't know how much of a difference this is going to make. I imagine it's a pretty significant buff. Where does that last item go, though? See, that's the difference, right? When you have the mittens being put on the Ziggs, and we saw Rageblade put on the TF, that's one thing. But here, we're just kind of left over with this random Bloodthirster that's being put onto the Udyr.
YBY1's TF saying, look at me, I'm the captain now.
He wants to be on the same side with the Twisted Fate and Lee Sin against the Varus, who is already powered up. Let's see if he gets it.
No, up against the Poppy there. It's going to be quite hard to break through that. We saw before that YBY, that even though everything is upgraded, the front line just crumbled a little bit too fast here from the Jinx, the Varus, and the Seraphine. We're starting to see it again, though. It's just the Lee Sin that's left. Gets another cast, but that backline is still all alive. The TF is doing its very best, but no, YBY is going to take another hit there.
Cassante, maybe the silent MVP on this board, holding on for so long with a heavyweight emblem. Also scaling with the more and more permanent HP he's able to get off all these fights.
The direction of the Braum throw for YBY also not working in his favor. Braum actually throwing the Cassante right in front of the Lee Sin, making sure there isn't a walk directly towards the Jinx.
I'm curious to see how much this fight changes if Lee Sin and the backline is on the weak side of Terry's board instead.
There is going to be a 6th Braum. We can start whispering now. Maybe a chance for YBY1 to go for his traditional way of winning games in this weekend, apparently.
He actually took it up. I thought he was going to look for the Lee Sin too.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Does he sell board? There's not a single Braum in possession for Terry, starting to roll now, trying to play defense. There's still 2 lives for YBY1. Doesn't have to pull the trigger right now, but if he's able to win another game with a 3-star 5 cost, someone must check his PC. This is not normally.
Look at how much YBY's board has improved, by the way. Now with a second Lee Sin too, and on top of that, we saw a random Bloodthirster before that was on the Udyr, now sitting alongside a Titans on a Braum 2 in the front line.
I do expect this to go in YBY1's favor right now. It's just about the stacking of the position. He has it on the Varus, which is actually bigger of a damage threat.
It's not going to be able to reach it, though. Gets a little bit of chip damage onto that Seraphine there, though. The TF maybe able to close that out. Frontline is holding up a lot longer than last time for YBY, but we see the TF is down. It's just the Zyra dealing damage alongside the TF. It's a close fight. That
the Varus, does he have enough single target to take down the Lee Sin?
And the Cassante, no. Once again, the Cassante surviving forever. YBY going to go down to 3 HP.
This might be it. We'll have to be a
that's
board
it,
sell.
that's
8
it. He's going, he's going, he's going.
Braum off. Has to sell board
soon. Go. Come on.
There's a chance to go for the 3-star here for the win. Is there defense from Terry? That's the big question.
Does he actually find it?
Oh,
he's got it! YBY!
YB1, 3-star Braum.
Are you
to win game
kidding
3,
me?
snatching it away from Terry.
How does he get it every single game?
Every time, man. All of these pick'ems are so doomed.
The third 3-star 5 cost of the tournament. I think most likely the first that we've seen at Grand Finals, at least in a very long time.
If you're Terry, you just have to smile here.
Yeah,
This is unreal.
YBY
to win.
has felt like a superhero all weekend long. Truly superhuman, and this is just the perfect manifestation of that. Back up against the wall, loses fight after fight, making small optimizations at the end of the day. He gambles it all, and he hits.
Even the delay in buying the 6th copy of Braum to not, let Terry know that this might be his only chance at winning the game. But the foreshadowing, right? We've seen this before. Yesterday, we saw it in day 1. YBY1 has found a major 3-star every day of this tournament. He does it yet again. I was going to make a joke he was going to slowly scale into the first place, maybe in game 5, but nope. He says, right now, I'm catching up to the leaders. I want to win this game.
Going into step 15, YBY had been a sort of always the bridesmaid, never the bride sort of character in TFT, had never found a win in a major tournament, and found his first win in one of the TPC events, had an incredible run in 3 previous TAC rounds. He's gone 3rd, 9th, has never been able to actually close it out. This is is the first time in a long time that YBY has felt like a true protagonist of the set and is now setting himself up to make this comeback after 2 weak finishes in the first 2 games of the day to potentially put himself into check in Game 4 and maybe win it out in Game 5.
Only needs a top 3 to get check, and I think this is the first time in the tournament where everyone looks at YBY and says, this is actually the man. This is the best
boss
player out of the lobby by far. You know, he really didn't even need to play the last 2 games to ensure his qualification into the finals here. So I hope he can continue that momentum.
Ironbog, another one of the players that was sitting at the bottom, finding a top 4 there is going to give him a little bit of momentum. But for both Soul and Ironbog, they have a long road ahead of them. It doesn't mean that they're out of contention that we saw from Summertimer last set, right? It doesn't matter how low in points you are. Once you reach check, we're on even ground.
I think especially with having a player like Ironbog at 8 points, where he might be that secret weapon in Game 5 and Game 6. We know he can win. He was the player with the highest win rate coming into this tournament. It might be a case where everyone is in check and Ironbog isn't. He wins Game 6, he wins Game 7. We could see maybe the fabled 8-game grand finals today as well, with how everything is starting to set up here. And overall, I imagine the crowd has to be happy with the excitement of seeing a Braum 3-star this early on. A huge spike in dopamine for all our viewers at home.
This is one of the selfish regions. I love YBY. He is a natural entertainer. He interacts with his fans all the time. When he's winning, he's clapping, he's shouting, he's thanking Morkdog. He's a very expressive player, and he actually likes to get the emotions out. He's not someone that takes the stoic route and doesn't try to cause any waves there.
And for a huge community, by the way, right? Vietnam being one of the largest communities that we have globally in TFT. I personally am a big fan of that region for the way that they try to innovate and do some wacky things on ladder. And if we have someone like YBY spearheading the charge there, I'm here for it.
The big question now for Game 4, not a single player in check, but Weimu's on 19 points, which means that he has freedom to, target grief any specific player. Most likely will be Tomino due to his own proximity, but Terry without you also sitting on 16 points, so maybe a good thing for Tomino to now share the load of that griefing bullseye.
We have a total of 5 players that can hit check in the next game, and how many of them do is going to decide how hard it is going to be to claim the TAC Crown Championship in Game 5 going forward. If there's more players in check, then it actually is a little bit easier. There's less players griefing, focusing you.
I love the point you brought up, David. I just want to kind of nail on that for a moment, that we really did think that Weimu was in a position to target Grief Tomino, but we can see it here. So many players all in check. Actually, I don't think Weimu has the potential to target grief any one player. And even if he does, it doesn't actually give him any sort of edge. So it almost feels like a sort of a non-game for Weimu coming up.
For Ironbog, Soul, and Sangyup, a lot of catching up to do. They have to really just focus on their own games, play maybe not the riskiest playstyle. I think they have the time to catch up in these next 2 games, but definitely try and aim for that 3rd or better, especially for someone like Sangyup, who's played so many different comps. I think he has the chance to adapt to whatever's given to him, play his own game, and try and cruise to that top 4, while other players will take bigger risks potentially.
I do want to say Sangyup, one of the players I'm a bit concerned about in the position right now. Sangyup is the lowest win rate coming into the tournament of all the players in the field already. And so even if you do make it to check, on average it takes Sangyup more games to find a first place position than the average player. That said, Sangyup has played in many Korean domestic tournaments where he has showcased the prowess in checkmate. So what I wonder is if Sangyup is going to be able to fully pivot away from this tempo-oriented playstyle and find a 1st or 8th position that he otherwise is just not willing to opt into throughout this tournament.
I think for Terry as well, it's a similar question. Terry has a very unique playstyle across the first days of the tournament. He played, I think, very little, maybe no Fast 9 whatsoever. He was only relying on a whole different variety of 4-cost game plans, which you saw here as well, with the Star Guardian setup, alongside some reroll, but also from selective spots similar to YBY1. I'm curious if he can also flip the switch when he is in check. Can he play for Fast 9? Can he find ways to maybe with double triple Malzahar or different augments enable himself to play for a first as well when he needs to? That's the big question. Some of the players that we've seen, like Robin Song's last set, where you can play for top 4, you're playing more humble TFT. Can you play confident, cocky TFT when you're trying to play for the big win?
Big question for our top 4 oriented players, and historically Terry actually has a 20% first place rate throughout the APAC tournament. He's been a top 10 player in our region for a very, very long time, the issue is this is the first time at Tech Round.
Yep.
Do the nerves get to him? Do the checkmate environment changes his game plan and how he views his position in the leaderboard?
Even just playing on land, too. We've kind of talked about it more on day one, but just playing 2 additional days on land doesn't necessarily mean that you're suddenly comfortable for it. There are players in this field that have played in Chengdu before. I know Ironbog is one of those players that when they're under the lights, when there's a crowd in front of them, I imagine that has to have some level of distraction to your gameplay.
Just looking at our bottom players, you know, Seoul, Ironbog there, they really want to hit 12 points the next game. You want to be in striking distance to deny someone with the first place and also be in check yourself. So that's kind of the game plan there. You don't need to rush yourself. You're just trying to play the long game, elongate the series, and also deny.
Predictions, are we going to see a 5-game attack on this time? It's going to be 6. We had 7, which was, I believe, the record.
Was the
last
record.
set.
Yeah, it was.
We have never reached that far. It was obviously the most excitement you can ever hope for with every single player and every single region in contention for the big win.
I'm feeling 5, to be honest. I feel like it's going to be a 4-man race going into game 5.
I'll go out on a limb and say, I want to see 8. And by then, it's no longer checkmate. It's just who has the highest points.
Yep. We've
Basically
never seen
means
that
that
before.
Clement is all in on Ironbog, taking over
Yeah,
from
exactly.
game 6
Right.
onwards. Maybe a few more Living Forge Kog'Maw games.
You got my secret message.
Game 8 comes along, it's just Clement on the couch. No one else. Everyone's tired. Everyone's just going home. It's just Clement here rooting for Ironbog alone. Something about Terry I wanted to ask you, actually, Clement. This is
sure.
a perfect time. If you looked at just the stats alone and didn't watch TFT, you would think that Terry is like a baby YBY or Ironbog. Perception domestically, though, it feels like you're saying top 10, maybe more of like A- tier player. What do you feel like is the differentiator between them?
Well, I think YBY is just much more flexible in his style. He can play a lot more lose streak situations. Terry, we call him TW Xunge, who is known to just play win streak all the time. He's much more flowcharty, much more Robin Songs-like in terms of the player archetype. While, you know, YBY and Lakoko, they're kind of in a different category where they're super flexible, they can lost streak, they have a lot more of their edge coming from things like the rerolls. While Terry's kind of more of a dead set, I'm playing for a cost, and I'm playing for a stable game plan and just trying to be strong early.
Doesn't mean Terry's not flexible, just not flexible within multiple play styles.
Yeah.
I think you hit the nail in the coffin there, Clement, because that's what we've been seeing this entire tournament. It could be the case where you mentioned he does have 20% win rate domestically, that he purposely did shift some of that play style in day 1 and 2, saying, I don't have to play for wins here. I'm going to play consistent. I'm going to let other players try and coin flip even from game 1 of the tournament, playing into Fast 9, and I will just play much safer. And once I get into day 3, then we start shifting more towards that first play style.
That was the thing about his day 1. He had double trouble, and then he had a Smolder 2 on 2-3. Instant first placements, like right off the sport. And on day 2, he just said, okay, I can play, you know, these no cap 4-cost boards. So I think it was a big adjustment to his game plan, and something that he's been doing better and better is getting to read the tournament situation. That's something that I think new players at Tech Round usually struggle with.
How much do you think this run from Tamino is going to impact the lasting perception that Amiya has? Because I feel like Klikornin, though he made Final Lobby, it didn't feel like it really changed the way people felt about him moving forward.
I think the difference that Klikornin was a much bigger relative spike last set, whereas Tamino has been scaling across 3 sets. Tamino has not just performed well in this tournament, but he's performed well at pretty much every single TPC throughout this entire set, with TPC being a harder tournament now when you have 32 of the most elite players all concentrated into just one tournament. So I think Tamino has, set after set since set 13 onwards, improved more and more. And I mean, it looks like he's going to continue doing so, right? This is, once again, this is a big question mark this weekend in terms of, does he flop? Can he deal with the pressure? Can he deal with the nerves? He's absolutely, regardless of what happens in these next few games, passed, I think, all the tests that anyone could have had for him, even his biggest haters potentially in Amiya. And I'm looking forward to the next set. Can he continue improving? Does that mean he's winning next track round? Maybe even this one, I'm not sure. But it's great to have another new elite player, in my eyes, in Amiya as a region. I'm
going to make a comparison that I think nobody in the world has ever made to Tamino, which is there is a part of him that actually reminds me of Replay a little bit, where Replay, if you had just seen his performance on ladder, if you would just kind of talk to him, like you would think he's good, but you definitely would not consider him to be an elite highest tier caliber player, but there is a difference between when Replay locks in tournament versus what he brings to the North American ladder. I heard Tomino, when we were interviewing him yesterday, just said, when I play on ladder, I can't focus, I can't lock in, I can't take it seriously. But in tournament, I know how to have that discipline that I otherwise cannot have. To me, that was always the differentiator for someone like Replay. Why is he able to consistently have similar stats to Dish Soap, Wei Iverson, Setsuko, while also being like 900 LP on the ladder? It just doesn't make sense. And I do want, and that's a hyperbole, I don't want anyone to quote me on that, but I do wonder if there's an element of this being a moment where Tomino doesn't necessarily feel like he has to prove himself on ladder, because he knows that this approach of learning the game the way he wants to learn the game and then locking into tournament, knowing that that's the moment where he has to be disciplined, is going to be enough. And I would love for him to be considered an elite EMEA player moving forward.
I think there's two type of TAC Crown champions. One that kind of break out onto the scene, win that one, and then you don't really see them that much. But the much more lasting type of players are the ones like Tomino, where they have a slow scale up. You see the build-up phase of this player, their investment, their growth, and suddenly they come to TAC Crown, they win it all, and they become a cornerstone of the community. I think that's what David really, Panda really wants to see for Tomino's storyline as well. We have the, the Dish Soaps kind of do that, the titles kind of do that.
I think even the introduction of the pro circuit has favored someone like Tomino. Doesn't have to play, 600 games on ladder, and where he's not playing his focus, not really able to, I think, perfect his game. Instead, it can just play for more bursty performances in just a single weekend, prepare better for them, have just a lot more focus for, 6 games per day, maybe 8 today, we'll see.
Yeah.
And really has surprised everyone. I think even his biggest fans coming to this weekend did not expect such performance, such consistency. And we're seeing players starting to lock in for one of the most important games of this Grand Finals, now the chance to make it to check-in Game 4.
One of the really cool questions that we had the content producers ask all of the players is, what do they prepare with coming into this one? And for Terry, it was closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. You have to put all of the extra context outside of your mind, just focus on the here and now. And these are honestly some of my favorite shots of the competitors at live. This is why we have the venues, we have the lights and the stage here. It's to see the human part of our brightest and smartest players coming into this.
That's a key word. It's the human element of it. Because TFT, it's a decision-making game. Something I love about this game is that the same decision that a bronze player makes punishes them in the same way that a mistake that a challenger player makes. You don't have the mechanics where you can aim better than your opponents. It's truly just decision making. And when you are playing in different circumstances, when you're playing in a different time zone, when you're playing at a setup that you're not used to, all of these things have the ability to make you not play like yourself. And that's one of the greatest edges you can have in this game. We've said it every single TAC Crown. Which player is going to play the most like themselves? Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily about playing better than your opponents. It's who on this field is making fewer mistakes than their opponents.
The consideration for these players of the amount of games they've played in the sets to try and master every small thing, the amount of times they had to beat variants, they had to outperform in a game where you don't have total control of all the variables all throughout, all the different TPCs they had to perform in to make it to top 12, to make it to week 2 of regionals, to perform there, make final lobby, to fight against the strongest players in the world, to make it to this position in the final lobby, in this Game 4. Everything on the line here. So much prize pool, so much of the expected stability that you can really fight for in TFT as an esport is concentrated in this day, in this game, trying to make it to check, trying to be just one step away, one game away from crowning yourself champion.
We can start with the Ezreal start here, and it's just going to be a 1-cost 2-star. We're going to be seeing which champion people get, but usually the most preferred ones are the Malphites and the Kales. I would say those are the high rolls.
These are also some high rolls there. We're seeing the Lulu offered up for Thierry, as well as the Malzahar. Maybe a double trouble can come in on the gold augments. For someone like Without You in particular, definitely would love for him to get a crew unit like the Malphite or the Sivir.
I want to say, even if I can make interest interval, I'm keeping that pair right there just to high roll on the double trouble. If I get it, GG.
No, you're a better player than I thought, Clement, because that is a very sound decision in terms of the power we've been seeing from Malzahar in all its variations across this tournament. Even Ironbog, I think he played a game of Perfect Form Zac going into Malzahar reroll as well, and that was the first place. So truly one of the main carries we'll be seeing, maybe even for that checkmate situation.
I came back to shade being thrown between the two of you on broadcast. I knew I was right back where I belonged.
Necker's like, I'm happy that shade is not directed my way.
Yeah. What a crazy game we have in like a very interesting circumstance now for our players that are in the top 5 of the standings.
Yeah, 5 of them in check already. It really decides a lot about the next game, how hard it is to be the Tactician champion, how many players are going to be focusing on you.
Some players pigeonholed into specific playstyles for this game 4. Tomino really only needs a 6th. I think we will see hopefully even less risk than what we saw from him in game 3. Just really has to try and dodge that 7th or 8th place position. YBY1 off of his win last game only needs a 3rd to make it into check. So I think that's his magic number, right? 3rd. So he should be able to do it.
Don't jinx my boy. And it is going to be gold. So the double trouble thing, if Terry does hold on to it, could just give him a massive lead.
So Crystal Gambit Crest for YBY1 offered, as well as Mundo Hero. We haven't seen any Mundo yet today. We did see it across a lot of these players actually through the first 2 days.
Oh, wait.
It will be Mundo Hero, it looks like.
It does look that way.
Max Vitality not found off of this first power-up.
I do have to say Mundo Augment is generally considered a little bit weaker on this patch because you have so many Juggernaut Fast 9 players contesting you on the same thing.
Like we saw in the Shen Hero Augment game.
Same thing, yep.
Ironbog taking a page out of YB1's book, going for the solo leveling, going for the Sterax Slam, this time with Aatrox instead of Neferia, but also just a very strong opener. If Ironbog goes and manages that 5 win streak, a very strong econ position off of a gold augment start.
There's also a chance you could get Mecha Blade there, so I want to see if that can pop up. That's one of the strongest starts you could get.
The moment you mention Mecha Blade, you're summoning Gangly to come back onto the cast.
I'm waiting for him to just pop up behind the couch.
Gangly was
right now.
I know. I was like, wait a
bragging
minute.
this morning. Every time there was another one, Sterax player, he was like, yeah, that's all me.
Oh my goodness.
No.
A Mundo 2 just in the shop.
YBY, that's not a 5 cost. You're not supposed to be rolling these.
Also has very, very strong component start, at least half components for Mundo's bits with both the Rage potential and the IE potentially as well.
It was funny because like I thought maybe he wasn't slamming items because he thought he would lose anyway. And also like I guess keeping the components open, you give yourself better priority on something like the carousel. But now that he has got the Mundo 2, I do wonder if you consider like tempoing with that.
With hero augments, because of the importance of getting your base items, there's a lot of value in purposely having a 3 loss to start things off to have either first pick, especially when you're looking for a bow on carousel for that Rage Blade.
And we have seen the main line for the give him the chair B6 Juggernaut with an additional Mundo 3 carry. And you just kind of go for the Zyra and the Lee Sin later on. Very similar endgame board to the Juggernaut Legendaries.
Started off with a loss for Ironbog, but does get this last win on the Aatrox here. Gonna try and maybe make 20 for Soul. Once again, going for the Crystal Gambit start. Didn't quite work out last game, ending with that Soul Fighter board, which ended in the bottom 4.
Does want to make up a lot of points here. There's a lot of interesting pickups in terms of item components here. Ironbog would really like a chain to finish off that Titans. And we also see, obviously for YBY, he just wants the bows, i.e. Infinity Edge, Striker's Flail, and Guinsu's typically being the best item.
Songyop though also going for this Crystal Gambit start. But with these items, does this look like just like a Janna reroll to you, maybe?
Yep,
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the case. Has a Crimea River, a fairly good augment for Janna in terms of getting her a little bit of extra mana regen, plus the early tier to get the blue buff online. And if uncontested, we've seen Janna perform at a very high level this entire tournament. I think some players were a little bit low on Janna, but quickly we saw a lot of players had as their comfort pick. Tomino, 3 games with Janna. Dave Hall was playing it a lot across the first few days and found a lot of edge on this reroll line.
Won the first game today.
Yep.
Let's see if there's a sword for YBY1. Yep, it's moving towards the Jin. That will close off the Infinity Edge.
Sang in all of the different 11 comps he played across day 1 and 2. Jenna was not one of them, so adding yet another comp to his book of plays.
I feel like every player at this level, though, can do that, right? They can play anything.
I wonder what the record is for amount of unique comps played in the Tactician's Crown. I can't imagine it's much higher than 14 or 15. That would be pretty insane. And it's obviously a good sign of what the meta looks like in terms of its flexibility and the possibilities you can get.
We're going to have to send Clement down to the data archives for that one.
Sure, I'll hold that one out for you. I'm building some really cool stuff. I can't wait to show next set. But you guys are going to have to hold on to it a little longer.
All right.
There's a lot of really good finds in the carousel here. And without you, with the static ship, really good heavyweight line up for him. Also has the early Darius. And of course, Ironbog did get that chain, even a 3-cost chain. So a lot of strong things going in for these players.
For Tomino, does have the adaptive Helm Garen strategy here. Looks like it's going to be played to Katarina most likely.
Those look like cat items.
But it will be
on a Zac.
It's the variation where the Garen is actually able to main tank, at least until the Rakan 2 or Rakan 3 is found. And it does usually help with the early game in particular.
Oh, sorry. I'm also looking at Weimu will choose items as well, and I'm like, those also look like Katarina items.
Yeah, he's playing fake perfect form basically, but he does have the salvage bin, so he's just trying to go full tempo. Already has the 4-win streak. Can he break Terry?
Smart.
And Weimu, of course, only needs 1 point to get into check on this game, so not a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's mostly going to be scouting, I think, the rest of this game, trying to see what he can do to throw a wrench in the plans of the other players who are in contention of reaching check as well.
Tomino, this is a very interesting style to play the Katarina. We have actually seen Garen 3s with fully adopted be kind of the main tank instead of the Rakan on the Katarina line. So it's an interesting way he can play this.
The one sacrifice is you are using your power up on the Garen in the early game, so you're sacrificing the chance to scale into the late game with the Katarina. Maybe not a big concern for Tomino. He's looking more to stabilize and finish in the 6th place position. Doesn't really have to fight for that first or second.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Katarinas pick things like Crimson Veil or like
Hemorrhage.
Hemorrhage is a really good one. Yeah.
Even Finalist potentially coming into the later stages.
You can tell if someone's a volley player if they keep a power up on stage 4. Which is like, I'm not touching that. It's like, you could optimize. No. It's finalist for volley, okay? You guys, wait.
Early Cassandra here. I wonder if there's any chance that Tomino goes off of his Katarina. Maybe think that's maybe too risky. But he has lost a lot of HP already. I think he really does want to stabilize at some point in stage 3.
Yeah, I think with this start and a gold augment start, you're not going to have the econ to really look at the Seraphine, so most likely just Katarina with Nashers is going to be the play. Also, Janna is going to get blocked off from one of the different positions. Sol with a very critical 5 full loss streak. He needs the points, so I think he's made his intentions clear. Just beelining towards 5 crystal. The best thing that could happen for him is injection of econ on 3-2 and allowing him to roll. We have seen a lot of the players from JOC actually rolling for Ashe on 7 to make that 5 crystal work. They also roll on 6, but I don't really advise that.
That sounds like really difficult to hit the Ashe.
That's the I need first place this game type of play style. We have seen it happen at TechRound already.
Weimu does have the salvage bin, so the item build we saw earlier was just temporary, just trying to get a few of the kills in stage 2, not lose too much HP. Coming to stage 3 now with 93 HP, playing now for the Callista, Nefiri combo, the early Soul Fighter. We'll see what he ends up on. Obviously, you can play into anything. This is maybe one of the augments you want to have when you are in check, actually, because you can pivot and you're pretty much uncontestable in terms of playing one line, having unit players hold these units, and then just switching off into something else in stage 4.
Yeah, for me, Weimu has one of the best spots going into a Fast 9 board. He can pivot into anyone because he can just rebuild his items on a whim, and he's still fairly healthy early on. So, and he's also keeping the crystal. So I think a big thing is find the crystal, keep on doing this streak, play very high tempo, and then hopefully go for the double down on stage 4.
Prismatic, though, does this change anything for the tempo of the players in the lobby so far?
It's actually huge for Sol if he can get invested. Huge injection of gold. He can immediately switch into tempo with Ashe.
It's also really big for Tomino if he commits to Katarina, if he finds Radiant Refractor or just a Radiant to just make that Katarina really unstoppable in this stage 3.
He took mess food fight.
That's
Messy food fight.
Yeah, you're like me. I call that food fight
I know.
too.
Well,
I just want to clarify that originally it was actually food fight. You know, when we were doing the set 15, it was. That's why we have the same
Sure,
memory.
Clement.
but then they couldn't put food fight tactics into the game
True.
yet.
True.
Come
It's
on.
actually true. It's actually the lore of the game.
The double down here from Sang Up, one of the players who has to take a big risk. Also for Seoul, both of the Korean players trying to find ways to get these extra resources online for their stage 4 roll downs. Weimu happy to fight one of these players now. It's going to be an easy win for him, trying to preserve as much HP as possible.
Yeah, Weimu's most likely going for the 3-5 double down route. He already has the 3 crystal ready to go for that. So he's just HP preservation. We're going to cash out on 4-7 and just make things very, very smooth for ourselves. Seoul, for him, the most important thing is the next carousel. Can he find the Ash? And if not, the 3-7 roll down is going to determine his game.
Tomino did get his win, picked up unlimited power on 3-2, trying to, as we mentioned, preserve HP. He only needs a 6th place in this game 4 to make it to check going into game 5. So the key is not losing any more fights in stage 3, letting other player take those bigger risks and scavenging placements here or there coming into stage 4. If he's able to win every fight in stage 3 and maybe 4-1 and 4-2, I think it's almost guaranteed that he'll be in a spot to at the very least finish 6th.
And he is holding on to the extra Garens is something I really like about the line. Playing fully adapted here.
Also pre-levels to 6, so really trying to play for more econ. Any fight he's able to win here on 5 is a really big deal. Ooh, a scary setup here from IBY1. Really helps pick up the sponging, buying so much more time for this Mundo.
It's actually really good sponging because he's getting the Warmogs onto the Mundo as well. Mundo scales with max HP. Something we do have to check is his power-up. If he gets the scaling max vitality one, it's the best augment possible for the Mundo. It takes the comp to an entirely different level.
But he's kind of like doesn't have many coffees.
Oh, he hasn't rolled too much just yet, it looks like.
Or that's true. After you natural the 2-star. But oh, there's a spat on the carousel.
Also going to be a Mundo for IBY1. Sangyup right off the bat picks up that spatula. Could have been interesting for someone like Tomino even. We've seen the power of Executioner Yuumi in terms of spiking earlier on 7, not having to fit in the rise for the Executioner to enable Katarina.
In terms of AVP differential, it definitely would have been best on Without You with the Rammus heavyweight. That would have been the scariest. So I'm very happy that players are denying that. A little bit sad for Seoul because he did not find the Ash. And this is where we should expect the roll down. You know, if you want to play a Temple Ash game, we have typically seen most of the CN region do it on 7.
Small roll down here from IBY1. Understandably so, he's on a 4-win streak. Definitely wants to try and prolong this for this stage and then have a pretty massive roll down, I have to assume, on 4-1. Is going to be on over 9,000 Mundo. We usually see the max vitality as a scaling option for the Mundo hero augment. In this case, going for the over 9,000 instead.
But that's also going to give you some nice stats. It
Mundo
looked like some of the rolls were pretty okay.
can make better use of a lot of stats, obviously, than I think most carries can, with the HP also benefiting him.
Doing some really nice last-second optimization, waiting for the sponging to hit the Mundo before putting the Guinsus online. Make sure he gets that 3-item fight. And we're going to have 2 crystal players in our lobby so far, both Ironbog and Seoul going there. And most likely Weimu Luocho as well. So 3 crystals. Very easy tempo game for our rerollers.
Sponging squared showdown between YBY1 and Ironbog. Both players highlighting the power of this augment. We talked about it with Fast 9, but just even this Mundo setup is very similar, where you can't really play 4 frontline items until much later into the game, but you want to have a time to scale this Mundo, especially with the Rage Blade Slam maybe later on.
It's a great stabilization if you're going Fast 9 and you're taking Econ early on. You're usually missing the items, and it is a very strong tempo option. When not everyone has fully built items, sponging gets its most value, so that kind of bridges you into the Fast 9 where you can stabilize, hit your carries. Probably one of the best combat augments if you're going down that route.
Without You does still have a huge win streak. throughout the stage 3. And with the, I mean, Noxus Trap, Malzahar will definitely do it for you. But I like that he teched in the 4 Wraith as just kind of like a bridge to get there.
4 Wraith is so strong, it was buffed to 45% damage amped essentially. So this is one of the smaller optimizations I think people miss a lot of times. And honestly, I feel like he's getting this win streak because there's 3 Crystal players here. He's just kind of feasting on them.
Even the other reroll players like Sangyup with Prismatic Ticket and Tomino didn't really push the full gas in stage 3. They're opting for a longer term instead.
Wow.
This is not one of your favorite cash outs. There's an artifact that you can miss on quite heavily. So a lot of times you would actually prefer the 250, 35 gold cash out, prefer this one.
But he has an Ashe in his shop if he wants it.
That's true.
Gonna have to wait until 4-1 to pop the artifact and then maybe decide the line that you go down, trying to make best use of this power spike.
Oh, he's ignoring it.
He wants to wait until 4-1 to take off the gold generating augment or artifacts.
No, sorry. I thought he was waiting to pick up the Ashe.
Oh.
That's why I thought for a second, I was like, is he really going to just ignore that there's an Ashe in the shop for the Jinx?
Trying to hold 2 lines. We'll see which one will be. Oh, Flicker Blade.
Well, now we have a good idea, right?
That's a tailored cash out. Wow, that's crazy. Matazane with Flicker Blade. Plenty of options to go for. I think the reason he's holding both lines is because he didn't actually roll on 7. This is a more of a later stage game plan, so he's keeping himself open towards the Star Guardians line as well.
But now he's got 2 copies of the Ashe, and as he keeps rolling, I mean, like, this is actually not a bad board. I think he has a little bit to do, but the fact that you have that 3-star Rel that can kind of help you out a little, like, it's just a little, gives you a second to think.
Pretty deep roll for Sangyup, and not hitting the Janna 3 despite having the Prismatic Ticket, and playing a greedier stage 3 is not ideal for a player who really needs to come back into the standings only on 10 points after these 3 games.
Yeah, it's really about just getting those 10 points in 2 games. So going on the reroll line, I think it's perfectly fine. He did find the extra spat from the carousel, and best use of that, of course, is going to be the strategist.
Gunblade healing, not enough. The Cassante pair pretty expensive as well, especially with Prismatic Ticket, where each piece of gold is that much more valuable off of the extra rolls you can get.
I will say generally our rerollers have not been doing so well in finding copies. Without you on both 1-stars.
Sangyup hit though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ironbog also in a very strong position. Has so much gold to work with, is double down, but he's still pretty healthy, 50 HP.
Yeah, this is a fast 9 angle if we ever seen one. Weimu Luocho won, so I'm not sure if he's probably not on the double down anymore.
No, he started to pivot, and it looks like he's starting to tech in a couple more Star Guardians, but yeah, with itemization onto the Jinx, that might be the carry since there's already a 2-star Ashe from Soul. It's a much better looking board when we last checked in with it, so.
Perfect items from Soul, and I really think that this is the lobby for him to come back because a lot of people are not high rolling at all. If we were looking at the rerolls, there's no one that's 3-star on 4-2.
And this is where this setup really snowballs, right? Where you have the 5 Crystal Gambit, no one is really putting up too big of a fight in stage 4. Once you have that initial stage of snowballing, you can match the power much better on those fast 9 players as well in stage 5, and it just continues snowballing the rest of this game.
Wow.
Best
So much
cash
gold.
Straight to 9, 40 gold to roll with, skipping maybe the 4 cost altogether, going straight to the 5 cost, the Iron Box special here.
He's going to go
due, right?
With the items, yep.
Oh, but there was like there's an option for the Leona, but I know he's just taking the 4 cost out to just like get the pools better, right?
The key thing here is that there's no Lee Sin and no Volley Bear. There's only 1 volley, so the items don't work out very well for his stage here.
Going into the Mundo line as well from Ironbog, making life harder for YBY1, who still has not hit the 3-star. Tomino just hit his Katarina 3, going for full tempo with the Blood Rage, trying to take over the missing Hodge, for example, in terms of the Omnivamp, and Tomino really needs to win these next few fights.
Well, that's going to be the Katarina down, and so it's really all left to this Garen, but the more time that this takes, the Mundo actually has some time to ramp up. And with all of the sponging still taking effect for the front line, it's looking like this might be a Mundo win.
Yeah, I'm stuck on 6 as well still.
I'm worried about the mental for Tomino because he still needs to go 6 at least. If he goes 7 and 8, he actually misses check, and that's when players are the most vulnerable. Varus and Yone, neither of these are really big hits for our Fast 9 players. Ironbog is going to pick up the tier.
I've been talking about Terry for a while, but he is playing into the Yuumi line. Has not hit a Leona, which is a little bit unfortunate for his front line. Still playing Crystal Gambit as well, so Terry may be trying to play a kind of a weird play style. I had no success whatsoever spotting in Crystal Gambit when playing Yuumi because you really have to win pretty much every fight in stage 4 when playing Prodigies.
I mean, Tomino hasn't hit a Leona either, which is also going to be super important for the comp later, but yeah, well,
Let's get the Seraphine.
that's kind of nice.
It's a Gasante, but no Leona is really, really tough when trying to play for Yuumi.
Oh, there it is.
Maybe too late to have to solo swing too, but then you're going to have a pretty unstable front line.
5 Battle Academia is so huge, though, for this comp.
That's true.
I wonder if you take out the well, I guess you can't buy it either because you would
You're
have
hoping to win
sell
this fight,
something.
otherwise
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
in big trouble. If it's a 6 loss streak playing Yuumi in stage 4, that's, I think, almost you're doomed to bottom 4 in that position.
This is kind of one of those spots where he might be playing a little bit too safe, too unambitious. Terry's just aiming for a top 4, but this is looking less and less likely.
Ironbog is still losing. Okay, he finally got a win, but that was a long streak that he's just now breaking. Everybody in the bottom 4 is also super close together. There's not really a whole lot of HP even differentiating them from Weimu in 5th.
Tomino also got a win. It's really massive for him in particular. He is looking at the low rollers and just crossing his fingers, hoping they go down before him. He only needs a 6, so as long as 2 of these players, like maybe Terry as well, are not able to hit or not able to stabilize, that is great news for Tomino. And Tomino, he's directly contesting Terry on those Leonas, on the Yumis as well, while playing Katarina.
This is where you should start griefing players, you know, helping them along, going to 7 and 8. It's a tactical play that we should see from him. I really enjoy players that have the awareness of the tournament condition. And Sanyap should be on a very strong spike at this point. Both 3 stars, snipes the backline.
And Weimu, despite being on 19 points, we don't really see too much griefing from him on his bench. He's just kind of playing his own game. We don't see any Mundos being held, I guess before Wabi going hit, for example. Maybe he was griefing a little bit earlier on before players hit the big fights.
Oh, Tomino, another loss. Now, lowest HP on the lobby.
It's definitely really scary.
And you've kind of hit your cap, right? You're trying to push level 8 to fit in the Executioner, which you're missing right now.
I think he's going for 3-star Caitlyn.
It's a lot of gold.
Or is that just like you can sell the Caitlyn and put the items on the Yuumi?
I really want him to actually just sell the Caitlyn. I feel like a Yuumi 2 would serve you better.
I guess if he can make 8 without selling the Caitlyn, that would be the best news. But I think he's going to have to if he wants to make 8 this next turn. And I think he does want to, right? To fit an Executioner, it's a big deal.
Yeah, there it goes.
He has just enough, actually, and yeah. Would love to have a Rise. Obviously, for the Mentor bonus would be a small little optimization to help him win some of these next few fights. Dark Amulet Katarina in the end.
So does scale up and has the extra augment for the blood healing, but he needs his fight to go long, which is the reason I don't really like the combination with Katarina. You're much more of a bursty champion.
That's the Void Staff on, going to be pretty big for the Shred for both the Katarina and the Yuumi. Can the Katarina wrap onto this Ashe? That's the big question. Looks like she might be able to.
There is a bridge.
Brain has bridged over there into the 3rd. Legend Knight has already procced the Ashes onto the Katarina. It's not good news for Tomino. His main carry is down. He still should be on 2 lives. This is stage 5. He's barely left alive on 2 HP. He needs to fight for the 6th place.
This next roll is going to be huge. He needs the Rise or the Yuumi. I think the Yuumi is actually probably a bigger boost because he has someone to give the items to.
Especially with less of the power being concentrated on the Katarina due to her not having one of the scaling power-ups. The Yuumi has to put up more of the weight.
I would actually take that Jace there.
Gold.
I think you should be willing to sell the Caitlyn too.
You think Jace 1 is stronger than Caitlyn 2?
Just to have the goal to try and find the rise potentially, because that's going to be more impactful in the bigger
that
picture.
Makes sense.
The Yuumi 2 is the hardest thing that spikes his board right now. You should be willing to sell it for it.
Oh, it's just so. It just feels so
doesn't mind it.
desperate. Not like this. No,
Oh,
he's
no.
shaking his head.
Against Sangyup, one of the stronger players on a 7-win streak. Unless the Katarina can cheese this fight in his favor, this might be an 8th place for the Slovakian player when he only needed a 6 to get into check, really delaying his chances of playing for the checkmate.
No, the Scarin is just like not buying enough time. And the Rise deletes it, and Tomino goes out in 8th place. So he's only going to have 18 points at the end of this 4th game.
This is the roller coaster effect. When you were on the high, you were starting your day with 15 points, and then all of a sudden, you're behind the curve. That really hits players the hardest. I hope he can stabilize. I hope he has someone here that gives him some words.
Terry as well goes out in 7th, not going to be able to reach check. Was maybe, as you mentioned, Clement, maybe playing too humble, playing for the Yuumi, saying I just need a top 4. The line was not uncontested. There was, you know, obviously the direct contest between both of these players who went out in the first 2 positions.
I just don't know how much I like the Yuumi line in general. I don't feel like it's performed very well in this entire tournament.
If it's uncontested and you say I'm going to hit my Leona 2 on 4-2, great,
yeah, but
there was no Leona.
Contested.
Yeah.
It's never uncontested. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You only have Leona 2 and Cassante 2 to look forward to. And
I would have rather seen Karma.
Yeah, maybe for Terry. You know, he's a Karma master. YBY finally gets all of his upgrades onto his board here, still running around with sponging, but the backline goes onto Mundo.
Ooh, the volley smacking it, but it can't actually finish off the kills, so Mundo actually gets a bit of breathing room here.
Jinx does target the Mundo early, which means it will be a fight win for Weimu. One of the players who obviously does not really need any particular position. An 8th place would have sufficed for his check after this game 4 concludes.
Oh, there was a Battle Academia spat.
There was a Yuumi as well. Tragic.
Heavyweight for Without You on board. Oh, gonna get denied. This is smart from Weimu. He's not really playing for anything, so he just wants to make sure everyone's placements is a little bit lower.
That still helps out his board too, honestly, because like when you have the Poppy, just put it on something.
Yeah, for sure. Does Without You get the lease? There's a lease in 2 that needs to be found by Ironbog. That's the only thing that can save him right now.
Without You also looks so strong, by the way. I know he's kind of losing right now, but he's got Darius 3 and Jace 3 on his board. He's missing, but he's missing the Kog'Maw, which is the critical piece.
Without You only needs a top 4 to make it into check, so someone like Weimu is really trying to ideally send Without You into that 5th place position. We're going to be very difficult, I think, from his HP lead he currently has. The rest of the players who did need a really big result in this game are getting there. Ironbog and both Sangyup and Spill. Especially the Koreans, right, on an 8 and 9 win streak right now.
But Ironbog still needs to be able to get a win here, and this veteran Janna board is just a little bit too much, even with time standing still for just a brief moment. Ironbog is also going to be eliminated in this game in 6th place.
A 4th bottom 4 in a row for Ironbog. Not a great result, but it is setting up for the potential hero arc for Ironbog in terms of winning those games 5 and 6, prolonging the tournament, and maybe playing for the win late into the day.
It feels bad to end on 11 because that means your win doesn't deny someone else.
Very true.
So hope he can bounce back here. Soul now looks like the front runner to just win out this lobby. Highest cap for sure. I think his observation that the lobby was actually a bit low roll and waiting to roll for that Ashe was a huge decision.
Oh, but look, Without You actually did finally hit the Kog'Maw.
Pivotal fight here. YBY1 needs a 3rd place to get into check. Without You needs a top 4. So this direct matchup so important for both of these players. The Mundo is slowly scaling to the fight, but the Darius is still very healthy, buying time for the Kog'Maw to ramp the static shift damage. Mundo yeeted away. YBY1 not going to be able to make it to check, and Weimu is already there.
YBY1 finishing in 5th.
This means 2 players will be in check coming into next game. That'll be Without You. Currently going to be at the very least, 20 points, and also Weimu, who was on 19, pretty much locked the moment this game started off.
Overtaking Tamino has to be a huge boost there, you know, knowing that you're maybe 4th or 5th and suddenly being in the top 2 contention just to close it all out in the next game.
It's a very necessary result for both Sangyup and Seoul as well. A very slow start to their days. The players alongside Ironblock who most needed to catch up in points are doing their job in this game 4. We could see, like we saw last year, 6, 7 players in check if we prolong to that game 6 or 7. Laughing, Necro. That was not intentional.
I see what you did there.
You don't want to go game 8? Probably not. Sign up with a lot of HP lead. He can still wait here and go for his executioners later on. So just waiting to level on interval.
And Janna really eclipsing Katarina as the powerhouse AP reroll, 2.3 in particular, across this entire tournament. We saw a lot of players going for it as a comfort pick yesterday, especially Daehwa, I think was a key example, Samino as well. And today, a lot of success for Janna. First place from Weimu in that game 1. Now a very strong showing here for Sangyup.
And I think we can mention the reason. It's because Katarina actually loses out in the matchup to the Janna reroll and also to the give him the chair. You go underneath their front line is super tanky, and you just get hit in the face.
Even Janna, I think, nerfs came through, then it was a bit forgotten because it had a terrible matchup into Mighty Mech in week 1 of regionals, but a lot of players still remember the strength of this Janna board, especially if you find an early rise, which we've seen most of these players actually luck into in Stage 3. That really changes how early you can start spiking and preserving HP.
Sangyup also went to level 9 and is going to be able to get in quite a few upgrades. Holding on to I thought maybe holding on to like trying to get a 3-star 4 cross, but I don't know if the game is going to go on long enough for that. Seoul also just hit level 10.
Just throws in an extra strategist for Sangyup. Still a pretty big spike for him.
And Seoul should be the likely winner, I think. We kind of foreshadowed this outcome all the way in Stage 4 when we saw the relative weakness of most of the boards that could potentially stop the snowballing from starting early on for Seoul. But it's a 12 win streak now, 12 win streak worth of 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs. You only get stronger and stronger. You skill more than pretty much anything else in the game at this point in time.
Yeah, had a great cash out, 300 with the correct artifacts. Had even 2 to choose from in the mana Zane as well. So very lucky finds there. His lobby reading is really what got him here. He could only play for first place basically in this game. He wants to play catch up. Was set on this line already.
5 Brahms.
Not again! I'm so jealous I wasn't here.
I don't think we're gonna get to see it because he's in the dominant position. He doesn't need to do the full sell, but
he could for style
for the
points.
fans.
Yeah,
exactly.
for the fans.
What do you
For the
value
Poro
more?
fans.
$50,000 or fan support?
Definitely the fan support. All the Poros.
Can I take the 50 by the way? Is it still on offer?
The Braum targeted, the Janna trying to chew through this entire front line. The Flicker Blade's Ash is still scaling.
But it is actually getting attacked just a little bit.
Take the Braum, take the Braum.
It's too much to deal with. The Braum, you're losing 1 point of econ.
Buy it. That's okay.
Duelist +1 is big here for Seoul as well on his side.
Can't get denied. I think that's amazing for
There's just
him.
too many things going in his favor here. A much needed risky game plan that finally did pan out for Seoul here.
Yeah, a lot of things did go well for him, and he actually hit the Zyra on the dual Q as well, so could slot everything in. A great synergy between Flicker Blade and the extra attack speed.
Also rewarded for holding both the Ash line and the Star Guardian line as the catch-out came through, trying to play around whatever artifact he was given. Saw the Flicker Blades immediately beeline for the 5 Crystal Gambit. We're seeing now the Duelist TF as well, so one of the higher cap variations of 5 Crystal Gambit we've seen all weekend long. An understandable 13 win streak here for Seoul in game number 4.
And guess what? He's holding 5 copies of Lee Sin. It's not going to happen, but I want it to happen.
There's still one more round. If that shot pops up, we could see it happen.
But he's also smart because he's holding a copy of Rise.
Oh, that
He
does
sees
give
that
you win condition.
Sangyup is holding 5 Rises, so this does make the odds of hitting the 3-star Rise pretty difficult.
And something I take it, one of the ways to re-spike your board and find these more creative win conditions is rolling for a 3-star 4 cost after you've already hit your 2-star upgrades with your reroll line. But not enough gold to do so. As you mentioned, Necra, very smart from Soul to hold at least one copy of Rise to deny this from happening.
Lost optimizations coming in from both sides. I'm kind of surprised that we have Soul keeping the power up on Zyra. Okay, yeah, it should go on the Twisted Fate. That's much, much stronger. Once you hit the Twisted Fate with the Duelist emblem 2-star, then your AVP, I think, is about like 1.15 or something.
Too late to hit the Shadow Clone, unfortunately. The round has already started. Going to go for the Fury Break instead.
Ash is not going to be dying, though, so... Not really going to get a lot of attack speed, but hey, he doesn't need it.
It's an absolute wipe here from Soul. I think we could predict this early on in Stage 4. Once we saw that 10 win streak online, it's almost inevitable despite the strength of this Janna reroll. Once again, Janna in the top 2, though, and the biggest celebration here is for both of these South Korean players in terms of their very needed result here in Game 4. Now, evening up the field, the points will be so much closer. But the key is 2 players will now be in check coming into Game 5. We could have just a 5-game ending.
But I think if it does go further than that, you're right. There's a super high likelihood that we head into game number 6 with 6 players in check. You know, everybody's actually within that striking distance, maybe even more, because with that first place, Soul at 16 points actually has a really great shot after this one, too. I think the cards could play out that way.
I think 2 players is the magic number where you can still gang up on them and grief them. You know, you have your own defensive zone. You don't play man-to-man. You play zone defense. 3-man, hold them down. 3 is where it starts getting really hard, and you're just playing for yourself. I think that's kind of like the lobby dynamic we're going to have.
3 is where double trouble becomes maybe pickable on 2-1 as a possible win condition. 2, I think, not quite enough. I do also want to mention, Necra, the one player that is very far behind as well is Ironbog, who there's sometimes on Grand Final a player who is very far behind, and you don't really think he's going to extend the tournament that much further. But Ironbog specifically is that one player who has won so much across record 8 games. I think it could be Ironbog.
Clement is grinning ear to ear with that.
It's part of the script for Clement.
No, but you're right, and I think that is a player that we need to definitely call attention to, because at 11 points, Ironbog actually isn't out of the running yet. If you can actually get a first place in this next lobby, or even if a top 4, you just want to see the games extend, and making it to a game number 7, that's where I expect Ironbog is the scariest.
And there is one player I want to hype over Ironbog. It's Without You, who's currently in check. The reason a lot of players don't know about him is this is his first full split. He used to only play 200 games a set, and he was the best player on our server in 2 of those competitive sets here. We convinced Without You, a lot of friends got together and said, hey, it's not your talent issue, it's your just time issue. So he's starting to stream, he's starting to do the study group every time. He's very mathematically inclined. The word I give him is the brains. He's actually the brains of our study group. Incredible shot caller in 4v4. I think he's going to be a real threat. One of those unseen players coming in to maybe sneak it all the way.
Also, maybe a player benefiting from the pro circuit changes, not forced to play 400, 500 games on ladder to qualify through rank snapshots to all these different events. Can just focus on those key weekends for the pro circuit and define a successful set off of just that performance.
He was actually a non-TPC player, but he got in forcing mech 2020, so there we go.
But I think that is actually why people put kind of an asterisk by the results of the regional finals, right? Because with that patch, I think Without You really did have to prove, was it just the patch or was it more than that? And obviously, through the second weekend of the APAC regional finals, when we had that hotfix to get rid of the mech pilot, we have seen from that as well as this weekend, it's not a fluke. Without You is here for a very, very big reason.
I thought he was going to drop, but he has a very good read of crew. He's probably one of the best crew players, and he's always doing well on sets that feature melee carries. Lee Sins, the Volley Bears, those are kind of his compositions.
And talking about win conditions, I mean, Fast 9 is the obvious one. Double Trouble Malzahar with 3 or more players in check, maybe also the case. But Kale reroll is a potential line that can play for wins. The crew, we saw it from Without You yesterday.
3-star 5 cost.
Can also go for it as well. But let's hope, Necra. We will be going to a very quick break. We'll be back with game number 5. 2 players in check. You do not want to miss it.
twice, they will be our winner. I am back with my good friends, Panda and Gangly, and this is gonna be a very, very important game. Not only do we have two players that are in check, but we have a lot of players that are within striking distance of reaching that mark themselves if they can have a good performance in this next game.
3 players on 18 points. Not quite the 19 from Weimu last game where you can take your hands off the wheel and only grief everyone else. But someone like Tomino in particular, the only player left from the field of the West, of EMEA and Americas here. A great start, 15 points in 2 games, but now has faltered a bit in games 3 and 4. I imagine he's focused, he's locked in, he knows that he really has to play for denying the end here in game 5 and then playing for much more selfishly in game 6, trying to play for the win.
You can't, like you're saying, fully take your hands off the wheel, but there's almost this 3 players on 18 points means if you all work together to grief one person, you kind of guarantee that all 3 of you get 7th, get your 2 points, and then make your way into check.
It's silent until the first ping comes out. Then I would say, it'll break the silence for sure.
But before we get into this next game, let's set the stage. Especially for a player like Weimu Luochu, who had a first place to start the day, a second place to follow that up, now has 24 points and is in that check. Don't worry, he hasn't taken a 6th or a 7th today. But Weimu Luochu comes in as one of the players from the JOC. Not really a whole lot known about them either, because him playing the JOC for the very first time ever, gets to the Tactician's crown and is now leading the pack.
This is I think the newcomers. This is the era for them, and at least this TAC crown. It is not the big hitters. It is not, the double 61s, Likokos, coming into this day 3. It's players like Weimu, players like Tomino, players like Without You, both players in check, debut this set for the TAC crown as well. So it's just really impressive to not just handle the nerves and perform at an average level, but to surpass all expectations and maybe have the best tournament of their lives when it's most important to do so.
It also speaks to the depth of the region, right? Truly, if you are entering a tournament being a complete unknown quantity in your region, and you are making a deep run in your own regional finals, you're making it into the Tactician's crown and then making it to the top 8, and nobody has ever heard of you, what that says more than anything else is that CN has more players like this that we don't even know about right now that are capable of doing what Weimu's done today.
I feel like that happens every single set, though, at the Tactician's crown. We see a player that comes in through the JOC and then just does fantastic things. We might not ever see them again, but it's
but
because
sometimes we do.
But it's because the competition is so fierce, and that's really the selling point, I think, of CN, is that everything has been super, super tough. I love that our players are vibing here.
A bunch of animals, is that what you're about to say?
They've been locked in for 4
animals.
months. Finally, they can let loose after the elimination yesterday. I say we let them.
Well, back to talking about Without You, though, because this is also their first Tactician's crown, but this is not the first time that we've seen them at a global stage. Got top 24 at the TFT Vegas Open, so it was also no stranger to playing on a LAN environment, so I wonder if Chengdu is kind of helping out with that, but also comes in with just an enormous Fast 8, Fast 9 game plan, and has been very successful with that today.
The key word for within time, but we haven't really see that promise come to fruition in the same way that the study group partners, the people around him, have seen that potential really flourish. And I can only imagine what it means to a player like this to finally sit down, put the work in, and see the promise of that, to see what happens when I play more than 200 games, what happens when I sit down and do the legwork. I already have the talent, but now it's time for the hard work to carry me over the precipice of what I thought was my peak. To me, that's exactly what Without You is showcasing this weekend.
And that's exactly what Clement was saying. A long time coming, but also the brains of that study group. So someone that not only can soak up all of the knowledge from the players that he is learning with, but also can provide that back. And I think that's also something that we are seeing in terms of just stylistically how Without You has been approaching this tournament, and just the pressure that you have to you must feel entering into a stage like this.
The asterisk I want to put on Without You right now, being one of the 2 players that's in check, is that Without You comes into this event as one of the lowest win rates in the entire field. Coming into today, the only person with a lower win rate is Sanyov in terms of career TFT. And granted, we've seen players adapt their playstyles patch to patch even, right? And just because you have not showcased a prowess for a high first place rate in your career doesn't mean you can't do it today. But it's certainly something you have to consider when we've seen what Without You has brought to the table up until this point in time.
We've also seen players not quite be able to adapt in the grand finals. Someone like Camille, we just saw on camera there last set, he had also just a great performance in day 1 and 2, a very top 4 heavy style, and then day 3, it's a whole different beast to try and suddenly flip that switch. It's one of the biggest challenges, I think, for those players who historically are more accustomed to playing consistent, are more accustomed to playing more, having full agency and control on their results, angling more for that 3rd to 6th place bracket, playing for those 1st and 2nds. When you have players like Ironbog, like YBY1 in your competitor
You don't
field,
have to flip a switch. It's already switched.
it's multiple switches, I think.
But you say this because, one, Cambouli is an amazing player. We've already seen how phenomenal he is, not just on the global stage, but also in just the Americas region as a whole. And it is hard, T.
You don't have to. It's only Checkmate that really forces you to do this. You can win a normal tournament, regionals in most cases, not this set, just by placing 3rd every game, placing 2nd every game, potentially, winning a game here or there, but you don't have to necessarily angle for exactly that 1st place. Checkmate completely turns this around. You are forced to win. You are forced to play for that riskier style, and especially with other players trying to grief you, like the case of this game 5, with only 2 players now in check, it's just so hard to do.
Counterintuitive to what we've said all weekend long, which is what's the greatest edge you can find is playing like yourself. Well, what happens when playing like yourself is not the way to play to win the tournament? All of a sudden, you're forced to be in a position where you are more prone to mistakes, where you are traversing unfamiliar territory, and it does give these players a disadvantage compared to the field.
I absolutely agree with you. But there are a couple of players that I think also are probably feeling the pressure of not necessarily, like, it's not even just about making check. Like, I want to bring things back to where we are in Alicante, Tomino, the sole representative for us now across EMEA as well as the Americas. It was a rough 4th game. The fact that Tomino went 8th only puts him at 18 points. And there's a mentality there where it's like, you can't go 8th. All Tomino needs now in this next game is the 7th. But when that's the thing that's eating at the now in this next game is the 7th. But when that's the thing that's eating at the back of your brain is, I can't go 8th, I can't go 8th. Sometimes it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
We've seen it happen even yesterday with CMV9. We saw it with like Hoko and past sets as well, where it's just a lot of pressure. And I think a lot of players have stated, I think correctly so, you can't think about it. You have to just play. In this case, you can play just your usual play style, play the way that you play the entire set. Think about the hundreds of games these players have already committed to this set. Just play that same way. You've already intuitively figured out a lot of what you should be doing with pretty much every single line. You're committing to in stage 2, just do more of that. Don't let the nerves or pressure get to you. Don't make decisions that just don't feel right because you're trying to just avoid that 8th place.
It's where veteranship is important too. And to me, the 2 that stand out, it's YBY and Ironbog here, right? YBY, of course, sitting in a relatively strong position in this lobby still. Ironbog, though, only 11 points. Even a 1st place doesn't get you into that check point. But what Ironbog still has going for them is that they've been here before, right? This is not the 2nd time that they've been at an international top 8. Top 8 at the Macau Open, top 8 at the Set 13 Tactician's Crown. If you are in a position where there's a rock in the road and your only goal is to not hit the rock, 9 times out of 10 you always hit the rock. Ironbog and YBY have been on this stage enough times that I believe that they're able to still just ignore those outside factors and play their own game.
I have never heard that saying before.
Oh yeah, everybody always says it.
I'm not sure how accurate it is either. It does.
You've never really just walked
How
and there's a rock.
big is the rock?
Doesn't matter how big the rock is, you're always gonna hit it. As big as you want it to be.
How fast are you moving, gangs? We need more detail.
Incredibly
Your
fast.
speed. No, but I think you do actually make a really great point there, because it is. Wait, I lost it.
You were saying
You hit the rock, Necra.
I'm the one that hit the rock.
All that you said that was important was you made a really good point there about
Okay,
me.
all
So I
right,
think
great.
that's a perfect segue.
Full stop.
That's all we need.
No, but I think for Ironbog, I think it is a bit of a disappointment to see him this low in the standings. Somebody that came in, I think there was a lot of high praise for a player like Ironbog, not just with the veterancy that he has, but also just with the amazing KO Coliseum set he has had as just a whole.
It's not just KO Coliseum too. If you look at Ironbog's accolades since last November, let me list them for you. He's the only person in the world to have ever won back-to-back regional finals. He had a top 8 at the Macau Open. He made it to the Tactician's crown and found himself in the top 8 there. Then he went into the TPC and he won 2 different TPC events before finding his way back to the Tactician's crown. If he won the TAC crown right now, it would put this year-long run as one of the greatest, only rivaled by Disjope of the past year.
And it's not a huge surprise his current position in the tournament. It's called playing first or eighth for a reason. It's not playing first or first. Even if you're a player as good as Ironbog, you can maybe sway that a little bit more in your favor for those first places, but the eighths are going to be there eventually. It's unfortunate, obviously, that it happens in these first few games of Grand Finals in a TAC round stage, but this is maybe the time where he can flip that switch, play for the same style, but have those outcomes going his way. I think most of these games we had players who were just able to, not necessarily high roll more, but just be in better positions. YBY won in Game 3, for example. The Braum 3, obviously, the big finale there. Even Soul in this last game, the Flicker Blades. What if he hit a different artifact? He wouldn't take over that stage 4. He would give Ironbog more chances to come back into it.
It's a good point. Sometimes it is just having to deal with the variance that is involved in the game. But how do you lower that variance? Because I think that's also a really big key to success for a lot of our players when it comes down to, yeah, okay, there are moments you can low roll your fruits, just not hitting to finish out your composition. We've already seen that today, picking a reroll line that is contested, even if unintentionally, because you've picked something that is good in just basic compositions.
I think the only true way to reduce variance is to make fewer mistakes, because in TFT, the relationship between the severity of a mistake and the severity of a punishment are not equal. Sometimes the smallest mistake can have a huge impact later on in the game, and sometimes you can accidentally sell a 4-cost you didn't find in the next shop. It's not a direct correlation between the severity of the mistake and the severity of the punishment. The only true way to reduce variance in TFT is to make fewer mistakes. And that's why when we talked to Malala about his set 10 run that will probably never be matched ever again, what was the edge that allowed you to go on this incredible run during set 10? Malala, the most maybe normal TFT player of all time, says, I just played like myself. That was it. That's all it came down to. I didn't feel the pressure of being on stage. I didn't feel the pressure like I had something on the line. I played TFT the way I wanted to play TFT, and it worked out for me. Was he lucky? Of course. If you're the reality is he made few enough mistakes that the high rolls let him reach greater heights than anyone else. That's all you can do in TFT. Make as few mistakes as possible and let the high rolls naturally come to you.
I wish I was built that way. Because hearing you say is, it happened to him because it was him.
That's not what I said. That is definitely not what I said.
You hit the rock again, Necra.
Well, it was right there. Gingley said I'd hit it 9 times out of 10.
You were going too fast, Necra. You gotta slow down.
8 more statements, and eventually Necra will not hit the rock. 9 times out of 10.
We might have time for that actually before this game 5 starts up. But it's also time for our players to hone in on this specific moment in the Grand Finals. In the first game, everything is still quite open. The fan of possibilities and the routes you could take to make it to 20 points, to make it into checkmate, are still varied. Now, you have a much clearer angle into what you have to be doing this next game. The possibilities of what comps you're angling for, what comps you're really keep an eye out for in terms of playing for a win, for Weimu, and for Without You is much more narrow. I'm curious what players really... It's not easy to go for a first necessarily. Obviously, Fast 9 is the one clear example, but are there any creative ways to make it to a first place in this current patch? I'm thinking about Kale reroll for really CN as a whole. They've, I think, driven the line there when it comes to Kale this entire set. I'm curious if Weimu has maybe a preference towards that. Without You on Crew, you won a game yesterday. Can he do it again in this day 3?
Crew is an interesting one because typically when you're playing for a first, you don't normally think of reroll. 1-cost reroll, like you're saying, Kale and Crew are unique in the sense that it's very hard to grief a 1-cost reroller. And even though there are 2- and 3-cost aspects to Crew, you want to have the Shen 3, you want to have the Zig 3, of course. Really what it's more about is making sure that you can get that early game strong, be able to streak through stage 3 if you have Malphite 3 plus the Sivir 3, and then eventually you tend to just have enough HP to be able to get the rest of the board online. But something that I think we should pay attention to is one of the most the most common win-out positions we've seen all weekend long has been double trouble. This is a question Panda was actually asking me at the top of the show, is can you take double trouble when you are the only person in check? With 2 people in check, it's still potentially griefable, but is it strong enough to still be taken?
Don't ask me to answer that question, actually.
I actually heard from Tartman, one of the French players, the MIA players in this tournament, that he saw some wins with double trouble with Gnar and Aatrox in scrims leading up to this tournament. Maybe that's a potential line. You can kind of do a fast one, play double trouble. Everyone's holding Malzahars, and you just quickly sell them on 3-2. Just slam all these 80 items, play into Gnar instead.
Okay.
The ploy all along was to get people to grief their own econ so that they could actually, pivot.
We saw the ankle break from Tidal back in set 9, opening the tomes later on in stage 2. Could we see the double trouble ankle break in this game 5? That would be one for the history books.
Just to recap where we are in the competition for day 3 of the Tactician's Crown, we are in the grand finals. Only the 8 best tacticians throughout the weekend have made it to this point. As you take a look at our standings, the 2 players at the top with over 20 points have put themselves into check. Now, if they win this next game, they win the Tactician's Crown. Everyone else below them is hoping to catch up to that 20-point mark so that they can also have a chance to win the Tactician's Crown. But if any of them go first, it's just not going to be enough right now to actually win. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from the start of the day, just to catch people back up to speed in terms of how we even got here for Wei Mu Lo Chu, and also without you to reach these 20 points. Wei Mu Lo Chu actually won the very first game with a Janna veteran reroll, a composition that we had seen do quite well throughout the weekend, but was also a bit of a surprise to us when we actually got here to this weekend.
And the big enabler was maybe the 9 lives, right? The dramatic econ that you're able to scale into the late game and made the Janna so powerful across stage 4 in particular.
I think the big enabler was the fact that there were 5 Fast 9 players and none of them were able to stabilize because they were all contesting each other. It was a horrible way to start the day for players like Ironbog and YBY, 2 of the big favorites going into the day, falling in both 7th and 8th. And without anybody Fast 9ing successfully and being able to cap out, nobody could take over and beat the Janna player.
And you can see the ramifications of that, is that none of them have been able to reach that checkpoint of 20 points, and it's because you've stacked these bottom 4s back to back, and especially in Ironbog's case, it's been a couple of bottom 4s back to back that you now are making it much more difficult for you to get to that finish line in first place.
Another line and game to highlight, the game 2 from Tomino, Living Forge into Kog'Maw. That was a win. Yesterday, Ironbog to cement his comeback to make it to this final lobby in the first place. 2 games of Living Forge Kog'Maw with very good item setups in terms of either having a 2 artifact Kog'Maw rather, or a Kog'Maw artifact plus an innovating locket on a Swain, for example. Another possible way to play for a win, if you make it to stage 6, your 3 artifacts off of Prismatic is incredibly strong in terms of just winning the game outright.
And then as we look at kind of what's going on in the next game, we got the sell of the board, a Braum 3. That was such a great way to be able to finish off that 3rd game.
It was honestly very well played by YBY to secure the Braum 3-2, waiting until he was just 1 life, delaying the buy on that 6th Braum so that the opponent didn't have a great chance to grief. And then as soon as he loses, he pulls the trigger, sells everything, does the really fast roll down, and makes it there. I mean, YBY has showcased a little bit of high roll throughout the weekend in terms of getting high cost 3 stars, but at least we're getting to see.
Yeah, we have to probably give the context that was the 2nd time YBY1 has done that in this entire tournament. Yesterday it was that 3-star Twisted Fate, and it really does take that high APM that YBY1 is well known for, so I think that's a really great call out there as well. And then I think the other really big key was this 4th game. Songyup and needed super big games in order to give themselves a chance to actually get into check now for this upcoming game number 5.
And Sol, another great example with the Crystal Gambit Ashe. After the nerfs came through, not as easy to switch. You need that little extra something. In this case, it was the Flicker Blades on the Ashe, the double Kraken, just so much damage coming out. And I think the relative weakness of the entire lobby in stage 4 to allow that initial snowball to happen, that's another way to try and win the game here. So there are so many different paths and avenues players have to watch out for and have to try and block as well.
We're going to take a short break as our players just take another moment before we can get them back into the game. So please, they're coming up after this. Game number 5 of the Tactician's Crown. Welcome back, everyone. It is the KO Coliseum Tactician's Crown Grand Finals. 3 amazing days of competition, and it all culminates in this. Everyone vying for that Tactician's Crown trophy and the title.
I love the perfect timing of, and it all culminates to this, and camera cuts to Tomino alone in an empty venue as the rest of the West has been completely eliminated.
Not quite the parity we were hoping for in this final lobby in terms of 7 players playing from Chengdu, only 1 player playing from Alicante. But all in all, I think it's going to be a really exciting next game coming up. I think especially to touch on Wei Mu in particular, one of the players in Czech. He's a player who yesterday and across the first 2 days really of the tournament played 6 games of very high risk, either Crystal Gambit or directly into Fast 9.
He's in a position now where this is exactly the game with Kale, I believe it was yesterday as well. So these are the lines that I'm thinking for him to try and commit to in this game 5.
I love the kind of contrast to what I think a lot of people's perception would be of a mobile player too, right? If you think of someone who's used to playing on mobile in any capacity, you're probably not thinking of a Fast 9 player, or maybe even a Crystal Ash player as well. You're thinking someone who would specialize much more on reroll, maybe more of a high top 4 rate, low win rate, but it's actually the opposite, right? We're comparing, even on screen right now, Weimu to one of the players who is a traditional PC player, and we're seeing how much higher the win rate of Weimu is, sitting at 25% throughout this weekend.
For context, both of these players have a chance to win the Tactician's crown in this upcoming game number 5. They just need a first place, and then they will be the champion. And it really is a stark contrast between Weimu, Luochu, and Without You in terms of win rate. Amazing for Weimu, which is going to be great for Checkmate. But for Without You, it's really just top 4s.
And you could say this is very small sample size and that those numbers could be very different, but we said this before the break. Without You is not a player who, if you look at his career top 1 rate, has a significantly higher number. It currently sits in his career since set 11 at 12.6%. So really only a 4% difference, and it's actually on the lower side for this weekend. Does that mean Without You can't go top 1? Of course not. Without You still has a reasonable chance of winning out the game, but it does raise some concerns of, does Without You have the ability to flip on the switch when he needs to with just one game to be able to find that first? It feels like Weimu is just better at finding the positions early on in the game where he can set himself up for a first place finish.
Without You was opting much more into that top 4 style across the first few days, though. He's the only player, I think, who played 2 games of Xayah out of this field coming into this day 3. Obviously, Xayah is a comp that you stabilize hard on 3-star Xayah. You bully the lobby in stage 3 and 4 like most 2-cost rerolls, but unless you're able to go 9 and find a TF2, for example, you have a very small chance of actually winning a game with Xayah reroll. I imagine there'll be no Xayah reroll being played in this game 5. He will very much try and play for either Fast 9 or there are some rerolls that can win games, but Xayah is just not one of them.
Never say never.
Oh, I'm pretty confident saying never here.
I would also be down to say never here.
I think the rock is not going to be in our way on this one.
Although I will say every time that I have said something that Necra has disagreed with leading up into the tournament, Necra has actually been right. So I don't have a great track record for agreeing with you.
I'm just saying that maybe there is a world where we end up seeing Xayah get taken, transition into something else. I just don't want that. What
cheating.
Oh,
that's not Xayah reroll then.
Well, but it is until it's not.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm talking about 2 of our other players that are in this upcoming lobby that actually do have a very good shot to make it to 20 points. Tomino and YBY1. This is just going to be their day 3 stats, so far what has happened. And YBY1, 3 out of the 4 games, then to level 9. Tomino has actually tried to go a little bit more of a stable route around more of those 4-cost lines, but has also played the reroll games that we saw. I mean, the Kog'Maw was just exceptional, and being able to see kind of Tomino be able to misconstruing how good he has been this entire tournament.
I think for Tomino, it's a little bit odd because game 3, where he should have played fairly humble TFT, he still played very risky just from the spot he was given on stage 2. Ended up not really being able to get that top 4 he needed to make into game 4. Game 4, he said, okay, I made a mistake potentially in terms of the big picture, in terms of my game plan. I'm going to play very humble now, play for Katarina reroll, try and spike early. The prismatics at 3-2 and him not hitting something like Radiant Refractor, hitting the unlimited power, I think didn't quite mesh with the game plan he was going for. Bled a lot of HP in stage 3 and 4, and that ended up being an unfortunate 8th place for him. So back-to-back games where I have to imagine it's not just, oh, I low-rolled, it's there was the same way he came to game 1 and 2.
He only has 18 points, and so he does need a 7th place in this upcoming game, but we said that about game 4. He needed a 6th, and it just didn't happen. It didn't come together, and so I think this is definitely a tough position for him to be in, but he has this entire room of people cheering for him and giving him that support. It's all of our Americas and EMEA players, as well as our crew of friends over there, so you know that there's a lot of compassion and a lot of just support for Tomino.
I don't envy being in Tomino's position right now, to be honest. It is very hard for anybody to be in a spot where they are narrowly missing qualification, whether it's to another day of competition or whether it's to reaching Czech here, and to do it 2 games in a row and just barely miss out on what's necessary for you to reach that, for him to just play like himself to get those 2 points, than to just play for a 7.
This is going to be Tomino and YBY1 stats from days 1 and 2 of the competition. So is there anything that stands out to you about some of the comps that they played? Maybe that's something that they can return to for this final day just to ensure the points.
I mentioned at the start of the day with the interview I had with Tomino in the middle of the stage there. He played more reroll than anyone else. He played 4 of those top 4s in particular. He played lines where if he could see he had a good spot for it in stage 2, and it was a reroll line that was uncontested, he gunned directly for it, just tried and played for those 3rd place positions, not playing the super fast line we've been seeing from players like Ironbog or YBY1 in particular. I think Tomino in the 3rd game, he was maybe hoping for a Janna reroll. Oemu was directly beelining for that with a better spot for it, so Tomino played a riskier style that maybe was not his intention, like Gangli was mentioning there. So I hope to just see him have a good spot for a reroll line, something like a Katarina, a Janna, maybe even a Kale. Yesterday, he surprised me more than I think I've been surprised the entire set, where, reminding viewers at home, he rolled down on 3-1. He had 7 kills, I think from 2-1 onward, which is an insane spot. He just needed 2 kills. We thought, okay, he's a natural, then maybe he'll be in a position to win the entire game. On 3-1, he rolled all of his gold, essentially, and finally hit the kill, but at like 0 or like 5 gold. We thought the spot was completely doomed. He played this win streak style for Kale instead. Was able to win, I think, 8 or 9 fights in a row up until that way to buy him enough time to make it to level 9, despite going 8 with like 0 gold to slot into Lee Sin, for example, and then won the game.
Brutal.
So it was just one of the most surprising one-cost reroll games I've seen all set long, and I think Tomino has that surprise element in him where he can play lines in ways that you don't quite expect and still find good results.
But he also knew what augments to pick to help to shore up some of those weaknesses in that game plan. I do believe he picked something like explosive growth. It just allowed him to actually get the experience necessary to level up and reach that level 8 and level 9. And it really did pay off dividends there. Tomino ended up doing so well on the day that he went into that 7th and final game. He didn't need anything. He just needed to just play the game. He had already basically locked a spot into the grand finals, and he could just kind of either play spoiler to the lobby or just get one more game of practice to make sure that he would be prepped and ready to go for today. Just an update to everybody, we are still working through some technical difficulties, and then we will be able to get our players into lobby and get going for game number 5. For YBY1, this is a player I think that has had a lot of eyes on him the entirety, not just of the set, but also since he started competing. YBY1 has been just one of the biggest starts in APAC. He's been to 3 previous Tacticians crowns. Always somehow seems to be getting thirds. 3rd at the Monsters Attack one, his very first appearance. 3rd at Magic and Mayhem. Did get 9th at Cyber City, so that was a bit of an anomaly there. But I said all good things come in threes. He comes into today with a 33.33% win rate. So maybe, and he's in 3rd place now. So
I will say, if someone is saying that you had a bad performance when you're going 9th in a Tactician's crown, you must be one of the best players in the world. And that's exactly what YBY1 is, because it's just an absolute performance. I think no one is more resilient than him when it comes to the attack round stage. Even someone as good as Double 61 has had runner-up positions, has won attack round before, but he's also gone 26th. There is variance in TFT. It's very hard to mitigate all of it every single time. And YBY1 is that one player that seems to just do something right when it comes to the fundamental playing of TFT to almost never find himself in that 8th or 7th, almost never find a string of bad performances in a row.
Same thing can be said, though, for Ironbog. Ironbog is another one of those just incredible stars from APAC. The only other one that does have a previous experience at the Tactician's Crown in this final lobby. Everyone else is newcomers. Ironbog has been to 2 previous Tactician's Crowns, getting 25th at the Magic and Mayhem and 8th at the Into the Arcane. So it's funny that he's been to this stage before and actually finds himself in quite a similar position to the Into the Arcane Tactician's Crown, where he also couldn't really capitalize on being in a checkmate lobby, despite the fact that we know he has a very high win rate.
Out of the 2 players in the entire world, not just the field on this day 3 or the field this tournament, I think Ironbog and YBY1 are the 2 players who quote-unquote, deserve a TAC round more than anyone else due to their careers as a whole, due to the big picture of what they've accomplished already and what they have showed as their potential in terms of their cap as players. And it's an interesting contrast because the rest of the 6 players in this day 3, it's their debut in the TAC round stage. They've made it this far already, but they don't have experience on their side. So it's going to be a really interesting to see how that experience affects the mental state of YPY1 in a winning position, Ironbog in an 8th place position, if Ironbog has that clutch factor to take over. The last time I think Ironbog made it to the final lobby, he did end up 8th. I think maybe showcasing that 1st or 8th style where sometimes, like in the TPC this set, 2 wins, it works out. Sometimes, like in the grand finals of the past at TAC round, you end up floundering to an 8th or 7th because you are opting into that risk in hopes of finding the success.
But as Gangly was saying, you got to play like yourself. And if it means that 50% of the time you go 8th, but 50% of the time you win the tournament, I think you like the odds. You know, Hupe, he comes in, Ironbog, 2-time regional champion, back regional finals wins, which is something that no other player in the world has been able to accomplish. And so Ironbog still, like, if it gets to a game 7, he's a huge threat.
Yeah, and also the back-to-back yesterday with the wins, making it happen. I mean, Summertime did it something similar. Last set, he wasn't the favorite, and then on the last game started popping off and sent us to that game 7. And now we have the possibility of going to game 8, even if with Iron. If someone, like you guys said, if someone can do it, it for sure is Iron. Start cold, and now maybe with this break, mental can be reset for everyone, and he could still have a chance.
I want to look into the kind of zoom out and look at the bigger picture of where we are in terms of the regional comparisons when it comes to TAC rounds historically. Obviously, I'm a bit biased from EMEA. Double 61 in this tournament, won the very first TAC round all the way back in Galaxies in set 3. We haven't won again since then. This is, I think, on the minds of every single competitor from EMEA going into the TAC round stage. Can I come back into it? Can I win again?
And to put that into context, Galaxies was 5 years ago.
Thank you, Necra, for reminding me.
Not just you, but to everybody else, that's a very long stretch of time. And I think EMEA is a region that every single set we say, Hupe, they're due. They're due. They've got players here that can do it. Tomino especially, maybe kind of coming in as one of the underdogs from the EMEA roster, shows up in this final lobby. And while maybe the last 2 games have been a bit of a disappointment, hopefully, maybe getting some food, getting some water, getting a stretch break, coming back in, you know, slapping the cheeks a little to, like, wake yourself up. And you can come in with a fresh perspective into this game number 5.
100%. For EMEA, as you mentioned, the trophy is dusty. So maybe a chance here to get a new crown.
No, I can take Necra bullying me, but 2-on-1 is a little bit unfair.
No, but once again, Tomino playing so amazing and deserving the spot totally. Always finding great placement on the first one, maybe missing out there, but taking chances. He went for that double up that didn't work in the end, and now still playing for that placement, for big placement every time. And once again, a good chance. Waymo, for me, the biggest surprise, JOC got me from playing mobile. I mean, this guy hasn't been playing TFT for long, started playing only this set, maybe before as a hobby, or as a high level starting now, and playing great, adapting very quickly to the meta, and of course, putting the hours in when it matters.
Also the hope for CN. We look at someone like Flancy being that historical name, not quite being able to perform after that day 1 elimination, but now it is a JOCM player instead. It is Waymo instead carrying that hope forward for CN, which similarly to Mia, they have been in a drought. There was a time and place where CN was the region with a dynasty, the back-to-back-to-back TAC crowns. You thought it was never going to end. I personally, being invested as a commentator, thought is to dethrone CN before obviously Replay started off the big streak for the Americas. Obviously a title starting it off for not just APAC but for Zeta Division as a whole, with Summertime winning last time. And they need that win again. I think Macau helped a lot in terms of giving that CN community hope again in terms of their place in the ecosystem on the power rankings, regionally speaking, in TFT. And now Emu, front and center, 24 points coming to this game 5 already in check. He has the hope to do it again.
It's going to be a very intense game number 5 as our players are just doing final ready checks. 2 players from our lobby are already in will win the KO Coliseum Tactician's crown. For everybody else, they're hoping to reach that 20-point mark and then win the next game so that they may be crowned the champion. I love getting our Chengdu hub over there. It's been great to be able to see all of the competitors over there, the spectators as well. It just feels like it's going to be such an atmosphere to be in.
Yeah, it looks amazing. The lights, everything. And once again, here in beautiful Alicante, the venue, the players still enjoying. A lot of the players still here, backing up, most of them, backing up Tomino. And I think it's a story about, we have two different completely profiles, right? Waymon together with Tomino, newcomers, as to speak. So that's the couch to crown, if you will, possibility versus YBY, Iron Buck, players that we would love to see winning, and that's the beauty of TFT. Maybe YBY, Iron Buck had the most possibilities and are here, but it's possible for someone getting new into TFT, putting in the work, having some luck on their side to accomplish even.
Iron Buck, if you are not necessarily rooting for any player in particular, probably he will get more of the fan votes because right now he has a chance to play spoiler. He has a chance to give us the maximum level of excitement, maybe send us to that historical Game 8. I'm trying to rewrite the script as we go. I would love to see it personally.
Historical, I think you mean fantasy. Like,
Necro's not a believer.
It's so like, it's tantalizing because it means we get a chance to see more amazing competitive TFT, but at the same time, it also means that it's gonna be a long road for our competitors, and I think that's something that we've got to realize. Well, while we've had some short grand final days for the Tactician's crowns, they're not always sprints like that. They are marathons, and you have to think ahead to what if Ironbog does play spoiler? We go to a Game 7 or a Game 8, and how can you keep yourself focused for that entire length of time?
Especially now in a LAN event for everyone. We saw it maybe in Vegas, we saw it again in Macau. Players are tired because it's not used for them for the lights, being there, not being maybe in your house and comfortable. And now we have confirmation, 8 players ready and prepped for this 5th game.
And they have had more time than ever to think through all the different possibilities of what this Game 5 has in store for them, especially in Stage 2 as players line up, all with very differing objectives. 2 players in Czech trying to end it all. 3 players on 18 points, probably trying to grief those players in Czech. And then a player like Ironbog who has to play for those big wins, not just in this game, but in the next game as well to get into Czech in 2 games and extend the tournament to potentially 7 or 8.
All right, we get the Yasuo encounter as well as we head into this game, so maybe a little bit of thought there for some of our players in terms of how they want to kind of move forward. And speaking of Yasuo, shows up here for Waymol, but I don't know, but just buys everything, just in case.
More importantly, there is going to be a Kale pair here. Waymol, I mentioned it before. CN across this entire set has been a region that has really performed much better than everyone else when it comes to kill reroll, especially after that first patch where she was very, very strong as an overall comp. Already has a win with it yesterday. Can he do it again in this position where he is now in Czech? Kale, much harder to grief. There are so many one-cost copies. Players, unless they're also playing one-cost reroll, are not necessarily rolling on 3-1 just to try and grief one of these players in Czech.
Yeah, you can soft grief, if you will. Maybe get an additional Kale, try to maybe we get 1 or 2, but there are so many copies of that one cost that you just mentioned that is just too difficult.
But he actually sells it.
Yep.
He doesn't keep the copies.
Yeah.
Finds the early Swain instead, which might help to initiate a win streak just a little bit better, and then you can play from that high tempo. So very curious to see where actually ends up deciding to go with this. Also finding the early Neferi and the Lux, maybe Soul Fighter on the board.
Opts to make 10 instead with the extra gold he was able to pick up on this stage. 1 golden Gala confirmed, so we'll see. Is there going to be a double trouble pickup by the players in Czech? Are they going to want to opt into the risk of being directly target griefed on the Malzahars in particular? That's the big question. All eyes on both Waymol and Without You in terms of their current direction coming into this stage 2.
Well, so far I don't see one. I am seeing the gold generating artifacts from Terry and YB1. We have a Caretaker's Favor from Songyup, a Clear Mind from Ironbog, and solo leveling, I believe, from Soul. As there is, so let's see where that brings us, but Waymo just decides to go with the Pandoras, get a couple of extra components.
Yeah, maybe trying to go for that bow, a Kraken's early, and thinking about that Ash. But no, decides to slam early, just slamming the boy stuff here, and thinking a little more about the late game.
And because these players who are on 20 points know there is a target on their back, both players are not committing to anything. Quite the opposite. They are keeping all doors open, Pandora's items, and the chance to re-roll your components and your items if you need to later on for Waymo. And Salvage Bin for Without You, one of the augments I mentioned earlier on, is one of the key augments to success when there is more griefing going your way, because you can repivot your items, you can adapt to the situation, you can play into any line that you natural into, that you find the right conditions for with your next augment, with your 4-2 augment, or with your natural shops leading into stage 4.
Wow. Tomino is gonna go ahead and put in some Star Guardians. The early Syndra 2 is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, and I love the start because it's Jewel Gauntlet, so he's going to propose playing AP, but has the thumbnail here, so actually countering a little any AD lines that is the preferring the meta, and him himself playing AP means that it's more deep to that line.
Leveling up, playing Shadow Clone with this Syndra 2 is going to be a really big deal. Just a great amount of power with the Star Guardian, benefiting both copies here. And this is Tomino's game plan. Preserve HP, don't play first rate style, don't give away HP early for no reason in stages 2 and 3. If you're able to go into stage 4 with 80 HP off of playing tempo and playing strongest board, that's really the game plan.
Only looking for that 7th place, as you mentioned, and for now, working. 10 gold, 2-2, doing good. For now, Terry and him, the only one with a win streak. And Sanyop losing for now. Obviously, with Keitreke, thinking more about the mid game.
Unfortunate for Soul is going to be on a 2-loss streak despite the solo leveling. Was playing on a Fury 1, is now moving on to the Jace instead. You have to not just win fights, but at the very least kill units to get value from the solo leveling. We saw it used to great effect from both YBY1 and Ironbog in different games today, and that being one of the key indicators to playing for Fast 9. So Soul has to try and turn this loss streak around the rest of this stage too.
Wow. YBY1 actually does get in the Crystal Gambit super early.
And it's perfect because he has the Gambler, so he doesn't need to win. He only needs to delay a little to get that additional gold. And as you mentioned, Negra, now he's in a perfect spot to double up, to try to keep going. Of course, he only needs 2 points, so it's a little weird. Maybe just trying to get a little cash out and then try just to push that level 8.
As a duplicator as well, YBY1 is a player who famously doesn't opt into reroll very often, but when he does it for a very good reason. He has only top forward playing reroll this entire tournament, played it 3 times, and every single one of those times. I think YBY1 is on 18 points, doesn't need to play for a first, but one of the ways to deny players who are on check from ending the tournament is by winning yourself.
Yep.
That is sometimes the best path forward instead of just trying to grief them. So YBY1, I think a player who may be happier going down that path, considering that he likely almost never goes 8th, so just a 7 is what he needs if he falls short.
Unfortunately for players like Ironbog, I think you have to go 1, 1, 1. It's like you got to go 1 to put yourself closer to check. You got to go 1 to deny everyone else from winning in the next game, and then 1 to actually close out the tournament yourself in game number 7. And then 1 to actually close out the tournament yourself in game number 7.
Without You, once again, making sure maybe it's the tech or not. Saya normally a little cheaper. Maybe just trying to hold units and making sure he makes 20. Let's see if he put it in the end. There it is.
I'm almost a little surprised because I think you would have liked to be able to actually make 20, but I guess you hope you just win because you're playing up against the, for the griefer, Songyop.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the solo leveler, but was like, actually no.
No, the griefer.
The griefer.
And Songyop is trying to obviously force a loss streak. I think Ironbog has a Crystal Gambit and might have doubled down already if he had him from 2-1. Also would be denying stacks for solo leveling on Soul if he only has a single unit left to kill for that Jace. So just small optimizations that players are trying to commit to in terms of min-maxing their possibilities of developing their own game plan, but also griefing others.
Well, I mean, there are 2 Crystal Gambit players. And in fact, I don't know if Tomino will even consider it, just knowing that he has the Syndra and the Swain, that there is at least a small possibility there that you could go down that route. So I do think it's very smart.
Yeah, Weimu also with the Swain. Sol playing solo leveling, but in a lose streak. And of course, the Griefer here, Sanyop. So very difficult for all the Crystal Gambit players you mentioned.
Interesting setup here for Terry. Not playing for Mogul's Mill, not playing for Gambler's Blade, not playing for the loot streak and the gold generation, instead playing for the win streak with a gold collector. I think this is a very Terry kind of line and play to go to. Only needs a 7th place. This is the most comfortable territory possible for territory. I try to stop myself, but it is the truth. He loves playing around the forecast, play around something like a Samira, for example, and that Volibear combo in stage 4.
The one who achieved Necra here is Tomino. Perfect spot. He needed 2 points. Managed to get the win streak right now, and for now, it's just keep playing it, keep pushing, but I mean, job's done.
For stage 2.
I hope.
let's hope the stage
yeah.
3 continues.
He's definitely much richer than the rest of the lobby at the moment, but that might change. Songyup on the other side is hoping to also put together a nice loss streak with the 5 losses. Songyup can continue to play spoiler to some of these other Crystal Gambit players, and even as it looks, YB War 1 actually took a win, and Ironbog does not have a very full loss streak strung together yet.
Player to watch out for is Without You on a 4-win streak right now. Obviously going to try and opt for Fast 9, considering his current position in the tournament. And if players are not able to end his win streak, this is one of the scary spots where you're able to mostly win streak all of stage 2 and 3, slot in Crystal Gambit, entering stage 4, trade that HP for extra resources, and then come into stage 5, go 9, and have enough gold to hit all of your 2-star upgrades, plus maybe some combat power from your 4-2 augment. And that's a recipe for success in this meta.
What do you make there of Ironbog holding champions when he has clear mind?
It was just the PvE round. He'll sell them, I assume, as soon as this fight starts off.
The solo leveling, low stacks here for Sol. So in a very just slamming items. Yeah, for now only on Nafiri and on Jace. And a very difficult position. Finds this whole fighter early, but not actually having enough tempo. So a very difficult position for him. 16 points, he needs a 5th, and it's not easy in this lobby.
Yeah, now when you've got some really big winners. I mean, Tomino still 6-win streak Without You, was able to put 5 together, and Songyup continuing to put that 6-loss streak even further. As we get into our next augment, I think this will also change a lot. I see some augments that will give you a bit of direction. I also am taking a look at kind of what people are picking.
Tesla coil for Without You, interesting, trying to go for that full items and get additional value.
What did YB1? What did YBY1 take?
Picked up a Golden Quest, so that could be a path to denying the checkmate in this game from Weimu and from Without You by trying to win it off of the Golden Quest. Tomino going for Raining Gold, looking already at his level, stage 4, level 8 power spike, the roll down coming in, considering that he can't really play for tempo from the options he was given. Without You is the player trying to play for tempo with a Tesla Coil pickup. Isn't proccing it right now. He only has 2 item components already slammed on both his tank, the Rel, and the Smolder. So this is the vulnerable point in time for Without You. These next 2 fights. If he can win both of these fights, he's in a very good position to potentially win streak the rest of this stage 3 and have an easy path to that fast 9 of stage 5. But this Yasuo is bringing the business to that backline. The Smolder goes down. The win streak is out as well for Without You.
And what about that early Cassante? You just saw like that extra kind of refresh of the HP, just made that Cassante a terror. And so that is going to be the win streak snapped. Tomino gets to keep it, and Songyup on the loss streak.
And Sol rolled down to 10 gold, so he identified that they had to break the streak for Without You to make his game plan much harder in terms of trying to play for that win. So selfless play by Sol here, rolling down on level 7 on 3-2, which is a very high-tempo play, slamming all 3 items of the Yasuo, playing for immediate board strength to try and snap that win streak.
Yeah, and we saw the Aument. It's Battle Academia Aument to go for a vertical, so full, going for the option to not allowing these players to go to checkmate and extending the game, as you mentioned, Panda.
YBY1 could be the hero of the Golden Quest with the Gambler's Blade. Shadow Clone on the Cinder as well, has been printing gold. I imagine YBY1, this was definitely on his mind coming into 3-2. Didn't pump gold, potentially to try and play for this high roll.
What about Songyup though?
Also has forward thinking, so could be another player spiking in a huge way on 4-2.
I think the two of them are the ones I'm most curious about in this lobby. But for Songyup, it's a very risky place to be and also trying to keep this loss streak.
And Tomino must be so happy. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. An 8-win streak coming into the end of this, or halfway of stage 3. Has picked up raining gold, so no immediate power coming in on 3-2, but despite that, won these next 2 fights as well. All he needs is a 6th, or a 7th rather this time around. An 8-win streak in stage 3. Doesn't guarantee it, but puts you in a very good position.
Also, if you already managed to get the 7th, then you can put yourself in a Griffin position. Okay, I already did what I want. I don't need to do nothing else. Okay, who's in check? Who do I don't want to win to elevate this to another game? So that's perfect for the rest of the lobby also.
It's true. I mean, Tomino, YBY1, and Terry, all 3 of them are at 18 points, and so could do very similar game plans to what you're saying, Hoope. Wow.
Very interesting. Don't see a double down here from YBY1. He cashes out. He gets gold off of that as well, so he can accelerate the rate at which he picks up that golden quest and can potentially spike as early as 4-2, 4-1, matching the spike from Songyup on forward thinking. Really depends on how much gold he's able to print with the Gambler's Blade and the Shadow Clone. Also would love to get a Reforger. We've talked about it many times throughout this weekend, but Gambler's Blade very good early. Obviously kind of useless once you roll down to 0 gold. Once you're trying to play for full. Having a Reforger to turn it into a Silver Mirror Dawn, I think we saw on day 1, is a huge deal as well.
Decides to use the duplicators there on the Swain and just sell for
gold.
economy. Yeah.
YBY1 has accomplished the golden quest. And then, I mean, if there's any player who I think is best suited for this augment, it is him, one of the most creative minds in TFT.
And also the roll down's going to go insane. Oh, look at all the copies that he's holding as well of the set, the volley. Like, I feel like there's almost a clear direction. He gets the opportunity to go for Samira. Or you can use the volley bear for something like the Jinx. And so that's also very exciting.
It's a great example of good players don't just high roll, they prepare themselves to benefit from those high rolls. I don't think I've seen this entire set a better spot from a gold augment start into that golden quest. He has 120 gold on 3-6 already, so really going to add a lot of pressure to this lobby the moment he spikes that. And Tomino, 9-win streak, Hoope-san.
Nice.
It's happening.
I mean, the work is done. Is it done now?
No,
we can say it's done.
Wait till this fight's over. If it's a win, then I'll let you say it.
Hoope already said it.
He's unpersonable at this
Say it
point.
again. 36, going for an additional cash out. Just trying to push the rest of the lobby. I mean, the power of Syndra here. Also good front line. Just stepping up, and Terry maintains the Soul Fighter line. We know it's a comp that can win, but maybe not the best early game for him. For now, looking good.
And that's maybe the bigger test here. Probably the strongest player in this stage 3 will be Terry. Has the backup dancers pick up on 3-2. This will be a loss for Tomino, but all in all, 9-win streak is a very good position for Tomino, needing only a 7th to lock in check after this game 5 concludes.
Open the chest. What?
Oh,
Wait.
He's going for the win. He said, okay, I have HP. I can propose Fast 9 into Seraphine. Let's double up.
I think he should hold all the copies. Well, what if you just natural a Swain 3? Why not?
Very curious where he goes with this. Obviously, from this position, I think you just have to play high tempo. Don't think about what's the strongest board I'll be able to build in stage 6. Think about the right now. How do I make my board stronger turn by turn without sacrificing obviously too much potential to just try and play for that 6th or 7th place.
Early Ash.
That's one way to do it. Has a JG slam though, so it might be a little bit difficult.
Well.
YBY1 very close to proccing Golden Quest. Cancel units on his board. And yeah, has already procced it. Gwen 2 comes online. You can play around both the Soul Fighter variant or the Sorcerer's immediate roll down. 70 gold to work with on level 8. So wow, set 2 already found. YBY1 in a very strong position, a commanding spot for this stage 4 start.
Let's keep it coming.
Has a Reforger as well for the Gambler's Blade. This is the APM check. This is where YBY1 separates himself from even other best players in the world.
the speed at which he can commit all of these key decisions.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot that needs to go on here, but the fact that you've got Zhonya's Paradox on the Gwen, really amazing AP items.
Tankzilla's big.
Ah, so good. Good. I mean, the fruits are almost perfect here.
And he faces Ironbog, who's doubled down, so a breathing room for YBY1 on a turn where he didn't fully lock in all of his decisions, didn't make all of his items, didn't roll down fully.
Yeah, but he's still done like most of the work.
Yeah. For Terry, the only bad news here for Terry, playing Soul Fighter vertical, normally no one will be contesting you, finds the when he IBY, and now you will not find the set, you will not find the Samira. Difficult spot for Terry.
Yeah, that's actually really rough when Terry also just wanted to have that 4-cost mentality, but here's Songyup getting the forward thinking and a lot of gold to work with as well. And so we'll see what direction he also wants to go here with getting a Zyra and also an early Twisted Fate. Rolls past the Seraphine, but decides wants to go ahead and put Six in the front line. And honestly, this is a pretty good roll down with a pair of TFs.
Is this going to be enough? His matchmaking pool is very important. He's on 13 HP. He is all in on winning these next few fights Malicious as well, and that could swing him back into maybe being the strongest player in the lobby. But super high risk, high reward position for Songyup, who maybe doesn't really need it with his points, right? He's on 17 points. Maybe he has to play for more of a top 4. We'll see if it works out. Has a 2-item TF, has to hope it's going to be enough. Did he find a Lee Sin? He didn't. That's a crucial miss potentially on this roll down.
A safeguard gear going up against Ironbog, who still hasn't cashed out and has the Ash still 1 star.
The O-Cage business.
Yeah, good business here. A breather.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit, but at least you still have the 6 Juggernaut in. Like, ideally, yes, you have the Lee Sin to replace one of the lower-cost Juggernauts, but I think that's sometimes the biggest problem, making sure you actually have frontline until you can get those bigger upgrades.
You probably saw Ironbog was in his pool, so it just made the Malicious monetization that much more of a better idea. Had a chance to roll down here, try and find those crucial last few upgrades to continue snowballing this effect for the next few fights as well.
Finds a Braum, so you can get the Luchador in next to that the Mundo. But thought about the volley.
There's a Lee Sin pair in one shot.
What?
If he wins this next fight, he has a chance to find a TF or a Lee Sin in the carousel being first pick. So a risky play from Songyup, at least for now, seems to be paying off.
Lock the shop, lock the shop.
He's going to get gold from Malicious, so doesn't have to, as long as he kills 2 units, which I think he could be able to here.
Yeah, but also when I see the Gwen on the other side, I don't know, I'm always the type of person, I'm like, okay, lock the shop until you get the gold, buy the champion, then unlock the shop.
I think if he doesn't get enough gold to buy it, that means he's dead, because he's on 13 HP.
All right, you might be onto something, but... Oh my god, he's not going to win!
It's going to be enough here in stage 4 to stay alive at the very least, killed off enough units. He has to hope that this carousel has the right 5 cost for him. It'll be a Braum and a Zyra instead.
Oh no.
So risky from Songyup.
Worse.
There's a Brown, but again, it's paired. So pair of Brown, pair of Twisted Fate. He needs something else to avoid that 8th place and try to put himself in check.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, this is another player, 17 points. You don't need that many. You just needed a 6th in order to secure 20 points. And so I'm with you. Why so much risk?
And it's even worse because the moment one of these players goes out in 8th, if they're not the player with 18 points, 3 more players are guaranteed to be in check coming into Game 6. So it is just so impactful for this entire tournament. Tomino also needing to stabilize here. He has 52 HP to work with, though.
All right, 1 TF.
The
Seraphine is going to be good.
Varus just in case.
Pair of Seraphines.
Yeah, most important right now is that Seraphine.
Does he duplicate is a big question. I think he's healthy enough to maybe wait at least 1 more turn. Has to find Mage.
Wait until the creep round too with how much HP.
Especially with, look at Ironbog and Songyup, both are on 1 life. If they face each other, that could be it. That guarantees all the 18 place players are in check for next game as well. It's going to be a pretty big loss players before this stage 4 ends, where they're at their most vulnerable. Is the Jinx going to be able to do with a gold collector?
Oh, I'm looking kind of tough, I think. Even though we actually do see this Cassante still holding its own in the front, the Lee Sin gets the walk onto the Jinx, and now it's just cleanup. So Songyup with another win. Ironbug on the other side, able to get another. So Tomino free falling with 6 losses.
And both Ironbog and Sangyup staying alive, trying to, doom one of the 18-point players. In this case, it is Tomino on that vulnerable position. Both Weimu and Without You are still in positions to win this game. They are the 2 players in check. Weimu does not have the highest cap. He's playing around Volibear 2, Jinx 2 for now, so doesn't really seem to be a player that can play for a first, especially not with someone like YBY1 or Ironbog if he's able to turn the corner in this Fast 9 strategy.
It's really tough though because Tomino sitting on a pair of Seraphines, pair of Twisted Fates, is being directly contested by Ironbog and Songyup, who have been able to hit some pretty big upgrades. You saw Songyup being able to hit the Braum 2 as well. Tomino finally finding the Seraphine is going to put him into a much better position.
So tough.
But it's the front line, and all of these front lines are contested. Maybe you can use the duplicator here onto the Twisted Fate. Okay, maybe Tomino stabilizes.
He wanted to roll to 0 to see if he could find either the Leona and TF and make a better decision around which one to duplicate. Doesn't hit either. The front line is scary. It's Leona 1 with these items. You have a 2-star Seraphine and TF, sure, but is your front line going to survive for long enough? He's facing off against one of the more humble players here. Yet again, it's going to be Terry with the Gold Collector. This is the real test for Tomino. If he wins this fight, I think he should be kind of locked in for, at the very least, a 7th place position. The Leona is hanging on here.
Oh, and the Jinx, it is going to be able to target the Seraphine. But can this Twisted Fate actually get another cast? And it can't. Tomino takes another loss. And it's not looking good.
Sangyup and Ironbog are both still alive. 3-win streak for either of the APAC players. No Leona is found for Tomino. The front line is too fragile against most of the boards he's facing.
Meanwhile, Songyup with the Juggernaut variation of the front line has been able to hit everything, including a Braum that is going to make it that much stronger. For Ironbog, also playing the Bastion line, he's going to be the one that does have that Leona too, but also missing a couple more key upgrades. And Tomino, I think he can feel it. He's going up against Songyup, one of the other legendary players, and it is going to be tough. If Tomino goes out in 8th here, he will not make check in this next game, and that would be brutal.
The Lee Sin is so scary. The Swain has the items now over the Leona. The Seraphine damage is coming through, but it's just not going to be enough. Tomino taken down. Sangyup stays alive. Ironbog, he's the only hope for Tomino. If Ironbog goes out in 8th, maybe Tomino can reach check that way, but I think it's not going to be the case. Ironbog also. Ironbog has gone down, but it's not enough. 8th place for Tomino. Doesn't reach check. Ends on 19 points, and Ironbog is now going to be on 13. Can play spoiler next game, but is also very far away from reaching check.
Yeah, very tough path here for Tomino. Last 3 games, not going out their way, and I mean, it's just so tough. Reset now, and the possibility here. Soul finds the Caitlyn 3 in this vertical Caitlyn and Jace board. Very vintage. Just trying to find, and he's doing the work, trying to find that 5th place or better, and for now, it's working.
Depending on Sangyup's loss, we'll see this matchup here. The Gwen is on the right side. The Caitlyn is not going to be one-shotting the Gwen or the Samira as soon as fight starts off. I think the board is just not quite strong enough. We're seeing the Gwen damage come through.
It's too much.
Soul taken down, also does not reach check, so many players not able to reach check in this game. 5 players remain. 2 of them are already in check. Without You and Weimu are still left alive.
But for YBY1, Songyup, with these 3 eliminations, they have guaranteed themselves check. If any of them can win this game and stop Weimu, Lochu, or Without You from winning, we will go into a game number 6. But we still have a lot of this game left to play. There's still some very healthy HP totals for some of these players.
And for the win is being on the same side of the carry. You have the ideal possibility there to ramp up and eliminate these additional threats.
And it's a possibility that YBY1 is able to reach first, maybe this Samira 3, because he just found 3 copies in 1 roll. But also maybe the Prismatic Soul Fighter win condition with the amount of wins he has the moment he found the Gwen early off of the Golden Quest and rolled for 8 Soul Fighter on that turn. He's on an 8-win streak right now. So YBY1 in true YBY1 fashion, taking over this game. Only needed a 7th, but he says, you know what? I might just play for first.
Songyup also trying to do that though. 5 win streak with this Juggernaut fasting board. And honestly, it is kind of looking like we will go to a game number 6. Both Weimu, Lochu, and Without You have tried to cap their boards around more of these 4 costs. In terms of Without You going for Rise and Karma, but we also do have with Weimu, Lochu going for Jinx and the Star Guardians. While this Rise is doing a lot of work, you can just see it's not able to stand tall against these legendary comps.
Yeah, it happened exactly as you mentioned. Without You is just living without gas. 4 cost, just not enough. And Sanjop looking so amazing right now. Is there something here he can improve? Maybe the Jone 2, there it is.
Ooh.
Very important. And the new carry that we have seen this in these finals.
Right. I mean, this is a legendary carry that I think a lot of people were surprised to see do very well. And maybe if there is going to be a time for it to shine, it's now in the hands of Without You. He must know something about this that thinks maybe this might be good enough to help stabilize or even get him into a position where he can actually cap even higher than this. Looking at the board, he is missing some pretty critical pieces here. The fact that Lee Sin, I mean, the Kobuko, Senna, Yasuo, they're all still 1 star.
The spot just looks much weaker in terms of the total cap compared to the rest of the players here. I think Without You tried to play in an uncontested line, maybe trying to make use of the Tesla coil with vertical mech, despite obviously not having mech pilot or going for that line at all. I don't think it's going to be quite strong enough here. Even Terry, who is a player who only was playing for top 4, only was playing into pressure.
And Weimu Lochu is out. So the fact that we have one of our players in check eliminated, and if Without You goes out, we will go to a game number 6.
You already, I mean, won against Terry, but YBY is just too strong. So, I mean, it's just, can you really go against it? He even lost against Terry, sorry, in the last one. And now we're seeing a little of the board. Anything else to be improved? Trying to find that Braum only to go to a backline. Maybe the Varus 2-star also as a possibility here. But once again, humble board here for Terry. And secondary carries right now the Seraphim.
What a beautiful game from YBY1. I mean, just every decision he made leading up to that Golden Quest cash out, it was fantastic. Playing around this Gwen to maybe play for a Prismatic Soul Fighter game, which is kind of a win more. I think by the time he cashes it out, he's pretty much going to win anyway, considering the HP totals here for Without You and Terry.
But it would look cool.
It did look cool, but we're seeing here, I mean, he's playing for the Braum 2, the full cap Soul Fighter. He has 7 Samiras. He can't keep getting away with it.
I mean, it's a down roll for him. Already 2 legendaries and now going for the forecast. And he doesn't need it. He's just too strong right now and should be able to maintain a little of the win streak here.
This is the key fight. YBY1, the current win-streaking player in this lobby, up against Without You, the only player left in check remaining in this lobby, trying to end the tournament in 5 games. But standing in front of him, one of the best players in the world, trying to prove it yet again for their 3rd final lobby appearance. YBY1 takes down Without You, forces a game 6. The hero that this lobby needed to try and extend this tournament onward.
Terry, well-earned 2nd place.
And Terry did his job in stage 4. This is kind of a baton relay in terms of where each player had a job to do for the extension of this tournament.
Yep.
Terry applied pressure rolling down on level 8 to all the players trying to go fast 9. Players like Tomino, players like Ironbog, players like Sangyup.
I'm really sad. YBY1 has 9 out of 10 wins. And unfortunately, yeah, this 10th one is going to be the Prismatic, but also the win in the game.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. Terry playing terrific, and now he's terrified against YBY, and we see why. He's just too strong right now, going for this double Samira tech. Decides to sell in the end just to try to find an upgrade. The huge range right now from the Wen, and it's a perfect win right now for YBY. 11 win streak.
And it all comes down to playing into that high roll, playing into that Golden Quest from a very good position with the Gambler's Blade start, with the cheap, relatively cheap board already meeting a lot of econ thresholds, not pre-leveling, not pumping gold, having all that extra gold to reach Golden Quest in earlier than I've ever seen actually this set on 4-1. And it's also key for the Soul Fighter cash out in particular because of that chance to play for that 10 wins for the Prismatic victory to just guarantee even more that he can take over this game. Game 6 at the very least, 5 players now in check. Some heartbreak for some of the competitors who were just oh so close, but maybe a chance to prolong even further if someone like Tomino, someone like Ironball can win this next game.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul and Tomino, they're going to be at 19 points apiece, and so just that 1 point shy. Ironbog at 13 can win this upcoming game and make sure that he can actually extend this grand finals of the Tactician's Crown one more game, but it looks very likely that the Tactician's Crown will end after game number 6, and that will be a showdown for sure. YBY1 though, what an impressive, dominant run in this game. I thought maybe we would even see some Mira 3.
We're so close to it, and of course he already gave us the Twisted Fate, and we see again Terry playing good tempo without you, also doing what he could, but once again not going for that win out possibility, and they know they're going to do it. Now next game will be all about that. Who is going for that fast 9 with full cap possibilities, and having those two players, Tomino and Soul, having already qualified, it means they will be the griefers. They will be the ones who have to detect who is the one going for that first place, and either themselves or trying to get a player not already in check to take the first.
And a very unique game from Without You. A very brave game, I would say. When you're in check, try and win it all with a Mentor Mech Yone 2 variant, I think is very risky. Especially, I think Volibear was contested, so he couldn't really roll on 8. Maybe didn't opt regardless. But I like the idea. With Tesla Coil, in theory, it's something we saw in the past before Mech Pilot became a big thing. You would play for the vertical mech, where you had 3 items on the mech, and that proc Tesla Coil as well, as a way to have extra damage in. But YBY1 just took over the game. His game plan was so dominant from stage 4 onwards. He applied so much pressure to the rest of the lobby. No one could really fulfill their board's potential because they were getting taxed for 15 HP on each loss in stage 4. And just a masterclass from YBY1. Yet again, finishing this game in 3rd place. I'm not sure if we cursed him. I hope not, because he has displayed some great TFT throughout this final day.
Always 3rd place, whether it's at the Tactician's Crown in the finals or just like multiples of 3. I don't know what it is, something in the water, but maybe this is the time that he can actually break that curse, Hoope. YBY1 has been such a consistent competitor. I think we can kind of like poke fun a little bit at the 3rd places, but the fact that he's made it into 3 final lobbies of a Tactician's Crown is some like just insane consistency.
Yeah, being third, and 9th is just too much consistency. Also, very well when he goes to the open lands events, and now we're seeing a little of the highlights. YBY, once again, is the favorite. Is the one everyone expects that wins, and sometimes, obviously, variance is not on your side, or is it? And you have to play that magic card, that card above your sleeves, and just try to look for that magic, look for the high roll moment. If it doesn't come, it's fine, but if it does, you manage to win the game.
And going back to that Golden Gala, I had to imagine players were already considering. I think YBY1 was thinking, hey, Golden Quest is a golden augment. I could find that offered on Tweet 2. I'm going to play around that possibility. Opted into that high roll, and he could find it. He was rewarded for it. Something like Sangyup as well, playing into forward thinking potentially. Those are the 2 real augments you're most considering in 3-2 in terms of how you develop your game plan throughout that stage 3. Just a really interesting game of TFT. Unfortunately for Tomino, I wonder if the Swain Shop going into stage 4 maybe affected his game plan, because he could have played for a 4-cost line and rolled heavily on 4-2 to just try and stabilize there. The Bastions, without really a clear shell to play into like Kog'Maw reroll or Malzahar reroll, opted for fast 9 Bastions instead, which is a little bit riskier. And we saw the pitfalls, right? Couldn't hit Leona 2, had a very fragile front line, hit the Seraphine maybe too late. He could have also used that duplicator earlier in stage 4, maybe win 1 or 2 key fights there against someone like Sangyup or Ironbog, who were also on 1 life at that point.
I just don't think he had enough gold. When he hit level 9, he had 40 to roll with, and it just wasn't enough to get all of the key upgrades fast enough that he was outpacing everybody else that was also going for fast 9. And that's kind of interesting because it comes back to the first game of the day, Hoope. We had 5 players in our first game trying to go to level 9, and they all ended up contesting each other for those big legendary carries.
Yeah, we started the day, if you will, for Tactician Crown, everyone just going for that fast 9 as a possibility. They noticed that the tempo was too much, and we switched to only with Prismatic go to fast 9, but now once again with Ironball we have YBY, and they love to do it in any space possible. So it was interesting for Tominos to go for that line, just trying to make sure he always is capable. It's like he's rehearsing for that check, trying to go for the first place. He only needed 2 points, so it's really regretful that he didn't take it right now.
a few more rehearsals than I think he wanted, considering he was on 15 points after just 2 games. It also goes to show the level of play in the lobby as a whole. Ironbog and Sangyup, they clutched up 4 fights in a row to deny that 7th place guarantee for Tomino as well. In any other lobby, you look at Ironbog's spot, you look at Sangyup's spots, they're having to fight turn for turn to stay alive. Sangyup going all in on malicious monetization to try and snowball that into a stabilization point. And Tomino thinking, surely one of these players goes down. They face YBY1, maybe the matchmaking favors me and they go out in 8th. All I needed is a 7th. Everything went the wrong way for Tomino and his final placement there. So that's TFT, the small details, in some cases favoring some players like YBY1 and how well he was able to excel with his decision-making. In other cases, denying Tomino that 7th place he needed.
It's Hupe's fault this time.
Only
You
this time.
spoke too soon.
I take this one. Don't make me take the next one, please.
Well, at least you can't mathematically do that. Sol and Tomino would be in check at the end of this game with even just an 8th place. But the problem lies in what is going to happen with the placements for the other players. Ironbog needs a 2nd place in Game 6 in order to get himself into that 20-point mark and then needs to go for 1st. Realistically, it's Tomino, Sol, Ironbog. They need a 1st place to extend this Tactician's Crown series.
It's one of the best possible positions to try and force a Game 7 because the 3 players who are not currently in check are either guaranteed or, pretty much guaranteed for every single one of these players, which means that they will forcefully opt into that 1st or 8th playstyle, and there's no downside to doing so. So there's 3 players who are trying to throw a wrench in everyone else's game plans, play for Crystal Gambit cash outs, play for Lose Streak. They can even, in some ways, help each other and not grief each other to try and work as a unit to stop this tournament from ending on this final Game 6. So this is where the really interesting psychological element of TFT comes into play. Griefing is not just allowed, but it is, suggested in a checkmate format. And without obviously colluding, you are supposed to play together in some ways to stop key players, in this case 5 of them, from ending the game in the Game 6.
There's also an interesting scenario. We can have either Sol or Tomino win, and then in the 7th game, Ironbog taking the 1st, and we could go to a Game 8. This has never happened here in Tactician.
That's the
That's the
Globetrotters
fantasy.
alley-oop, which we haven't seen yet, but it would be definitely interesting.
Yeah, it's a hard call though. I think realistically we do end the Tactician's Crown in this upcoming game.
Boo.
Mathematically, running the numbers,
More likely.
it is the most likely scenario out of everything. Yes, Hupe. And so with that in mind, I think we need to kind of talk about the rest of the competitors now that have a shot. Before game number 5, we put a lot of emphasis on Weimove Lochu and Without You, but now our attention turns to YBY1, Terry, and Songyup. And I think for Songyup, this is an amazing opportunity. We talked about the Korean players at the top of the day, but Songyup, comes in as a kind of an old head, started back in Reckoning, but this his first Tactician's Crown ever, and I think also had one of the widest meta reads in the entire competition. He played like 10, 12 unique compositions throughout days 1 and 2, and so heading into this final day, I think also knows when it's time to actually turn on the gas and go for these Fast 9 boards to win.
It's an improvement story here for Sanyo. 4 times in regional finals of APAC, improving each time a little, trying to cover first time, as you mentioned right now, Necra on Tactician Crown, and improvement every time, and now first time going in the top 8 and with a chance of winning it all.
A big part of that, I think, is 4v4. He joined forces with ROC. He was playing alongside legendary players from South Korea, like Panda, like Dr. O, for example, similar to Gobo with Aegis. I think that really helped him come out of his shell, improve as a player. In Gobo's case, more, from introvert to extrovert, having to play as a team. I think really shored up a lot of his weaknesses. We saw it almost making it to final lobby. Similar case for Sangyup, I think, as well. Really cleaning up his play, cleaning up his execution. He was already very flexible, but I think in this game in particular, he really showcased the clutch factor. The malicious monetization play was just so all in. You get no combat power from this augment, so you are forced to roll directly to 0, use all that gold that you have to potentially continue snowballing your board and getting stronger every single one of those fights. If you make it past those 3 wins, or at least if you stay alive, you are in a much, much better position than you would be otherwise. And that's what allowed him to fight his way into this check position. So really impressive play from him.
And then Terry, the winner of the APAC Regional Finals. That's another player that finds themselves in check heading into this game number 6. And I think what's been really special about this is it's also been a story of growth. Started playing competitive back in 2021, but this is also Terry's first Tactician's crown, earning it, of course, in such a fashion winning that regional finals.
Yeah, a player that has surprised me a lot. Obviously, his results on regionals on APAC has been amazing, but here also on Tactician Crown, making it work every time, being consistent with his game, mental on polish. Few mistakes from Terry. He's not a player, maybe not the highest APM, but a very consistent player, always with a plan and well executed. I mean, a huge contester right now. Will he have what it takes to take the first place? That's the question.
That's the biggest question. He has performed at a great level when he's forced to play high tempo, when he's forced to preserve HP, when he plays into his own play style. That was, the only player who didn't play any fast 9 across stage 1 and 2. He only played 4 cost, stabilizing on 4-2 and on stage 4, or reroll. He now has to win a game. This is checkmate format.
And it looks like we might be launching in momentarily. 5 players sit at above 20 points with a first place in this game number 6. They will be the Tactician's Crown winner for KO Coliseum. I cannot believe it comes down to what could be a final round fistfight here between our players.
Most likely, this will be the final game, as we said. I want to see an additional game. I want to go to Game 7, but of course, the odds are not in our favor in this, and players are totally locked in, and we see a much more tension than before. They were joyful, they were laughing, they know this is the most important game so far, and it noticed.
Biggest difference coming into this game 6, 5 players now in check. The targets in terms of briefing are now even more split up than they were before. And this opens up certain lines, double trouble, Malzahar reroll. When there's 5 players that are trying to reach that checkmate, it is a little bit easier to try and play for double trouble if you're offered it on 2-1.
Is it Scuttles or Rave? Okay, it's Scuttles. But we still have Crabs.
What a perfect situation for this game 6. All these players want to try and go fast 9. Now they have the extra economic guarantee to do so, even off of just an Econ Gold start.
Well, if the probability wasn't high before, it's very high now with all of that included resources.
For Weimu, or maybe not the most fast 9 player, maybe try to go for a KO if he finds it early. Also with this injection of go, it's easier to reroll and then go to level 9 and cap the board. So also that top 8, top 1 composition that we could see.
The classic Nefiri start here for Terry. This is, I have to imagine, one of his favorite openers, considering how much Soul Fighters, how much Volibear Flex he played. Really likes slamming any 80 item up to this Nefiri and trying to win streak that stage 2. And meanwhile, other players are much, much happier opting into lose streak. Players like Ironball, who probably need to do so in this game to try and extend the tournament 1 game onward to game number 7. 10 gold being made here by Soul, trying to play for max econ. This is something that you're obviously offered on Scuttlepole. You can even make 20 while sacrificing a lot of your options in terms of not holding any 1 costs. He can't do it again. The crew master is back.
I mean, it's a pretty nice start. You do have quite a few of the champions you would need to actually put that board together.
Yeah.
A lot of econ from this as well means that you've got a lot more gold to roll with, right?
And you can even tempo it out. Having that Nefiri 2 that you mentioned, Necra, very important in the comp. Normally, you don't need to 3-star or anything, but you can have a good early game with it. And let's see what he does. He could surely go for tempo and then pivot like 3-1 into the crew line.
Good components for crew. We'll see what his augment offered is going to be, but has a chance for Spirit Visage, have a chance for a Stone Plate or a Bramble onto that Malphite. No copies of Malphite just yet is probably one of the detrimental factors here for him to play for the crew.
Oh.
Silver augment starts, so immediately the steam has been released. The pressure has gone down. We won't be seeing too crazy of a start here on 2-1. Maybe I have to imagine What could be the best or more impactful silver augments in terms of trying to win a game on 2-1? Patience is a virtue in terms of economic generation. It has to be one of them for sure. You're opting for the first or 8 style, going for the 10 loss.
I want bench. I want Pandora's bench so I can reroll champions and get a 3-star 4 cost.
Latent Forge is also a fairly strong option. Obviously, no power until after the stage 3 carousel, maybe even until stage 4 if players want to wait. While playing Crystal Gambit to then cash out, denying all the gold generating artifacts as well.
And for Tomino, we're talking about it, having a chance to play that Kale. Both him and YBY playing with Kale too. So for now, 2 players with that option. Obviously, YBY is the one in check, and Tomino trying to avoid this being the last game.
And Tomino has picked up Power Up, which means that we are guaranteed to not see a Prismatic Augment on 3-2 for all of our players, or else it would not be offered.
Yeah, but if it's just silver, that's a huge risk.
Actually, you have to opt into it, right? Tomino is guaranteed to make it to 20. I think he's opting to any risk he can. He wants to be the player who plays for this first race, despite it not being really his usual playstyle.
YBY now holding also Crystal Gambit, just trying to make sure he has that option open. I don't think he will play the Kale. Obviously, Tomino has that angle even better, going for the Lustric, having the next augment improve. And Sanyob also holding the Janna, has decent items for it, so it could be Janna Mentor. And here's Tomino, yeah, fully committed to going for the reroll K line, and in this way, he obligates YBY to pivot.
It worked yesterday. He went first in a game that looked like a guaranteed 8th, all things considered, after his 3-1 roll down. He's maybe opting into this again. We saw it from Lekoko as well, trying to stay alive and make it to day 2 in the very first day of the tournament, also opting to kill reroll. So this is one of those lines that it's either fast 9 or Kale for most of our players who are trying to play for a first.
Yeah, well, I like not playing fast 9, given how some of these games have gone with the contest. I'll take anything else.
Yeah, the thing is, with so many players going for the win, they need to get options. Of course, you can win with Soul Fighters, you can win with something else, but it's much risky. But maybe that's the angle, right? Going for an uncontested line, maybe try to go for a 4-cost 3-star, something like that.
But you know who I'm actually really worried about is Weimu Lo Chu. You do have the Zaya for now with the Latent Forge. What if you get something like a Kog'Maw artifact? Is 1 enough to actually go down this Bastion route and be able to reroll for that?
I think after the nerfs, it's probably not. I think Fast 9 is going to be better. The reason why we saw so many Kog'Maw reroll wins was because it was Latent Forge with the confirmation bias of the moment you're making to stage 6, you have 3 artifacts, and with a double artifact set up on Kog'Maw, that's where it really moves up to the next level.
But maybe get 1 and then dream for the other one.
Yeah,
that's
what if you get Portable Forge?
That's the way you have to play on this final game.
Then you're down 2 augments just to have that same power, basically. The Living Forge allows you to scale for much higher value off of just a single augment. That's really the difference maker.
It's the safe way to go.
We haven't talked about it, but YBY1 off of Silver Destiny picked up Survivor, which is considered by some or most players to be the worst augment in the game because it does not do anything until 3 players have been taken down. Once those 3 players are eliminated, you get 92 gold. So if you make it to this position, it's incredibly strong, especially if you're going for fast 9. But I imagine no one, unless they're RNG forced into it, would ever pick this augment on 2-1 for themselves. So I think it happened already once before to a top player in a tournament this set. It's one of the unlikely scenarios and low rolls potentially from Silver Destiny. Unless you cash it out, then it's one of the biggest high rolls in the world, obviously.
Well, YBY1 has always done a pretty good job of being able to make it into the top 4. So I feel like, I don't know, there might be some space there.
Yeah, feels like an augment to go fast 8, super stabilized. Try to get those 3 people out and then go to that level 9 that you mentioned, Panda.
You play the same way you play Aura farming, basically. Your HP matters a lot because obviously you can't be among the 3 players that are eliminated first. And if you stay alive, if you outplace these players who are playing more first or 8th, who are playing very risky, who are down to 1 life in stage 4, then you have this massive spike to directly skip level 8 and go right to 9.
Makes sense.
Well, in this stage 2, Weimu Lo Chu and Without You trying to put together win streaks. At the bottom, Songyup, 3 loss streaks. So with 2 more combats left in this stage, definitely looking to put that together. YBY1 has opted to put in Crystal Gambit.
Oh. He had it prepared, and now finally finding the Janna. And I mean, he had to, right? He already sold the Kyle. He's going to pivot out of it, play Crystal Gambit here. Maybe be careful not to be grief. The rest of the players are also playing units. Maybe Sanjop, the one who can grief him, has also Crystal and has a chance of being, I mean, even weaker in units.
I'm really curious to see what YBY1 picks up on 3-2 in terms of what archetype of augment he goes for and how he decides to play stage 3 and stage 4. Being down a silver augment is not the worst thing in the world, especially not when in a normal lobby of TFT you would notice the impact more, but because it's with Scuttle Puddle and you have so much gold anyway, the gold ends up taking more of the share of the value of your board and the strength of it. So I think it's even less impactful in that sense. But I'm really curious to see how YBY1 navigates the mid game in particular.
For Without You, 4 wins. Weimu Lolchu also with 4 wins on the board. They face each other. One of their streaks is going to get snapped, so we'll see if they're unlucky or lucky. And it looks like for both of them, pretty happy with this. Terry looks like maybe going for Malzahar heavyweight. With the blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet slammed, it does feel quite likely.
You can opt, of course, into something like a Rigged Shop on 3-2. I think there are definitely positions where Malzahar can win games, even not off of Double Trouble Malzahar. A little bit harder after the nerfs came through to his general kit, but it's still definitely a possibility.
Terry wins.
Yeah. So Without You doesn't get to keep that streak. It's just going to be Weimu Lolchu that gets to keep that. Songyup on the other side with 5 losses.
And this is huge. 5 win streak with Laden Fords, essentially not using your augments at all, obviously, is very bad news for the rest of this lobby. If he's able to somehow win the next 3 fights in stage 3, cash out his artifact to help him extend that win streak from 8 to 10 or 12, he could be in a prime position to push for Fast 9, is already playing the Bastions, can play around both either TF or Seraphim, whichever one he has items for at that point in time. And he could be in a very good position to win this game.
Ooh, also gets a bow. So could make Krakens here.
This is the 2 avenues to making it to Fast 9 comfortably. The 1-cost avenue, which is with Gnar, with things like a Huna Huna, with the usual TF items like Raid Blade. And the other avenue is the slightly better one with a Xayah 2, which is not going to be a reroll line, obviously, but buys you so much time and stability in stage 3 in particular.
That's even better. I think like this looks like a really great win streak, especially if you play against somebody like Songyup that's still playing that Crystal Gambit.
I think he'll probably level to 6 here, try and fit in the Yasuo for the mentor bonus, and try and guarantee the win streak, depending on his matchmaking pool, of course, and how weak or strong the rest of his opponents are. Does he greed it out and stay on 5?
Sanjong also finding an early Bolivar here, just considering his options. No item slam for now, so maybe something to consider for later. Of course, full economy, no need for now to sell it.
Songyup is thinking about Golden Quest. He is not pumping any of his gold. Nice. He's trying to hope for a Golden Augment and maybe a Golden Quest pickup, taking a page from YBY1's book. Also, Eyes on Tomino does have power up on 2-1, so we'll have a more powerful augment offered, which could maybe swing the game in his favor for stage 3. Golden Augment!
Ooh. Okay, so Tomino gets some nice choices here, gets invested. So that's a lot of gold injection.
And Weimu hits Golden Quest. Yep. Oh my goodness, this game is going to go absolutely crazy. With the gold injection from Scuttle Puddle especially, it's going to be so much easier to proc.
Yeah, I mean, already in such a good position with the win streaks that he's been able to put together.
He was playing into Fast 9 already, so we'll be able to use so many of those different 5 costs.
And he didn't level, so he has the extra gold he could have otherwise spent to go to level 6.
Playing for the out, and it's amazing because he will keep winning. Normally you start losing the round because you're not using your augment. He's in a very special position right now.
Dawncore pickup here from YBY1 from that portable forge. So that'll also be a nice item eventually to go onto something, but I guess maybe sees now that it has an opportunity to still lose, but also get some gold value out of this anyway.
Very interesting game from YBY1. I'm not sure if he can play for the Kog'Maw with the Dawncore with just one artifact. I'm not sure it's enough. And he also will not be able to make the best use of the Survivor Gold if he procs it. Obviously, the ideal would be to go 9. But there's not too many of the 5 costs that make best use of Dawncore as an artifact. It's more the rerolls like Katarina, Kog'Maw, and Akali even in some cases.
And for Soul, trying to find the Janna. Already has 4 Crystal Gambit with the Ash fully itemized. This Janna will be important.
And has rolled to 0 on level 7,
Wow.
trying to find 5 Crystal Gambit, has the Ash, but is missing the Janna. I mean, this is just terrible news for Soul here on a 3-win streak at the very least. There he finds it.
Oh, okay.
One more roll, sells off his board to really try snowballing early when everyone else is so weak. Everyone's playing for Fast 9.
Oh my goodness. So if there's anybody that can actually win this lobby and extend the series, it is Soul. Maybe with the 5 Crystal Gambit, we actually get that wish, Hoope. But there are a lot of other players that are hoping to come for this moment, get that first place. Golden Quest is certainly one of them. Waymo Lochu is definitely a player we have to keep our eyes on. But as we enter into this, Tomino with a 5-loss streak, Songyups with 7. Waymo Lochu hoping to extend the win streak that he has right now and get that gold coming.
Yeah, I mean, the hope for the lobby is that Soul faces out Waymon Lucci as soon as possible and win, because Waymo, even though he has the Golden Quest, he's still pretty strong. And of course, the one who will finish the Tactician crown if he wins.
Akali and the bow picked up by Sangya up here. There's going to be a Jarvan and a Poppy as well. Key 4 costs. Some of the lines our players might be going for, or more, even so, for just stability in this stage 3 and stage 4 until they make it to the bastions of the Juggernauts they're hoping for.
Tomino finding invested in the Prismatic, so full Fast 9 for him. Obviously needs to find first the KO. And Explosive Grow also for Ironbox, so another Fast 9 player.
The rage for the 5 costs, whoever can reach a point where they have, 70, 80 gold on level 9 that can roll earlier is going to be a big deal. But first, the Latent Forge proc here by Waymu picks up the Wit's End onto the Xayah for now. Eventually, will probably land onto a TF. Level 6, 80 gold to work with, and an 8-win streak. He managed to win every single fight down and augment in a very low tempo lobby like this one. A huge step forward for Waymo in terms of his chances of winning this game.
Xayah still holding. On the other hand, we see the Crystal Gambit just trying to make sure he pops a little more. YBY 144 already double up. So just waiting for that huge cash out and also be a contender for that first place and winning Tactician crown.
At 1, we see his bench already, some indication on the paths he is leaving open. The bench is really indicating a Kali, or at least keeping that door open, holding the Darius, the Senna, the Jarvan, and the Aatrox as well as a Kennen.
Waymu keeps winning. 9-win streak now for Waymu.
I mean, he was winning without an artifact. With an artifact, I imagine that's not going to end anytime soon, at least not until players start spiking either on their 4-2 roll downs or even later, because most of these players are ending Fast 9, right? They're not going to play a strong stage 4.
And the problem now for Soul is that he rolls so deep that he will not be able to stabilize in level 8. He needs the Ash 2. He needs a good front line. So he's winning this stage that is huge because he's getting the bounties. But is it enough to stabilize and start to punish even more in stage 4? I don't think so. So he needs to high roll a little on stage 7, maybe in some natural units. And the economy, he will recover maybe 4-5.
I think he's in a really good position to snowball. We talked about a few games ago where it was also Soul, I believe, playing 5 Crystal Gambit on stage 4 against a very weak lobby, and he was able to snowball the 5 Crystal Gambit cash outs all the way into stage 6. He has an early Lee Sin with Ultra Stance. He has 4 Juggernaut frontline. He has a 3-item Ash already. He's scaling against boards that we're seeing here. They're either double down or they're playing, they're all picking 3-2 Econ Augment, so there's no board strength here outside of maybe just Waymo. It's a very interesting lobby how it's shaken out across these first 2 stages. And a lot of high rolls as well. I mean, their early Lee Sin is crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely getting to be a very interesting game.
YPY1 probably cannot even think about playing Donkor Kog'Maw because Terry is already into that line with a static Shiv, which is why we saw the Akali units being held on his bench. The Golden Quest can proc soon as well. I mean, there's just so much happening in this game.
Ironbog also already with the cash out, waiting for the explosive growth, 50 gold, level 8.
We'll probably see level 9 roll downs on 4-5 because of the just crazy Econ Augments that were picked up. Tomino with the invested, and we're seeing explosive growth as well for Ironbog. And the merging of that with Scuttle Puddle means that you don't have to wait until stage 5 to have a reasonable roll down with enough gold to hit most of your units.
Starts for Ironbog. Poppy 2, pretty good.
Right, Tomino is also getting very close to a cash out here, but as Ironbog continues to roll, hoping to find that Jinx, does get the upgrade to the Xayah and a lot of the other Star Guardians that are going to be super necessary for this composition. Getting the Poppy 2 is going to be very helpful also to stabilize, but you're missing out on that Jinx.
A lot to do still here. A lot of items to slam. Ideally, you want to go for a high value roll down on level 8, roll a little bit, hit your upgrades, and then push to 9, but has to roll fairly deep here. And if he loses this fight, I guess it's a double down against Tomino, so it should be a very clean win here. But Ironbog might have to roll a little bit more on level 8 to guarantee the stabilization. I guess it depends on his matchmaking pool, because there's so many Fast 9 players who are not putting their foot to the gas just yet.
Good adaptation there with the blue buff on the Jinx and Gather Force. Just trying to push that ability and get additional value.
Final augment of the game coming up. Do we see Prismatics, Necra? That's the big question. I know you're hoping for it.
As a viewer and a fan, I love seeing the Prismatics because it means an interesting game, but it is going to be gold augments to round out this lobby, so it's still going to be quite interesting, quite high tempo as we do have that Scuttle Puddle, but a lot of our players now hoping to kind of round things out with combat power in order to actually finish out their boards. As Tomino looks to roll down on 8, we will see some
No, he was rolling
happen.
on 8 and he didn't roll on 9.
He now pushed 9, but only with 30 or so gold to roll with. Did find a Gwen 2.
Oh,
Did
man.
find a Leona 2. Is this going to be enough? He tried to go in early. Has a Zyra holding TF items. Not a single copy of TF is the one biggest downside here. And isn't going to get max uplink value either, considering he has no extra item augment.
I feel for
on
him so
2-1
much right now.
Or on 3-2. Maybe a TF on this next carousel, as well as a few natural shops, could put him back in contention for a first place in this game. But it's going to be tough against this matchup. We do see YBY1 onto the Akali that we prophesized in Stage 3.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Akali is going to get backline access.
And it's a bronze for life Akali as well. This is one of the stronger variations, despite the non-meta item build here. No QSS, no Nashers. This is the OG Akali build that terrorized us in the very few first patches of this set. Gunblade, Rageblade, Dawncore, a YBY adaptation special in terms of this is what I had built already. I pick up a Dawncore. I have to play for the line that I can, knowing that Kog'Maw's contested.
Oh, Varus
The quest is done.
found.
Yeah, for Weimu. Finds the Varus. Decides to wait a little. I like it. I mean, waiting, making sure he has like, I don't know, at least 60 gold when he goes to level 9. He still have a lot of HP here.
Yeah.
Necra 65. I think he's good spot still.
He's so healthy.
The problem is no mana regen for this Varus is maybe an issue, and no even components for mana regen, so we won't see this Varus get its full spike or its full value until Stage 5 at the very least.
I do think that Varus is one of the weaker options you can get from the 5-cost drop from Golden Quest. And we're going to have to see some pivots, but for Tomino, I'm really worried. At least you do have this Seraphine. It's going to be able to take out
the melee.
Ashe, but yeah, I think it's going to be hard.
This carousel, he needs to find a TF. He's going to be first pick.
There's one.
It is on the opposite side. Does Without You want this TF? Will he stop Tomino from having a better item holder for the Rageblade and the Krakens? And of course he does, because it's a fast 9 angle for pretty much every single player. Tomino not happy, has to rely on this next natural shop.
And he needs to pick something.
Can go for a Rod, maybe trying to go for a Rabadon on this Gwen, trying to get more value off of the Jewel Gauntlet he already has slammed. Can spread the uplink for now as well.
Huge chances of this being the last game. 6 players still with that chance open.
I want to throw this out there now, just to get it out of the way. YBY1 is on Survivor. He's going to get 92 gold the moment 3 players go down. He's sitting currently on a 4-win streak, and he's very healthy as well. And he's playing an uncontested 4-cost. There's a possibility that YBY1 can try and angle for a Kali 3 as a win condition, considering he can't really opt for... I guess maybe he can opt for a fast 9. Considering he can't really opt for... I guess maybe he can opt for a fast 9.
He
with
told
bronze for life.
Casante just in case, having options open.
He's going to try and go for a 3-star forecast. That's his win condition. And this is it's just, again, a great game from IBY1, adapting so well to all the different factors and all the different variables that he's being offered. Even from the random element of getting a survivor augment off of Silver Destiny.
Tomino just waiting for the fall. He knows he cannot step away from the additional rolls that he missed. And for now, just holding up. Tomino, no matter what happens, of course, he will be in check. But he's one of the players, of the 3 players, that can delay this a little more, finds the Lee Sin, and there's the cash out.
Big spike for Without You, finds the Lee Sin to fully itemize, is now starting to roll down as well. TF2 has been found, the most sought after unit. 5 different players currently trying to either fielding or trying to field a TF on their board. And this is worse and worse for Tomino as well, who was missing a copy before now. I don't think he found one in his natural shop, and there's just so many out of the pool already.
Also, double melee threat, so very easy for him to access backline here.
Uh-oh, the battle of the 1 HP players. We're in stage 4, but it's 8 HP for Tomino, 11 HP for Without You. Whoever loses this fight is out of contention. And Tomino, in his case, he won't be able to play Spoiler. He'll reach 20 points, he'll reach check for next game, but he can no longer stop the other players from getting there.
Only 2 players having that option right now. Ironbog with 13 points. And of course, the option here to preserve a little more time and having a chance. YBY, again, is waiting for 2 more players.
He's almost guaranteed it with the current HP lead. He's first in the HP totals coming to stage 5. 1 player's already down. Without You's down to his last life. Terry's on 27 gold as well. Terry's on a big double down as well. He used Kog'Maw just as a stepping stone to make it to level 9. Can anyone sacrifice their game to pop? I don't think it's the case. It's just too late to obviously open for it or weaken your board to an extent. It doesn't make sense for, I think, anyone's position. And there's just so many players that are trying to stop or grief. If it was just Terry in check, then of course that would be the right play potentially. But I think Terry is ungriefable in his current position.
Also, this is stage 5, so he could get here to 300 fairly easier. I think the next one is the cash out.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I don't think he can. He would be too tight if not. He's on 27 HP already. 2 losses in stage 5 could be a death if you're trying to go for double down in 2 more turns.
Without You with a Jone on bench. Jone 2, just in case. 11 HP now.
Oh, a free fight for Without You. Should be winning this against Terry, who has double down. So great matchmaking for both of these players. And we'll see what Terry cash out's going to be.
Just too strong. I mean, you have the TF2 doing the ramping up. Scale Kraken, double melee threats with the volley, and Lee Sin is just too much.
Terry would have loved to maybe preserve a little bit more HP, have a better loss to try and stay 2 lives in stage 5. Not going to be the case here, down to 10 HP now. Maybe with Braum and enough Poros, he can do it. 304 Crystal Gambit stacks. The cash out comes through, the gold from TF as well. 3 completed item anvils. Zyra 2 to celebrate as well. This is going to be one of the strongest boards in the lobby. And he has Tesla Coil. So going to get so much value from this cash out as well. I mean, these boards are starting to get crazy.
This was the dream scenario from the last game. But I wonder if this will be enough for Terry this time around, not playing around that mech board, but more of this legendary style.
Once mana regen for this Braum, a Shojin would be massive. Doesn't find it. Can go for the Protector's Vow, though. Does go for that as well. Onto the Leona, his main tank, and maybe the Warmogs on the Braum.
Sanjo with the 5 crystal finds the strategist emblem and has already cashed out so much. The majority of his units still itemized and takes a win here against Terry. Terry is strong, has the skeleton of a great composition, but doesn't have 2-star. The Seraphine main.
The Seraphine has to cast. The TF was killed by the Ashe.
Ashe is alive.
Stays alive, the mage comes out, and Terry is going to go down as well. The TF died too early into the fight. That's 2 players now down. 1 more player left, and YBY1 will cash out his survivor. He already has 6 copies of Casante. He cannot do this again. He cannot end this tournament off of another 3-star forecast. That would be so insane. 4 Acalis as well.
I don't think Without You losing. He's the strongest for me in the lobby right now. 3 win streak, maybe Sanjop has a possibility there. So I think Weimu, maybe Ironbog will start falling down. Weimu now finds a Brown too. So everyone just in the strongest moment right now.
2 Fast9 players are down. It means so much more copies of those 5 cuts going back to the pool. Ironbog maybe going to have a harder time. He's still trying to carry a Jinx. We're now partway through stage 5. Most players have their 2-star 5 calls already fully prepped and itemized. We'll see if Without You will be strong enough. The Volibear's trying to move into the backline there, stuck for a while, but now is finally moving in. The TF and the Jinx trying their best. It's the battle of the TFs, but Without You seems to be too strong. Ironbog now down to his last life as well.
It is so unbelievably close. Ironbog and Soul, the only 2 players that can extend this Tactician's Crown Grand Finals series. And there are 4 players that are hoping to end it here and win it all. On this carousel, we're going to see more completed items. There's also a Twisted Fate if anybody actually wants to pick it up. And that was a snap pick from Ironbog.
Ironbog is still on TF1. That could be the power spike he needs to try and battle it out against the rest of these Fast9 boards who have outcapped Ironbog little by little. Ironbog rolled deeper on level 8 on stage 4. He needed to stabilize from his weaker position. But now the rest of the players who greeted it out, who went for the riskier lines, are now getting those fruits of the labor.
Yeah, also trying to find that Casante that we know is being held by YBY. So very difficult to improve. I truly believe that is a difficult position right now for Soil.
3 players on 1 life. YBY1 rubbing his hands together. No biases from him. Any of these players goes out. And that is the green light. He will start pressing D like it's nobody's business, trying to find that 3-star Casante or that 3-star Akali.
Made for Seraphine.
It is a nice hit in terms of the fruit, and it is also a 2-star Seraphine dealing with Without You, who has found the Twisted Fate 2, but not really a whole lot else. This Juggernaut board is still going to be difficult to deal with since Lee Sin is going to be one of those main carries, but as the Seraphine starts to pop off, it does actually deal with this Lee Sin, and it's just going to be the Twisted Fate 2 against this Leona! Can it actually do the job? Wow, it is going to be a KO. Weimu is going to fall here, and that is going to be Without You. Extending the series, another favorite in that check. Down and out, and we will see the cash out here for YBY1.
He has to pick up the gold manually, and he has to roll while he's doing it. 5 Akali, 6 Casantes. Is anyone playing defense? Can anyone stop him from once again hitting a 3-star win condition? 6 Akalis for now.
Holding Karma also, just in case any 3-star works here. There's the pings.
They're too late. He's on 7 Casantes already.
He's doing a bit of scouting. I think he gave up on...
He told the Casantes. Okay. They were being held already.
Yeah.
He's going for Rise and for Karma.
And Akali.
And Akali. 2 off. There's one Rise.
I wonder if he actually sells this Lee Sin and tries to grab it. No, he locks the shop just to secure that Rise.
And to not tell them that he has an additional Rise also.
18 HP, he's just barely alive. 2 HP in a dream. YBY1 trying to sneak another 3-star forecast to try and win this game.
Oh my goodness. He rolls. Is he gonna end up... Okay, he might just wait, get as much gold as possible from the crab, and then try to roll from there. Hopefully we can get a bench check for everybody else as they come over and start pinging that
There's
he
a
has
Rise in the shop.
Rises. Soul is gonna pick up a Rise and a Karma to try to
There's
deny
an Akali
this.
as well. Soul might be the hero, at least against YBY1. 2 of the units being held. There's a Rise for signing up as well, so the Rise has already been denied. It's just down to the Akali. I think there might be 1 more left in the pool, depending on what other players are doing.
Well, the one in the shop, maybe there's another one on the bench somewhere, but at the very least, I think we're going to have to see YBY1 give up on the Rise or hope that other players feel like they are going to get chickened out of it. There's no hit, though.
He sells the Akali. He doesn't know that there's a Rise, that Rise is no longer possible. He sells the wrong forecast. And all of a sudden, this was the only way YBY1 could win this game. His board will not be able to hang against the rest of these Fast9 boards.
Oh my goodness. Feels like such a missed opportunity. But one of those Rises was locked.
He did not have the full info. Soul is the big hero, denying YBY1 another 3-star forecast in this game. We'll see what the Donkor Akali can do against Sangyup.
just needs to be able to access this Ashe. But with this Ashe continuing to ramp up, this Coliseum is taking a little bit too long to dash to the next target. And so this Ashe is getting so much time to breathe. Rise gets stunned, continues to wail away, and YBY1 gets sent out in 5th.
4 players now remain. Ironbog potentially going to be the hero here, trying to fight for his own check, try to prolong this tournament onward.
And for Soil, also trying to find an additional win condition. Of course, the board itself is so strong, but we know without you is 7 win streak, and Soul has already lost against him. So he needs something else, and that face-off will be the most important of the game.
It's a 2v2 showdown. Ironbog and Soul trying to extend, Without You and Sangyup trying to end.
Without You is still on a 7 win streak. And this board is really, really strong. There are not that many upgrades that Without You can actually make at this point with the Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, and also the Braum 2. The Zyra in the back is also a lot, so that is going to be happening on the other side as Soul is hoping to do his best to try to stop this, but it's just too strong. Without You gets another elimination. Soul no longer able to play spoiler in this lobby.
It's
as
a 1v1.
also goes out. Ironbog and Without You is going to be the showdown. If Without You wins this here, he will win this Tactician's crown.
We mentioned it at the very beginning once Ironbog got off to a slow start. He is the one player you want to rely on to play spoiler to try and extend this tournament onward to a game number 7. Is this board going to be strong enough? Without You has an insane Lee Sin with a Prowler's Claw that can fight RNG his way into a win if he hits the right target.
Also with Quicksilver, so the Braum cannot do anything. Braum has to get set, for example, and try to get that possibility. So favor in for Without You. And Ironbog will have to get a miracle here, great position, and go for the win.
Eyes on the Lee Sin, eyes on where the resets go once he gets a Prowler's Claw kill. The TF in the backline as well. The burst damage on that right-hand side from Ironbog with the TF and the Jinx trying to burst through.
It looks like it is going to be on a weaker side, and as it takes care of the Nefiri, this Jinx and this Twisted Fate are going to start to target some of the bigger players. Like that Lee Sin going down, the Prowler's Claw is not going to be able to get there, but as I say that, the Quicksilver actually does shred, and we will see another knockout!
Without You has done it, the Lee Sin has done it. The kicks moving on to the Jinx and the TF. Nothing could stop that Lee Sin from winning this game.
So well deserved. Without You playing amazing, playing through his out, winning the Fast 9 Contestation, and is the champion. He's the winner right now for KOC Tactician Crown.
Without You has been on a tear this entire tournament. One of the first players to reach that check, and now gets a chance to hold that Tactician's crown high. Congratulations, this is your KO Coliseum Tactician's crown winner, Without You.
Amazing story for him. Almost a couch to crown story for him. First time on Tactician crown, taking the win. One of Clement's favorite. We saw Clement there joyfully screaming a lot, and the stage here at the venue in Alicante, rooting so much for him. From Chengdu, we have a winner.
What an incredible time to be here as an APAC TFT fan champion now here for the region. Clement, what are the feelings right now?
It's just been such an insane journey. I mean, we started Southeast Asia, we didn't even have a pathway to Tactician's Crown. We couldn't even join the tournament. And, you know, it wasn't until set 11, set 8 where we had that chance to make it in. And, you know, I've known Without You since set 9. He was the best player then, but he had a day job. He didn't think that he was qualified enough to actually quit it and just pursue his dreams. It took a lot of convincing for you. And, you know, this year, we were in 4v4. We had to find an organization for him. And there were always doubts. Like, why am I not picking Ironbog? Why am I not picking Jazate? And I was told them, Without You is actually the smartest one of the group. There's so many players that have worked with him that have been better because of his insight. And it's just been such a journey. I mean, this set particularly, we tried so hard to make him try again. Because in set 13, he was the second highest QP winner, but when it came to regional, he ended up 31st place. He was demolished. He was like, you know what, I don't think I should continue. I don't think I'm good enough to actually do this. But he stayed around. We made him stay around because he had so many insights, so much knowledge. and he finally proved himself. I don't think there are going to be any doubters anymore. Without you, it's been amazing. We couldn't have done it without you, which is his original name.
Clement actually like showing emotion and crying on broadcast started to make me cry, because that is such an inspirational story to hear that it even took convincing all in on TFT because you guys believed in him to accomplish this dream for APAC, and to see that realized is just, it makes me so emotional with you.
Yeah, it's so huge for the scene. I mean, this time around TPC, there's 9 players from our server, from TW. The big study group really worked out. Without you was obviously a huge part about that. And we just kept on telling him, give yourself a chance. Just put everything aside. Let's work on this set. No more 200 game sets. You're doing 500. You're doing 600. And we kept him at it. We just were staring at him, making sure that he was able to do it.
Want to give a shout out though to Tomino.
He didn't only learn experience, he gained friends. The possibility of training once again for the next round with this.
About the newcomers, the new blood